Chapter 1367. Now that his son was successful, he wanted to find a better daughter-in-law. As for the reason, it was due to the pitiful love of parents. Even though Commander Xia was the commander-in-chief of the military, he was still a parent and worried about his children. Xia Jinyuan's job was the most dangerous in the world. He had to cross the line of life and death, break through the smoke of war, and one day he might die without even seeing his son's corpse. It was very unfair for a woman to be in a relationship with such a man. When one was tired, bitter and happy, the man might not be by one's side. It was just like his relationship with his ex-wife. From the time she was pregnant to the time she gave birth to Xia Jinyuan, he did not accompany her for a prenatal checkup, nor did he go shopping with her. He did not even know when she gave birth, and his marriage with his ex-wife came to an end. Because of this, Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted a daughter-in-law who had the same interests, goals, and direction as his son. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw Yi Qian pursing his lips and smiling, his dark eyes full of determination. He laughed and said, "Xiao Yi, don't laugh. I really think so. As his father, I know very well that Xia Jinyuan is dishonest. I am the third child in the family. Your eldest uncle is 6 years old, your second uncle is 4 years old, your youngest uncle is 3 years old, and your youngest uncle is 3 years old. I also have a youngest aunt who is 54 years old this year. Although I am the third child in the family, Xia Jinyuan is the youngest in the family. He has been spoiled by the elders. He has a bad temper and likes to cause trouble. Others do good deeds without leaving a name, but he does bad deeds without leaving a name. He is very intelligent and has a lot of ideas. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. You have to understand him deeply to be able to fight in all aspects. Uncle will leave him to you. Discipline him well in the bad areas, and continue to develop the good areas and bring them to greater heights. In short, I only have one thing to say. If he is dishonest, you don't have to beat or scold him. You can get a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for you, you will still be my daughter." The veins on Xia Jinyuan's forehead bulged. "Dad, don't worry. You're the one who can get a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate in the Civil Affairs Bureau. You are you and I am me. When you pass away, Yi Qian and I will bring our sons, daughters, granddaughters, and grandchildren to kowtow and burn incense to you." Suddenly, Yi Qian realized where Xia Jinyuan's bad taste came from. It was most likely inherited from Commander-in-Chief Xia. One cheated his son, and the other cheated his father. These were father and son. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not angry. There was a hint of teasing in his voice as he said happily, "Then I'll be waiting. If you dare to treat Xiao Yi badly, I believe that there will be a large wave of people outside standing up to take over your position. Xia Jinyuan, take it easy. Our military has always had more men than women. Outstanding male soldiers are all over the place. If you don't behave in front of Xiao Yi, I don't mind being the matchmaker. Qin Xiu from the Qin family is no worse than you." He was the commander-in-chief after all. Xia Jinyuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yi Qian. "Little fox, did you see that? When we have children in the future, we can't let him raise them. I'm afraid they will turn against each other and become enemies." Yi Qian thought to himself, "There is an example right in front of me." Chapter 1368. It's the ancestors' rule to not have children. The smile on Commander-in-Chief Xia's face deepened. Obviously, he really liked this topic. He was already 59 years old, so he was old enough to have grandchildren. The atmosphere in the car was very good. Occasionally, a guard would laugh and say something. This allowed Yi Qian to see the amiable side of Commander-in-Chief Xia's life, and felt a sense of closeness. Xia Jinyuan saw that her eyebrows were relaxed and she had a comfortable smile on her face. Only then did he sigh softly in his heart. It was fine as long as she was happy. He was just afraid that she would be secretly sad and hurt her own body. "Tomorrow we'll send Uncle Chun back to Shuka village. The day after tomorrow we'll go back to Anyang City to report to school. What do you think?" Amidst the laughter, Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian. Uncle Chun intends to go back to Shuka village to live with the village chief. In addition, with the army around, he won't be too lonely. After Uncle Jen retired from the army, he always went to the army camp deep in the mountains. The old man lived a fulfilling life. Principal Chun also hoped that he could do the same for himself. Yi Qian nodded gently. Uncle Chun told me before that he wants to retire in Shuka village. My house is close to the army camp. If Principal Chun wants to go to the army camp, he can go there anytime. He can also guide the soldiers and have someone to rely on. Uncle Chun and Grandpa Jen did not have children to accompany them. As for himself, he would be outside for many years and would only come back once a year. There was no way he could repay their kindness in raising him. Yi Qian couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw this and sighed. You've all grown up, and we're happy to see you flying high. Xiaoyi, don't worry about old Chen's life. He'll live a good life. At a glance he could see Yi Qian's worries. Uncle Chun is not an ordinary person. He was able to raise you single-handedly. How could the army bear to let him go? Xiaoyi, study hard and improve your skills. Getting good results is the best consolation for old Chun. Xia Jinyuan said. The long journey isn't about parting ways. It's about repaying the two elders for nurturing you. Yi Qian, Uncle Chun, and Uncle Jen both hope that you can go further and fly higher. Do you understand? Although his little fox was strong, the blow she suffered from the departure of her loved one was not something they could understand. Faced with Commander-in-Chief Xia's advice and Xia Jinyuan's concern, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, Yes, I know. Usually, I can't accompany my elders, but as long as I have time, I will definitely come back to visit Uncle Chun. That's right. When we get to the guest house later, you and Xia Jinyuan should keep old Chun company. I can't stay here any longer. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time. The flight was at 10:30 p.m., so he still had time to chat with the young man. His benevolent smile faded as he looked sternly at the young girl whom the military had high hopes for. He said in a deep voice, Yi Qian, as long as you live, you can only move forward. You can never retreat. If you take a step back, you will have to take 100 steps to catch up in the future. Time will not wait for you, and those who surpass you will not wait for you either. You don't want to chase after others, so you have to keep moving forward. This is my hope for you and Xia Jinyuan. It's also my hope for you. I hope that you can adjust your mentality as soon as possible and devote yourself wholeheartedly to your new life and start your new journey. The advice from the commander-in-chief of the military was also the concern of an elder for the younger generation. In this lifetime, Yi Qian was no longer alone. Chapter 1369. It was 7:10 p.m. In the summer night, and the sky was still slightly white. The sky was dotted with stars, and the crescent moon shone down. The trees cast their shadows and swayed with the rustling of the night wind. The car was driving on the tree-lined avenue, leading to the military guest house. Under the bright car lights, they could see soldiers in military uniforms coming and going on both sides. The guard stepped on the brakes and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Commander-in-Chief, there is someone in front. According to the guard's judgment, there was a 90% chance that the person was looking for the commander-in-chief. The mayor of Fujian town was talking to Yi Jifan. We are all staying here. We took the road and came here. We will definitely come back earlier than the lieutenant general. Director Yi, you have an urgent matter here. We can't delay your urgent matter. It was another official who was being used by Yi Jifan. Thank you for your hard work today. Don't worry about the town's financial approval. I will inform the city and let Fujian town get the approval in advance. After all, this is my hometown. Yi Jifan thanked him and said earnestly. What he said was what the mayor was thinking. I only have one requirement for local officials. Do things for the people, be realistic, and not be greedy. The mayor of Fujian town nodded repeatedly and almost patted his chest to guarantee. Director Yi, don't worry. We will always remember the honest style you left behind. We will never dare to cross the line. You can investigate. You can even ask the Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate. I can pat my chest and guarantee that I did not do anything bad to the people. In the car, Yi Qian glanced coldly at the front and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Commander-in-Chief, I will walk over with Captain Xia. He really didn't give up on his evil intentions. He even came to block people's way. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, No need. Guard, drive over. He wanted to see if the director of the construction bureau had the guts to block his car. I will ask them to come down. The guard obeyed the commander-in-chief's order and called over the other guards who arrived in the afternoon. Yi Qian was a little anxious. Commander-in-chief, Yi Jifan will not give up easily. I am afraid that he will blame you if you go over. Little fox. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, if he dares to come here, there will be a letter from the military in the office of the Southern Provincial Office the next day. Just follow me out of the car later. Don't worry too much. This wasn't even a small matter. It wasn't a problem at all. Yi Qian bit her lower lip. She had never wanted to trouble Xia Jinyuan because of her. But in the end, Yi Jifan went straight to Commander-in-Chief Xia. The other 3 guards walked out of the guest house with serious military expressions. Their appearance made Yi Jifan happy. They looked a little like the guards who stood beside the lieutenant general during the day. When the car's headlights shone over, Yi Jifan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He saw a black car slowly approaching. When it got closer, he saw that the driver was the guard from the day. Yi Jifan couldn't help but smile. Needless to say, the person sitting inside must be the lieutenant general. The car didn't turn off the engine. Xia Jinyuan opened the door first. Yi Jifan hurried down the steps. The car didn't even turn off the engine. It was clear that the car was going to stop for a while and leave immediately. He had to hurry. But before he got close, the 3 guards immediately came out. 2 of them stopped Yi Jifan and said seriously, don't come near. Sorry, I want to follow the lieutenant general. Yi Jifan explained in a low voice. Before he could finish, he saw Yi Qian get out of the back door of the car. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yi Qian sternly. Chapter 1370. Yi Qian. Why was she in the same car as the lieutenant general? Why did the lieutenant general allow a military academy student to get in the car? What exactly happened in the middle of the journey? Yi Jifan's heart was in turmoil. She was actually in the same car as the lieutenant general, and they were even sitting in the back together. What did it mean for a military academy student to be received by a lieutenant general, and to be able to sit in the same car as the lieutenant general? What would it mean if, one day, he suddenly sat in the same car as the head of the southern province and got out of the car while talking and laughing? It meant that he liked her. It meant that there was hope for him. It meant that Yi Qian had a backer in the army. It meant that as long as she didn't make any mistakes, she would have a meteoric rise. Old Uncle Jen. What a silent old Uncle Jen who had connections that would allow him to reach the heavens. He was really blind, really blind. He must be blind. He pushed Yi Qian, who needed to be nurtured, to the side of a veteran with connections. Not only was he blind, but his brain was also flooded with water. A cool breeze blew over with a hint of summer heat. Yi Jifan, whose mouth was full of bitterness, shuddered violently. He was blind, he was blind. In this way, Yi Qian was able to rely on the lieutenant general, a capable and powerful lieutenant general. No wonder he was able to wear the military uniform in advance. No wonder he was able to reach the rank of captain. So that's how it was. Yi Qian got out of the car with one hand on the car door. Her voice was slightly restrained as she politely said goodbye. Goodbye, Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief Xia waved at her and smiled warmly. Little Yi, you can call me uncle when it's not working. Take care of yourself. Next time you come to the capital, give me a call in advance. He had completely accepted Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law. You can go now. Xia Jinyuan urged. It was rare to have a father who cheated his son like this. Yi Jifan, who was blocked by the guards, was a few meters away from the car. He couldn't hear what they were talking about, but from Yi Qian's smile, he could tell that they were having a good conversation. Also, what was the identity of the young man he saw during the day? Why are you sitting in the same carriage as the lieutenant general? For a moment, Yi Jifan's emotions rose and fell. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. While he secretly clenched his fists, he also realized that it was impossible for him to get to know the lieutenant general and use this opportunity to send his daughter, Yi Ying, into the capital government regiment. If he were in Yi Qian's shoes, he would definitely tell the lieutenant general about the grudges between the two parties. The lieutenant general knew Yi Qian first, so he would naturally side with her. This path was blocked. It wouldn't work. The mayor of Fujian town wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into, but who knew that the lieutenant general would turn a blind eye to it? When the 2 guards who stopped them walked down the stairs, the mayor of Fujian town, who was sweating profusely, tried to smooth things over. Director Yi, I'm afraid the Lieutenant General is not in the car. If he was in the car, he would definitely get out. I'm guessing the Lieutenant General is not in the car. The man and woman who came down are just basic military officers. How could he trouble the Lieutenant General to send them over? Yi Jifan, who was not in a good mood, sighed in relief. What he said made sense. How could a Lieutenant General personally send people to the guest house? Even the top leader of Anyang City did not have such an honor. Although he thought this, his intuition told him that the Lieutenant General was actually in the car. It was all because of those guards. Uncle, you are really something. You can actually get a Lieutenant General to personally send Yi Qian back. With a Lieutenant General as her backer, it would be difficult for his daughter to climb over her even if she entered the military. Yi Jifan's expression became gloomy. Chapter 1371. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't even have to show up. It was enough to make Yi Jifan not dare to act rashly. Yi Jifan, who had lost all face, had no choice but to follow the lead of the Fujian town mayor. He sighed regretfully and said, "It seems like he really isn't in the car. Mayor Chow, I'll go to the guest house to say hello to another acquaintance. Please help yourself." He was asking him to leave. The person he was looking for was Chan Dongfeng, who was unlikely to give him face. How could he let Mr. Chow follow him? Mayor Chow, who wanted to leave quickly so that Yi Jifan wouldn't hold him accountable, immediately said, Okay. I won't disturb you any further. Director Yi, I'll ask for your advice the next time I'm back in town. The sound of a car starting could be heard. Several guards got into the car. Yi Qian and the young man stood in the same place. Their backs were as straight as a pencil, and they had the same aura of a towering mountain. The young man was also a soldier. Yi Jifan's heart suddenly turned cold. He clenched his fists even tighter. The black car quickly drove into the night. Mayor Chow cautiously glanced at Yi Jifan and cautiously said goodbye. When he passed by the two young men, he couldn't help but take a second look at them before he quickly left. In this day and age, soldiers were not to be trifled with, especially those with military ranks. It was even more difficult to provoke them. He should quickly leave this place that made him feel uneasy. Yi Qian politely nodded to the mayor of Fujian town who had helped him today. However, he didn't see him leave in a hurry. It seemed like there was a vicious dog chasing after him. There wasn't a vicious dog, but there was someone even more vicious than a vicious dog. The two of them turned and looked at Yi Jifan, who was standing in front of the guest house. They both smiled coldly and looked at each other tacitly. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows with interest and said, "If he sticks to you, you can't hide." "There's nothing to hide. Since he's here, let's fight." Yi Qian smiled coldly and replied, "If he takes the initiative, then we can attack. Otherwise, we can just treat him like air." Tonight she still had things to do, so she didn't have the time to waste on him. Yi Jifan saw under the lamplight a young man and woman who looked like a pair of jade were intimately close. Step by step, they walked towards him hand in hand. They only cared about talking to each other and completely treated him as air. Although Yi Jifan, who was proud of his success in his official career, was cautious, when had he ever been ignored? Fortunately, he had always been able to endure humiliation, and was not angered to the point of losing his self-control. When Yi Qian saw this, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Yi Ying was blessed to have such a patient and resourceful father, be it in her previous life or in this life. What's wrong? Xia Jinyuan seemed to have sensed something. He lowered his head and asked her, "I think I heard you sigh." The lights in the guest house were very bright like a mirror, and there was a circle of soft light on the top of her head. Xia Jinyuan moved his fingers and resisted the urge to rub the top of her head. "Do you have any regrets?" I think that Yi Ying is blessed to have such a father. If her father was here, he would definitely protect her like Yi Jifan, and not let her suffer any grievances. Xia Jinyuan's heart clenched. He softened his tone and said gently, "My father is not bad either. Don't be fooled by how he sets traps for me from time to time and how I used to give him headaches. In fact, he is the most protective one. Look at him now. He's completely devoted to you. As his son, I have to take a step back. With my father around, you don't have to worry about fatherly love." Chapter 1372. Thinking about how Commander-in-Chief Xia made fun of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. Commander-in-Chief is both a strict father and a loving father. I can tell from the way you talk to him. She paused for a moment, and the smile on her slightly dry red lips deepened. I really didn't expect Commander-in-Chief to have such a side to him in private. He's never done that in front of me. My eldest, second, youngest, and aunts all dote on their daughters and are ruthless to their sons. My cousins were often beaten up in the past. Xia Jinyuan inadvertently brought up his relatives. Family Xia had always valued kinship. Which family was like his own? If the son got into trouble, they would beat him up, but if the daughter got into trouble, as long as she didn't make any moral mistakes, everyone would choose to ignore her. Yi Qian involuntarily swallowed when he heard this. Eldest, second, youngest, and aunts. Plus the third in the family, Commander-in-Chief Xia, that's 5 elders. As expected of a big family in Beijing, they had a prosperous family. When you have time, I'll take you home for a walk and meet our relatives. Daughters are pampered in our family, Xia. Our family has a prosperous family of sons, but there's only one daughter in every generation. In my generation there's only Xia Yue. The two of them whispered as they walked past Yi Jifan and entered the guest house. After checking their room number, they went upstairs together. When they reached the first step, Xia Jinyuan suddenly turned around and smiled at Yi Jifan. He gave him a disdainful look and nothing else. Yi Jifan didn't expect him to turn around so suddenly. Caught off guard, he was stunned by the arrogance in his eyes. The relationship between this young man and Yi Jian was not an ordinary relationship. It was very likely that they were lovers. After staring at their backs for a while, he finally calmed down and walked into the guest house with his mouth pressed tight. For the sake of his daughter, he had to talk to Chan Dongfeng tonight. At this moment, Yi Ying was waiting anxiously in the hotel. The television was on, but her mind was not on it at all. She paced back and forth in the room alone, impatience written all over her delicate face. She had been asked to wait in the hotel alone. It was already past 8 o'clock, but there was still no news. She didn't know if her father had spoken to the lieutenant general, or if he had completed his task. With the end of the summer vacation, our province's Canaan University will welcome the first day of new students. The provincial satellite channel broadcasted the news of new students entering the university. Yi Ying's eyes suddenly darkened as she sat by the bed and stared at the television. Canaan University, one of the key universities in Southern Province, was also one of the most famous key universities in the country. In the past, she hadn't taken him seriously. But now, 1 or 2 students who were not as good as her had been admitted to a key university. There were even a few ignorant students in her class who had called her and asked her which university they had been admitted to. They even pretended to comfort her by saying that they would take the exam next year. Bah! They were here to laugh at him. Just you wait, all of you wait. One day, I will make you all listen to me obediently. Yi Ying clenched her teeth and said with a face full of resentment. Her almond eyes were so gloomy that it seemed as if water would drip out. Wait until she entered the Beijing political group, wait until she climbed very, very high. Then she would definitely make them pay attention to her. Yi Ying, whose mind was becoming more and more twisted, did not know that her legs had already sunk deeper and deeper into the swamp. Yi Ying waited until 9:30 at night. She opened the hotel room door several times, but did not see the familiar figure return. Time passed little by little, and Yi Ying's heart sank little by little. Chapter 1373. Dad said that as long as there was good news, he should call me immediately. Since there was no news, it meant that there was no good news. Yi Jifan indeed did not have any good news. He did not know which room Principal Chun was in. After getting a room with his certificate as the director of the construction bureau, he walked back and forth. Fortunately, Yi Qian remembered that they were on the 3rd floor when they went upstairs. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find Principal Chun. Old Chun, I don't have any other request. I just hope that you can introduce me to the people in the army. This is just a piece of cake for you. Yi Jifan, who finally found someone, sighed again and again. He even pointed out his shortcomings in the past and sincerely apologized. I did not take care of the school in the past. But old Chun, tell me honestly, I did not make things difficult for the school. Now I don't want anything else. I just want my daughter to enter the army. As long as you can introduce me to some people, I will thank you regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Ying is young and has made many mistakes, but she has been changing herself. She is Yi Qian's cousin. She has half the same blood as Yi Qian. Based on this, she will not be worse than Yi Qian, let alone bring shame to Yi Qian. Principal Chen listened with an indifferent expression until Yi Jifan's mouth was dry. Principal Chen chuckled and said, Director Yi, you think too highly of me. I am just a retired principal. What can I do? You have found the wrong person. Also, I can guess why Director Yi wants to send your daughter to the army. As for what you said about your daughter having half the same blood as Yi Qian and not being worse than Yi Qian, Director Yi, don't you think it's ridiculous when you said that? Do you think my uncle and I helped Yi Qian get to where he is today? Director Yi, you have underestimated her. It's getting late. Director Yi, please. I need to rest. After listening to nearly 10 minutes of nonsense, Principal Chen understood that Yi Jifan was very determined to send Yi Ying into the army. With a cold look in his eyes, Principal Chen directly sent him off. Yi Ying was a troublemaker. She was no worse than Yi Qian. Yi Jifan sure is shameless. Yi Jifan smiled and apologized, but in the end, he didn't get anything. Only by being more patient could he suppress the anger in his heart. Old Chen, think about it. Mr. Yi, aren't you asking for too much? A clear and cold voice suddenly came from the front. The coldness in the voice made Yi Jifan's heart jump. He couldn't help but look over. It was Yi Qian. She had come over. Yi Qian, who had finished talking with the two school leaders, accidentally heard the sound in the corridor. She paused for a moment and heard Yi Jifan's words. She found it funny, but at the same time her heart was filled with anger. Step by step, she walked closer and stood in front of him. She stared at him sharply. A priceless jade pendant is in your hands. Do you want me to take it back? The moment she spoke, Yi Jifan's pupils contracted. Hearing her mention the jade pendant again after 4 years, no matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic. What jade pendant did I take from you? What nonsense are you talking about? What jade pendant? Do you need me to tell you what it looks like? Do you think I can't recognize Ying just because she's wearing a fake one? Mr. Yi, I didn't mention it because I didn't want it. Yi Qian sneered softly. Her expression became colder. Just because I didn't mention it doesn't mean I forgot. Also, Uncle Chen knows about my relationship with Ying. Do you think this is a secret that only you know? Chapter 1374. Hearing this, Yi Jifan's eyes turned cold. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Yi Qian. He stared closely and carefully. After a long time, Yi Jifan said calmly, I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Yi is indeed a smart person. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. Her clear eyes were cold. She looked at him with a faint smile. A smart person would know what I'm talking about. I can understand why Mr. Yi would want to hide a jade pendant that was expensive more than 10 years ago. She even knew that he had secretly appraised it more than 10 years ago. Yi Jifan clenched his jaw and stared expressionlessly at Yi Qian. He knew everything but didn't say anything. You don't have anything for me to hide. I don't need to hide anything from you. Her uncle had already passed away. Who else knew about the jade pendant? If he didn't admit it, what else could she do? Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at Yi Jifan's insistence on denying it. She could guess what he was thinking. She could tell from the slight changes in his expression. How could I not recognize my mother's belongings? Ever since I mentioned it that year, you immediately made a replica for Ying to wear. Weren't you afraid that if I mentioned it again, you'd give me a replica? I've said that Mr. Yi is a smart person. It's a pity that Mr. Yi only thinks of himself as a smart person and treats others as stupid. The jade pendant is in your hands. It's not something you can hide as you wish. It's because... She suddenly stopped talking. He heard Yi Jifan's dark eyes staring at the girl who was becoming more and more unfamiliar to him. She wanted him to take the initiative to ask her. Because of what? He needed to know what she was thinking. He had to ask her. Yi Jifan's eyes were not only cold, but so was his deep voice. It was like a stone covered in thick ice. He asked her in a cold and hard voice. Yi Jifan wasn't angry enough to leave after being forced to this point. If Ying didn't hold him back, his career would have been much smoother. Yi Jian was in awe of him. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching from the side, rubbed his forehead and smiled lovingly. The little fox's heart was really big. She even admired an old enemy. It's up to me whether I want to take it back or not. Remember my words, Mr. Yi. After Yi Qian finished speaking with a faint smile, he watched with interest as Yi Jifan's expression changed abruptly. It was truly satisfying. Since he came over in the middle of the night to cause trouble for her, she had to give him a piece of her mind. Yi Jifan's expression darkened. He stared at the girl who was still smiling so easily. After a long time he said coldly, "Yi Qian, you don't have the ability to threaten me." With that he walked away. Yi Qian hadn't forgotten about the jade pendant, but she didn't want it. Why didn't he want it even though he knew that it was priceless? Even Chen Dongfeng knew about Yi Qian's background. Did she know that she wasn't his elder brother's biological daughter? Speaking of the jade pendant, Yi Qian had indeed caused trouble for him, and it wasn't just any trouble. It made Yi Jifan feel uneasy. After a few days of fruitless work, he left with heavy footsteps. Not only did he not solve his problem, but he also brought back a bunch of problems that gave him a headache. He had to investigate thoroughly. When he got back. Mr. Yi, there are some people you can't touch just because you want to. For example, Yi Qian. No matter how high your rank is, you can't touch her. An even colder voice drifted over. It was filled with indifference and laziness. If you touch someone you shouldn't touch, no matter how powerful the people behind Mr. Yi are, they won't be able to protect you. Chapter 1375. This was the young man's voice. Just by listening to him speak, one could feel his elegance. Yi Jifan only felt a chill run down his spine. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on the tip of a knife. It was so sharp that it was difficult for him to walk. He could hear the confidence in the young man's voice. He was definitely not trying to scare him. He really could do what he said. Who would have thought that Yi Qian would become someone he couldn't touch? No matter how high he got promoted, he still couldn't touch him. Ironic, too ironic. Once upon a time, a little girl who was so weak that he could decide her life or death, with just a lift of his finger, had become someone he couldn't touch in just 5 years. Too ironic. Yi Jifan walked very slowly as he thought to himself. He smiled coldly. He wanted the jade pendant. He also wanted to get rid of this person. Let's see if he could touch her. Standing at the entrance of the guest house, Yi Jifan looked back at the guest house that only served soldiers and occasionally government officials. His elegant face revealed a trace of coldness that seeped into his blood. Yi Qian, it would have been better if you didn't mention the jade pendant. Now that you did, it means that you've been thinking about it. Yi Jifan narrowed his eyes. He waited until the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile before he walked down the stairs and left. The jade pendant was his treasure for promotion. If he wanted to take back his treasure, Yi Qian, he had to be alive to do so. In the hotel, Ying finally couldn't take it anymore. She picked up the landline phone that she had put down several times. Her fingers trembled unconsciously as she dialed a number. Hearing a familiar voice, Ying asked in a trembling voice, "Dad, when are you coming back? Why are you still awake? It's so late." Yi Jifan got out of the car and took the change from the taxi driver. He said, "Thank you," in a low voice before getting out of the car. "I'm at the entrance of the hotel. If you have anything to say it tomorrow morning." Ying had no choice but to swallow her words. She reluctantly said, "Oh, I got it. Dad, rest early." Rest early. Yi Jifan had always been patient with his only daughter. He knew what she wanted to ask, but in order to train her character, he didn't say much. When she thought about competing with Yi Qian, who had already gone far, Yi Ying's temper had to be tempered. If you don't grind, you won't become a talent. With his phone in hand, Yi Jifan gracefully nodded and thanked the hotel staff who opened the door for him. His steps were straight and steady as he walked towards the hotel elevator. He was in his early 40s, which was the golden age of a man. He had a successful career and a graceful demeanor. In addition, he had been an official for more than 10 years, so he had a calm charm and the dignity of an official. Along the way, several staff members and female guests could not help but look at him a few more times. Why did Ying remind Sun Dongqing to take care of herself? Why did she insist on signing her up for class and flower arrangement classes? It was because she realized the gap between her parents. She was afraid that one day, she would hear that her father had an affair. Fortunately, Yi Jifan was not a womanizer. Sun Dongqing had been with him when he was young. After being tortured by old Madame Yi, no matter how ambitious he was, he had never thought of changing his wife who was wholeheartedly loyal to him. Ying had been leaning against the door the whole time. When she heard the door close next door, she bit her lower lip and angrily lay on the bed with tears in her eyes. How could she fall asleep tonight if he didn't tell her anything? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Tears flowed down her face. Ying didn't know how long she cried before she fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 1376. The hour hand pointed to 12. Yi Jifan, who had smoked half a pack of cigarettes, put out the cigarette but in the glass ashtray with one hand. His gaze fell on the phone on the coffee table. He put out the cigarette butt and picked up the phone. He wasn't the only one who wanted to get rid of Yi Qian. There was another person who really had a grudge against Yi Qian's family, Sun Yaozu. The night flowed. The neon lights on the streets flickered with colorful lights, illuminating the tired faces and hurried footsteps of the people returning home at night. There were also people who stumbled out of the bars, swaying and drinking as they walked. Their actions outlined a corner of the city's life. At this time, Yi Qian had already fallen asleep. She didn't sleep very deeply. Her brows furrowed from time to time, faintly revealing her sadness. A tear slowly flowed from the corner of her eye and disappeared as she turned over. When the sky was still a little gray, Xia Jinyuan drove out of the hotel. Yi Qian and Principal Chan sat in the back of the car. "You two are really troublesome." Principal Chan looked helplessly at the two people who came early in the morning to block his door, afraid that he would take the car back alone. Although he criticized them, his expression was gratified. He sighed and said, "You send me back, but you have to rush back tomorrow. It's not easy to get a few days off. You should rest well." Yi Qian handed the breakfast he had prepared in advance to Principal Chan and smiled. "We're young so we don't get tired. You're the one who's really tired these days. I also want to go home. Don't chase me out of the car." "Uncle Chan, she's wanted to go home for a long time. When she goes to school, I'm afraid she won't be able to come back even once in a year or two. It's also possible that she won't be able to come back until 4 years later." Xia Jinyuan leaked the information to let Principal Chan know what to expect. They were both soldiers, so Principal Chan knew it was serious. Even his expression was serious. He immediately said to Yi Qian, "Don't worry about home. You can train outside without worry. The army has already arranged everything for me in the future. In the future, I will spend most of my time in the army, and will only be able to go home once in a while." With the start of the 99th National Day celebration, our country became the focus of the world's attention. The weapons that needed to be transported from the south to the north were also secretly transported. As a transit station, the Fujian Town Army had entered a special state of alert in January of this year. Principal Chan, who had been serving the army for a long time, also had a choice when he returned. Of course it would be much easier. Yi Qian didn't know what the army had arranged for him. When he heard this, he immediately felt relieved. "It's even better that you're in the army. Regiment Commander Liu, Political Commissar Yan, and the rest are all there. There are also many new recruits. Uncle Chan, I'm afraid you won't have much free time in the future." She spoke with a smile the entire time, and the sadness from yesterday seemed to have disappeared from her face. Xia Jinyuan glanced at her from the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile. Little Fox knew how to turn sadness into strength and longing into eternity. She would always remember her uncle's voice and face in her heart, and she would always show concern for her loved ones. This kind of little fox was very good. Special Forces soldiers were humans too. They had emotions and desires, but the difference was that they had to control their emotions. You could be sad, but you had to always remember that you were still holding a gun in your hand. You could be happy, but you had to always remember that you were a Special Forces soldier who couldn't show your emotions. Yi Qian was happy and sad, but he had learned to control it. This was really good. It was very reassuring. It was only past 10 o'clock when they returned to the village. As usual, Xia Jinyuan sent Yi Qian and Principal Chan to the village entrance before he drove to the army base in the mountains. Chapter 1377. There was no other reason other than that Principal Chan didn't want the villagers to know that Yi Qian had a boyfriend. Although it was a different era, Shuka village was still an old-fashioned village. It was fine to get married at the age of 18 or 19, but it was definitely wrong to get into a relationship while studying. In order to prevent bad rumors from spreading, our Major Xia's identity had to be kept a secret. Xia Jinyuan didn't have any objections to this. He didn't want Yi Qian to be disturbed by rumors. After entering the village, Yi Qian saw familiar villagers working in the fields. He greeted them with a smile. "Uncle Hai, it's getting hot." A villager who was bending over to pluck water plants in the fields heard his voice and immediately straightened up. He said in disbelief, "Little Yi Old-chun, hey, why are you guys back so soon? Old uncle just passed away yesterday. Why are you guys back so soon?" "Yes, we're back. Uncle Hai, you go ahead." Yi Qian knew why they were surprised. Funerals in the village usually took a few days, but Grandpa Jen only took a day from his death to his burial. It was normal for Uncle Hai to be surprised. Uncle Hai was the villager Yi Qian met on the first day after his rebirth. He even stood up for Yi Qian and scolded Sun Dongqing. With muddy hands, he carefully looked at Yi Qian's face and said, "I'll come to your house to enjoy the cool air. Your house is very cool." There was a mountain at the back, a peach forest in front, and a sea of bamboo on both sides. Summer was the coolest. After chatting with Uncle Hai for a while, Yi Qian met a few other villagers who had finished their work and were preparing to go home. They chatted as they walked, and when they found out that old Uncle Jen had passed away peacefully, their conversation became much more relaxed. "Old uncle, you're so lucky. You suffered when you were young, but now you're living a good life. The military took care of you when you were alive, and you and the people in the military sent you off when you were dying. That's good, that's good. Yes, little Yi, you're doing well now." Old uncle was smiling when he left. It's clear that he has nothing to worry about and left peacefully. "You're the only military academy student in our town," another villager said with some pride. "You're the only military academy student in our town. All the villagers in the surrounding area have specially come to our village to see you. Our entire village feels proud of you." Principal Chen laughed. "Little Yi is thin-skinned and doesn't like to be publicized. If you guys continue talking, little Yi will be embarrassed." "What's there to be embarrassed about? That's how it is. Our village." Before the villager could finish his sentence, a sharp voice came from the front and interrupted him. "This is incredible. Fujian Town's famous person, the first military academy student, is finally willing to return to the village." Sun Dongqing, who was standing at the entrance of her house, made sure that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. The moment she opened her mouth, she didn't say anything nice. "Military school students are so amazing. They're even harder to find than my old Yi. TSK. Looks like you're already thinking of yourself as a big shot before you even begin." When the villagers heard this, their faces turned cold. They exchanged glances with each other and gestured for Yi Qian to ignore her. There was nothing much to say to this kind of person. Everyone knew that Sun Dongqing disliked little Yi the most. The villagers all knew this very well. However, now that she was the wife of a provincial official, she put on airs and looked like she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just looking at her made people feel disgusted. She didn't return to the village all year round, but she just had to come back this year. Outside, people said that she came back to avoid the summer heat. Some even said that she didn't want to serve the paralyzed old lady Yi. In short, there were all kinds of rumors, but none of them were good. Don't pay attention to her. You can't afford to offend her, but you can avoid her. Little Yi walked between us. Chapter 1378. The more stubborn villager snorted. "Why should we leave? She didn't do anything wrong. Why can't we have a chat? Don't be afraid, Yi girl. If she's so arrogant in the village, we won't be afraid of her." Normally, if there was a high-ranking official in the village, the villagers would respect him. However, Yi Jifan's family had become the target of the villagers' reverence. They didn't need his family to do anything, nor did they need Yi Jifan to show his face. All they had to do was nod their heads when they met. After all, who wouldn't go against the unreasonable Sun Dongqing for no reason? Principal Chan also said in a low voice, "Ever since she found out that you were admitted to the military academy, she hasn't stopped talking. The more you talk to her, the more energetic she gets. Ulchen is right. That's right. The more you talk to her, the more energetic she gets. Yi Qian didn't want to talk to her either. There was no need to quarrel with her. He smiled and talked to the villagers who were concerned about him, not even looking at Sun Dongqing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Sun Dongqing was even more pleased. Did you see that? Seeing her was like a mouse seeing a cat. What military academy student, bah! Without the damned old man's protection, how much trouble could a wild girl like her, who had no parents and no one to teach her? It was good that the damned old man died. It was a pity that he didn't die a few years earlier. Otherwise, that damned girl wouldn't have been able to cause any trouble. She raised her chin and continued her one-man show. Even if you get into the military academy, you won't be presentable. You're destined to be useless if you mix around with bumpkins every day. Things that aren't presentable will never be presentable. She thought that others weren't presentable, but she didn't know that the entire village thought so as well. After she finished speaking, she spat on the ground and laughed arrogantly. Damned girl, damned girl. Wait until Yingying enters the capital government regiment. Humph, you're just a small military academy student. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Ying hadn't even entered yet, but Sun Dongqing was already daydreaming. Hearing this, Yi Qian only felt that it was funny. It seemed that Yi Jifan hadn't told her about how he kept hitting a wall. He wanted her to continue daydreaming. Seeing Yi Qian pass by the courtyard gate, Sun Dongqing was unwilling to let him go. When she saw Yi Qian's cold smile, she felt as if she had been humiliated. With a heavy snort, she stepped out of the courtyard and directly blocked Yi Qian's path. Don't you have any manners? Didn't the school teach you to respect your elders and not say a word in front of them? If you don't even know how to be polite, how did you get into the military academy? I already said that you didn't get into the military academy properly. Who would believe that someone like you could get into the military academy? She was, after all, the wife of the head of the construction bureau. Her words were even worse than those of an ignorant village woman. She did not have the slightest temperament. Sun Dongqing, how do you get into the military academy? Do you want your Yi Ying to come out and explain? The villagers who had been advising Yi Qian to ignore them immediately retorted. That's not right. Your Yi Ying can't say it. She didn't even take the college entrance exam. How would she know about the military academy? With just one sentence, Sun Dongqing was put on the spot. Her face alternated between green and white, which was very interesting. We're all from the same village. Do you think we don't know what happened to your family? Sun Dongqing, we know that you don't like Yi Qian. Yi Qian has already avoided you, but you still don't let it go. Don't blame us for standing up for her. Just because we don't talk about Yi Ying doesn't mean that we don't know. We don't talk about it because we're giving face to Yi Jifan. But you just have to find trouble and embarrass your family. Don't think that the villagers were really honest. They had gone overboard and each person said a sentence. It was enough to make Sun Dongqing angry for a while. Chapter 1379. How could Sun Dongqing tell anyone about Yi Ying's failure? She thought that if she kept it a secret, the villagers who lived far away from the provincial capital wouldn't know about it. Now that it was exposed, she pointed at Yi Qian and cursed. I knew you were a troublemaker. Damn you, why didn't you die with that old bastard? As soon as you came back, you... Yi Qian didn't give her a chance to finish her sentence. She could tolerate it if someone insulted her, but she couldn't tolerate it if someone insulted Grandfather Zhen, who was respected by the entire army. No one saw how she moved. She was smiling just a moment ago, but now she was strangling Sun Dongqing's neck with one hand. Her expression was so cold that the men couldn't help but shiver. Sun Dongqing was the one who was most shocked. She did not even know how her neck was strangled by Yi Jian. Her eyes widened in shock as she clung tightly to Yi Jian's hands. Let go. Oh, let go, let go, let go. She couldn't even make a sound as she was forced against the wall by Yi Qian. Her back was pressed against the scorching wall. Sun Dongqing saw the hostility in Yi Qian's eyes. She struggled even harder in fear and panic. Who do you think you are? Yi Jian looked at her coldly. Every word that came out of her mouth seemed to be stained with blood. Her hostility was so heavy that it was like rusty iron. I didn't quarrel with you because you're nothing in my eyes. You're nothing and you think you're worthy of talking to me? You're asking for death. Yi Qian wanted to kill her, but he was still able to control himself. Otherwise, he would have broken her neck with one move. The words courting death exploded above Sun Dongqing's head like a clap of thunder, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. She let out a muffled woo-woo sound from her throat, and even tears began to flow out of her eyes. The villagers were all shocked by Yi Qian's coldness. They didn't even have time to react. As for Principal Chun, he didn't want to move. Since she dared to scold his uncle, she deserved to be taught a lesson. Little Yi knew what she had to do. Yi Qian tightened his grip, and Sun Dongqing started to find it more and more difficult to breathe. Without a source of oxygen, she didn't even have the strength to struggle. Her hands eventually became powerless as she hammered Yi Qian's right arm. Her eyes faintly rolled upward. Yi Qian wanted to kill her. She would really kill her. Sun Dongqing, who had never been so close to death, and had never experienced what it felt like to die from suffocation, was scared. She was so scared that despair showed on her face. She wanted to ask the villagers for help, but she realized that none of them were looking at her. They were all looking at Yi Qian. No one helped her, no one stood up to stop her. It was as if they all wanted her to be strangled to death. Despair overwhelmed her, and a stream of warm water flowed down from between her legs. Little Yi let go. The expressionless Principal Chun loosened his grip. She knows fear. The stunned villagers finally reacted. They all pulled Yi Qian's hand. Little Yi, that's enough, that's enough. She's just a cheap mouth. Just teach her a lesson. She's so scared that she's crying. Of course she knows fear. All right. As long as you've vented your anger, that's enough. No one went to help Sun Dongqing up. They were all men, so how could they help her? If they didn't help her properly, this woman might accuse them of molesting her. She deserved it, she really deserved it. The dead should be respected. She still dared to scold them like this. She should be taught a lesson. Chapter 1380. No one really thought that Yi Qian was wrong. Just like what Sun Dongqing said just now, if he had a son or a daughter at home, he would have already taken a weapon and smashed the door. At noon, the sun was scorching hot, so hot that the cicadas on the trees were like withered leaves. They would occasionally chirp for a while before they stopped. Sun Dongqing, who was sitting by the wall of her yard, panted heavily. She did not even know when Yi Jian had left after escaping death. She was panting heavily. After being exposed to the sun for at least 10 minutes, Sun Dongqing, whose face was still pale, finally stood up with trembling legs. Before she could stand up straight, she fell back down and sat on the spot where she had spilled the yellow soup. She didn't care about being angry anymore. She just wanted to hurry back to her house and lock the door. Scared, she was scared, really scared. Yi Qian wanted to kill her. He really would have killed her just now. If it wasn't for Chun Dongfeng stopping him, she wouldn't have been able to get up and lie on the ground now. Sun Dongqing, who was so scared that tears came out of her eyes, finally crawled back to her house. She really didn't have the strength to stand up. Even if it was just a few steps, her knees were so weak that she couldn't exert any strength. At that time, Yi Qian was already sitting at the village head's house, eating a sumptuous lunch while chatting. He didn't mention anything about Uncle Jen, only saying that she didn't return to the village because the school arranged for her to be in military training. After lunch, he chatted and laughed with the two elders in the village as he walked back to his house. After passing through the peach forest, he saw that the villagers were all sitting outside his house. Uncle Chun was still the most experienced. After lunch he hurried back. Otherwise, he would have locked the villagers outside his house. Although the sun was in the afternoon, Yi Qian's house was indeed cool. The elders sat in the living room, while the younger ones leaned against the door or sat directly under the beams outside the house. They held thin fans in their hands and fanned themselves as they talked. The villagers of Shuka village all knew about Uncle Jen's death, and that he was buried in the cemetery of martyrs. The elderly couldn't help but wipe away their tears and sigh as they talked. They didn't forget to comfort Yi Qian. The village chief, Zhang Difu, was the most authoritative person in the village. Looking at the only military academy student in town as the village chief, he was also worried that the departure of his uncle would affect her studies. Furthermore, Uncle Jen had mentioned before that if he was not around, the village would still need to take care of Yi Qian. After waiting for the elders in the village to finish speaking, he turned to Yi Qian and said earnestly, "When people are born, they will grow old. No one can control it. Old uncle died of old age. Good people have good karma. Little Yi, you don't have to be too sad. Uncle doesn't want to see you crying all day. The village chief is right. Little Yi, you're a military academy student. You're going to be a soldier. They always say on TV that blood is shed but not shed tears. You can't cry so easily." They also brought up Yi Qian's admission into the military academy. Uncle Zhen passed away peacefully, reminding Yi Qian to take good care of herself when she was alone outside. If she lacked anything, she should give the village a call and other similar concerns. Yi Qian answered them all politely and respectfully. The villagers who listened to her liked her even more. Look at little Yi. She was so much better than Ying. That girl, she was impatient when asked a question. She liked to talk about how her father was and how he was. She even liked to say, "You don't understand." It was more than a little tiring to talk to her. There was also Sun Dongqing, who looked down on the villagers but liked to show off in front of them. Now, the villagers of Shuke village had a very bad impression of Yi Ying. Compared to Yi Qian, there was no comparison. Chapter 1381. Yi Jian, who only stayed in the village for one night, left Shuke village at 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. It was not until 7 o'clock in the morning that the villagers wanted to call Yi Jian to their house for dinner that they realized she had already left. This girl is still the same as before. She's afraid of disturbing others. Principal Chan smiled and said, "She was in a rush to catch the train and was afraid that she would miss the news. She's also a reliable person. I didn't even wake up before she packed her luggage and left." The child had grown up and was finally flying away. Headmaster Chan chatted and laughed with the villagers as they walked towards the vegetable garden. Little Yi had gone to school, so he tidied up the vegetable garden. He had to report to the army the day after tomorrow. Yi Qian wasn't the only one who left early in the morning. Sun Dongqing also left. "Before I left, I repeatedly reminded you that if Yi Qian comes back, don't go head-to-head with her." Yi Jifan, who had driven home early in the morning, scolded Sun Dongqing in a low voice after receiving a call from his wife. "Look at you. She didn't even enter the house before you blocked her way. You even dared to scold Uncle General Sun Dongqing. Are you out of your mind?" Yi Jifan didn't even enter the house. He immediately drove away after picking up Sun Dongqing. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Sun Dongqing, who hadn't slept the entire night, was still battered and exhausted. Her hair was uncombed and her face was swollen. She covered her neck with dull marks and retorted, "Yi Jifan, do you still have a conscience? I was almost killed by a silly girl. Instead of standing up for me, you scolded me. Are you a fucking man?" Yi Qian had been ruthless yesterday, so her voice was hoarse when she spoke. "Silly girl, Sun Dongqing, she wanted to kill you. Do you still think she's a silly girl?" Yi Jifan really didn't want to bother with this stupid girl of his. She kept finding trouble for him all day long and never stopped. That's right. Yi Qian really wanted to kill her yesterday. Sun Dongqing felt a chill on her neck and hurriedly covered it with her hands. She looked a little scared. Yi Jifan became angrier when he saw this. She couldn't win against Yi Qian in terms of scolding and fighting, yet she dared to provoke him. Zhang Difu had called last night and said that the villagers of Shuke village would not dare to have anything to do with Director Yi in the future. They were afraid that Sun Dongqing would bully them to their ancestral grave. These words were extremely heavy. He was, after all, an official from Shuke village. If even the local people didn't recognize him, what kind of good reputation would he have if word got out? Who knew what kind of trouble they would stir up if they let their political opponents seize the opportunity? His career was going to be affected. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with anger, and his voice became more ferocious. "Do you think you can take advantage of her by scolding her? Sun Dongqing, do you want to send me out for investigation and have the provincial government dismiss me? Only then will you be satisfied. It would have been fine if you had the upper hand, but in the end you were almost killed by her. I say, why didn't I really kill you?" Yi Jifan was also very angry. He was still thinking of ways to get closer to the military officers who attended old Uncle Zhen's funeral yesterday, but she blocked all his paths with one sentence. Once Yi Qian and Chan Dongfeng told platoon leader Liu and political commissar Yan about this. Sending their daughter to the Beijing political regiment? There was no hope for her to even enter the local army. Her husband didn't help her and even cursed her for not being killed. Sun Dongqing had always been able to hold her head high in front of Yi Jifan. When she heard what he said, it was like an erupting volcano. She immediately cursed in a hoarse voice in the car. Good. You finally spoke the truth. Chapter 1382. You want to kill me? Fine, kill me now. Yi Qian doesn't have to do it himself. I'll invite you to do it. Please kill me. Yi Jifan was so angry that his temples were bulging. He stopped the car by the roadside and shouted, "If I could kill you, I would fucking kill you right now, you idiot who ruined our daughter's future." What do you mean? As long as Yi Ying was involved, Sun Dongqing immediately grasped the main point. She stopped making a fuss and stared at her husband with disheveled hair. What do you mean? What does me scolding Yi Qian have to do with Ying Ying's future? Yi Jifan, who had been having a hard time in the past few days, rolled down the car window in annoyance. He lit a cigarette for himself and took a deep puff. Yi Jian attended Uncle Jin's funeral wearing a military uniform and a military rank. Isn't she a military academy student? What's so great about wearing a military uniform? Before her husband could finish, Sun Dongqing pouted and said, "Our Ying Ying can wear a military uniform even if she joins the Beijing government regiment." Last night's lesson was still effective. Subconsciously, Sun Dongqing didn't dare to call her wretched girl anymore. So what if I scolded her? She deserved it. Sun Dongqing didn't know what trouble she had caused for Yi Jifan. When she mentioned Yi Qian, she didn't even realize that her anger had weakened. Stop trying to scare me. Yi Jifan saw that she still hadn't reacted. He was so angry that he sneered. I'm trying to scare you? Sun Dongqing, let me tell you. Yi Qian is now a military officer with a military rank. She's not a military academy student. 2 days ago, she met the soldiers as Uncle Jin's granddaughter. Do you know who these soldiers are? The leaders of the military academy came. The leaders of the military district came. There was even a lieutenant general. They all came. They all came to attend Uncle Jin's funeral. All of them knew Yi Qian. Yi Qian knew all of them. By the end of his speech, Yi Jifan was practically roaring. He was roaring so much that his saliva was splattering everywhere. Sun Dongqing was still a little confused. She twisted her body uneasily, as she thought about it, she finally grasped the main point. Her face changed dramatically, and then her lips trembled until her face turned pale. Yi Qian knows them? Are you sure? Her daughter was going to enter the capital's political corps. If Yi Qian really knew so many military officers, Sun Dongqing felt her hands and feet turn cold early in the morning. Even her heart turned cold. No, impossible. How could it be? She's an orphan. No, impossible. Uncle Jin is just an old man. How is it possible? How is it possible that so many military officers will attend his funeral? Yi Jifan, don't scare me. Scared? Are you scared now? Yi Jifan glared at her with murderous eyes. He clenched his teeth and sneered. Are you scared? Are you scared now? I also want to tell you that the lieutenant general personally escorted Yi Qian back to the guest house that night. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know the other military officers, as long as she knows the lieutenant general. I've been trying my best to get in touch with the military, but you ruined all my efforts by calling him an old man. Sun Dongqing, who are you to scold? How dare you scold Uncle Jin? Don't you know that the dead should be respected? If you dare to scold someone like that in the village, everyone with children will come to your house and raid it. If you're stupid, can you not drag me and my daughter into it? Yi Qian only needs to report what happened yesterday to the military officers he knows. My daughter wants to enter the capital's political corps? I'm telling you, don't even think about entering the local military. Chapter 1383. Sun Dongqing was dumbfounded. I don't know. I thought that Yi Qian would return to normal after old man Jin died. I don't know. You didn't say anything. How would I know when I was in the village? She stuttered and couldn't finish her sentence. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to say. You didn't tell me a single thing. How would I know that she could be so powerful? I would know who she was and who she was and who she was. If I went and saw the scene, I wouldn't dare to say anything. The more Sun Dongqing spoke, the more anxious she became. She turned around and stamped her feet. She was like an ant on a hot pan. Yi Jifan finished his cigarette and glanced coldly at the anxious Sun Dongqing. He opened the car door and got into the car with a gloomy face. Do you think you can come up with a solution just because you're anxious? Get in. Okay. Sun Dongqing didn't dare to argue anymore. She had made a big mistake and could only rely on her husband to explain. She should go along with him. The most important thing now was to settle her daughter's matter. I've thought about it. You should go and apologize to Yi Qian first, then go to the cemetery and offer a wreath to old uncle. Yi Jifan couldn't think of a better solution. He could only apologize to Yi Qian and ask her not to tell anyone. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other solution. You want me to apologize? Sun Dongqing's face fell. She felt a pain in her chest. I was almost killed by her. You want me to apologize to her? Do I have to be so cheap? She was so angry. So angry. If you want to apologize to her, you have to see if she accepts it or not. Yi Jifan didn't want to say anything else. He prepared himself for the worst. If she really couldn't enter the army, then she would be sent abroad. Sun Dongqing's chest was not only hurting, but her liver was also hurting. After a while, she suppressed her anger and said through gritted teeth, "Apologize. For Ying, I'll even kneel and apologize." Where is she? Go and find her now. For the sake of her daughter's future, she was willing to give up her dignity. As long as her daughter was successful, she would teach Yi Qian a lesson one day. If I knew where she was, I would have brought you there when I came back. Go straight to her school. Yi Jifan was probably too angry. Every time he spoke, he clenched his jaw tightly. Even his hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles looked ferocious. Both husband and wife were in a bad mood. The gloominess on their faces was so thick that even the sun outside couldn't disperse it. Yi Qian, who was driving, did not expect that Yi Jifan and his wife would go to the school to look for Ying because of her. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan several times from the corner of his eyes, who was resting with his eyes closed. Before he could look away, he heard him say lazily, "Little fox, if you continue to peek at me like this, you're going to steal my sleepiness away." Caught red-handed, Yi Qian did not feel awkward. Instead, he smiled and said, "I still don't know who won the competition between you and them." As soon as he returned to the army, he was directly dragged to the shooting range and obstacle course by Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen to compete with the soldiers. Lu Tuan only told her that Captain Xia fought against dozens of soldiers alone, but did not tell her the final result. There can only be one result. Xia Jinyuan laughed. His elegant and handsome face was slightly mischievous. He sighed and said, "Poor 24 soldiers. They're probably still being punished right now." When competing with a Special Forces soldier in a comprehensive skill competition, the results were usually not optimistic. But she didn't expect him to be so merciless. You know that they're pitiful? Why didn't you show them mercy? Chapter 1384. I can't go easy on you. Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen said that they want to test if I'm qualified to be your boyfriend. Little fox, in order to prove to them that I'm qualified to be your boyfriend, I did my best. Xia Jinyuan, who was no longer sleepy, turned sideways and gazed tenderly at the girl he loved. When he saw her smile at his words, he couldn't help but smile too. I can't go easy on you in yesterday's competition. If I lost, Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen would definitely call you and advise you to reconsider carefully. Don't agree to be my wife. Captain Xia, where did Brother Z say he was waiting for us? Yi Qian didn't want to know the result. She only knew that if she continued talking, the thick-skinned Xia Jinyuan would say more things that would make her blush. She changed the topic abruptly, which made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows and laugh. Yi Jian couldn't help but blush when she heard his laughter, which was as deep as a zither. During the 6-hour journey from Shuka village to Anyang City, the laughter in the car never stopped. Yi Qian kept her company all the way until they arrived at school on the 31st. Yi Qian's smile never stopped. With someone who was wholeheartedly good to her, who was willing to coax, pamper and love her, no matter how cold Yi Qian's heart was, it gradually warmed up. I'll go by myself. You don't have to accompany me. When they arrived at the entrance of the National Science University, which was even more solemn than other universities, Yi Qian whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "You should go back and report. Don't be distracted by my matters." Even if he rushed back, he wouldn't mind waiting for a couple of hours. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed into his military uniform, pointed at the entrance and smiled. It's still the freshman's military training period. If you go in like this, the sentries won't let you in. At the mention of the sentries, a young man in a military uniform walked over and saluted Xia Jinyuan. "Hello, teacher. Is there anything I can help you with?" "It's okay. I'll send her through the registration procedures." Xia Jinyuan returned the military salute and asked her, "Where's the place where freshmen report? You can point it out to me." After checking the relevant documents and confirming Yi Qian's identity as a freshman, the strictly guarded entrance of the National Science University allowed Yi Qian to enter. One step at a time, two at a time, she walked past the solemn school gate with the national emblem hanging high above. Yi Qian finally began her military academy career. A new page had opened in her life, and she would definitely push Yi Qian to glory step by step. "Congratulations, little fox. You're one step closer to your goal." Xia Jinyuan personally handed the trainee's uniform to Yi Qian. He gazed deeply at the girl who was chasing after him as her goal. "I spent 4 years here. Now you're going to spend 4 years here too. Little fox, we'll meet in the army 4 years later." His little fox had finally grown into a pine tree that could stand proud in the wind and snow. As for him, he was waiting for her return in 4 years. Freshman. Yi Qian reporting for duty. Late freshman, late report. Freshman Yi Qian finally walked in front of the 45 freshmen. As a girl and one of the only 3 girls in the class, Yi Qian's appearance was like a cool breeze on a hot summer day, blowing away the heat of the 42 boys. The ones in charge of the military training were 4th-year students of the National Science University. Following the old rules of the National Science University, the freshmen's instructors were all outstanding 4th-year seniors. Although the person in charge of the military training was a 4th-year student, he could see the qualifications of an officer from them. His expression was cold and resolute, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. Yi Qian straightened his back and accepted the gaze. Chapter 1385. The Military Academy's military training was an order from the headquarters. The freshmen would complete their military training a month earlier than other freshmen. The freshmen had to follow the rules on the notice and end their summer vacation a month earlier to complete the military training, which was much more intense than other freshmen. Freshmen did not have any conditions to avoid the military training, because only by going through the cruel and strict military training could they wear the glorious military uniform and become a member of the military academy. The freshmen would have to go through everything from formation, housekeeping, discipline, general knowledge, basic tactics, light weapons usage, knowledge of the different branches of the military, and so on during their military training. All freshmen were required to complete their transformation from local youths to qualified soldiers as soon as possible, to adapt to military life in advance, to abide by all rules and regulations, and to obey orders unconditionally. All freshmen obeyed strictly, even if they were so tired that they could only crawl back to their dorms on the first day. They would grit their teeth and continue to persevere on the second day. Some people could not take it anymore and proposed to drop out in a fit of anger. That day they were summoned by the political instructor for a talk, but the next day they could be seen on the training field again. Since you chose to apply for the military academy, you should know that this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. No one wants to be special, and no one can escape the orders of the headquarters. No matter how good your college entrance exam results are, you will not be special here. Persevere is your only choice. No one wanted to be special, no one could escape from military training then. This freshman Yi Qian who had suddenly appeared before them, why didn't she come to participate in the military training earlier? Being stared at by the senior year seniors and all 45 students in the class, Yi Qian maintained the standard standing posture with her stomach tucked in and chest puffed out, accepting the baptism of their gazes. Only the higher-ups of the military academy knew that Yi Qian had gone to the island to complete the frogman training. The senior year monitor in charge of the military training did not have the right to know, so when Yi Qian suddenly appeared, he was stunned for 3 seconds. In a breath, he immediately reacted and said, "Fall in." He was not sure what the situation was, but the freshman Yi Qian could still complete the registration without participating in the military training, and even receive the training uniform to participate in the final day of the military training assessment. It could be seen that she had already submitted the relevant documents to the military division to be exempted from the military training, and with the approval of the military division and the school, she was exempted from the military training. Since she had rushed to the final physical fitness test, then she would have to complete the test like all the other freshmen. The student monitor only took 3 seconds to figure out the crux of the matter. Without any questions, he immediately allowed Yi Qian to return to the team. 8 pull-ups on the horizontal bar. You have completed 3 exercises on the horizontal bar. 7 pull-ups on the horizontal bar. You have completed 3 exercises on the horizontal bar. The afternoon was the comprehensive military training physical fitness test, which was also to check the freshmen's physical fitness results for the past month. The instructor announced the subjects that needed to be tested in the afternoon one by one. 1500 m lightweight, fully armed running test, 800 m running test and sit-up test. All test subjects will be scored according to the physical fitness test scoring standards. Each test will be scored on a 100-point system. After the student monitor finished explaining the physical fitness test, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Junior brothers and sisters, I wish you all the best in advance for passing the test and getting your own set of military uniforms. His gaze gradually shifted to Yi Qian, who was standing in the first row. Freshman Yi Qian, are you ready? Ready for the test at any time. Yi Qian replied calmly. This was her journey, so how could she not be prepared? Chapter 1386. Looking at the girl standing straight in front of them and listening to her confident and calm answer, the male students in the class who were physically superior were inexplicably nervous. A few words flashed across their minds. A strong opponent has arrived. The class monitor, who had switched his identity to senior brother, nodded and smiled. Not bad, very confident. What we need is confidence. Also, I have something to tell you. Students with good physical fitness will enjoy a lot of benefits in the future. As long as your results are excellent this month, you can arrange your training time for the next month. Pointing at himself, the senior brother boasted immodestly. For example, I can arrange my own training time for 4 months a year. Every time I go back to the dorm and see them tired like a cow, I go to the lab refreshed. So proud. In other words, the senior brother class monitor in front of them was not only a top student, he was also a top student in physical fitness. In the military academy, physical fitness and studies are equally important. They are both called second lives by us military academy students. Sometimes they are even more important than studies. Especially the physical fitness assessment that has a mini exam every week and a major exam every month. You guys have to be mentally prepared. Many weak students who only study in high school for the sake of getting into a good school have no choice but to sacrifice their free time and weekend time for extra physical training, once they can't pass the test. Junior brothers and sisters, do your best. This assessment will affect your physical fitness arrangements for the next month. Those with good results can stay in the library, the lab, and do research. Those with bad results can continue to enjoy the sunshine of the city. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. After today, they would be liberated tomorrow. Who knew? There was still physical training day after day, year after year. The faces of those with weaker physical fitness immediately turned a little pale. Rest here for 10 minutes. The 2 brothers next door are done. Let's go to class. A sharp whistle sounded. The senior brother reverted to his role as class monitor in a second and shouted, "Attention at ease. Dismissed." All of a sudden, the students, who were under a lot of psychological pressure, were dismissed for a break, but none of them smiled. A few of the more arrogant boys tightened their grip on their training uniforms and said unhappily, "Are you kidding me? There's a small test every week and a big test every month. Are we still going to study? Are we here to study or to train? Fuck. What kind of arrangement is this? Stop talking, you're not the only one like this. We're all like this. Second year, third year, and fourth year are all the same. How can we be an exception? TSK, don't talk about how can we be an exception. Isn't there an exception in our class? That freshman called Yi Qian. How can she be an exception? Fuck. We came here a month in advance, just in time to be exposed to the sun the most. She, on the other hand, came here so easily. Another boy picked up the uniformly issued military water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls of water. He continued to complain. She looks quite good. I'm afraid she's from a senior official's family. She's just starting to get special treatment. I don't know how much special treatment she will get in the future. Do you want to be scolded again? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? The male student sitting next to him warned him in a low voice. He glanced at Yi Jian, who was talking to the class monitor, and said in a low voice, "If she is really from a senior official's family, we can't afford to offend her." Chapter 1387. Besides, if she doesn't have military training now, what about in the future? Didn't you hear what Senior said? If she doesn't pass the physical fitness test, she'll have to suffer. Right now, it's called suffering the hardest to rise above the rest. Probably had a psychological effect. A few of the male students who were unhappy about Yi Qian not participating in the military training finally felt a bit better. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. They just felt that it was unfair and said a few words. Under the scorching sun, the students who were resting on the spot were sweating profusely. More or less, they were talking about the students who were parachuted in. One of the students suddenly let out an "ah" and slapped his forehead hard. He said to the students beside him, Yi Jian. She's that Yi Qian. The national top scorer Yi Qian. Those who were able to get into the National University of Science and Technology were all students with good overall grades. With this mention, a few people immediately reacted. Yes, it's that Yi Qian. Her score is shockingly high. Oh my god, so she also got into our school. Once the conversation started, almost all of it revolved around Yi Qian. The student monitor was explaining the morning's test subjects to Yi Qian. Student, since you're here, you can make up for the morning's test subjects. You can report with me later. After the afternoon's test, you can make up for the morning's test. Push-ups, standing long jump, 10 mx 4m run, sit-ups, squats. Yi Qian's focus was not on these subjects, but on the brackets behind each subject. In the brackets there was the word, unlimited. Excuse me, I want to know what unlimited means. She wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to pass the simple tests and the tests with additional conditions. She just wanted to understand the rules in detail. The class monitor explained while crying, "It means there's no time limit. Let's see where your limit is. If you do the most, the better your physical performance, the higher your score will be. The highest score can't be higher than 100 points." Yi Qian joked without any psychological burden. The senior year class monitor said seriously, "We can add a 100 plus to it to represent excellence." Then there was no problem. Yi Qian smiled slightly and pointed at the earliest test, the 5 kilometers cross-country run. "Then I'll leave this for tonight. Can we arrange it tonight?" Her sudden appearance directly caused some students to be dissatisfied. In a military school that emphasized strength, Yi Qian didn't mind using her strength to tell the students that she didn't come because she didn't want to come, nor was it because she wanted to avoid military training. He glanced at the male students who were drinking water and said with a smile, "Let's finish the test in one day." Yi Qian, Yi. Come Yi Qian, Qian, and Qian. She still wanted to enjoy the 4 years of military academy life. "Sure, we'll arrange it." Since the freshmen were on the stage, the senior class monitor was also relaxed. He maintained a serious expression and reminded Yi Jian, "You'll be the last one to go up later. Let's see how they test." "Aren't we taking the test together?" Yi Qian narrowed her eyes slightly and had an idea. "It's a bit late to be the last one. How about this, I'll go finish the afternoon test first, then rush back to finish the morning test. How about that?" There were students who took the initiative to take the test, but most of them were students with excellent physical fitness during military training. It was the first time a senior year class monitor encountered a freshman like Yi Qian, who took the initiative to take the test as soon as she came in. Chapter 1388. The class leader didn't immediately agree to Yi Qian's request. She pondered for a moment before saying, "I need to report first. You can rest here first." "Oh, Class 3's class leader, come here for a moment." A loud male voice sounded. The head instructor in charge of the freshmen strode over. Bring your class's freshman Yi Qian to the number 1 training field, quick. Yi Qian was standing beside the class leader. When he heard this, he saluted the head instructor and reported, Freshman Yi Qian, reporting. You. The head instructor glanced over when he received the order from the General Affairs Department. Yi Qian? His voice was quite imposing, but he was a bit skinny. Still, the head instructor seemed to want to say something, but after a slight pause he said, Okay, go to the number 1 training field and complete the test with Class 6 students. Then rush back to complete the afternoon test. Yi Qian didn't even need to say anything. The school immediately arranged for her to finish the test as soon as possible. After speaking to Yi Qian, he said to the class leader, Call a few students over to record their scores. Class 6 students are currently taking their own test. She needs a scorer. Yes. The class leader turned around and called out names. You guys follow the head instructor. The boys who were called out stiffened. They were just saying that the freshmen didn't come to military training because the governor's family was giving them special treatment. In the end, they were taken away by the head instructor. When they stood up, their faces were a bit gloomy. When they left with the head instructor, the rest of the students were a bit surprised. The class leader explained, Yi Qian will finish our morning test and come back later for the afternoon test. No way. After finishing our morning test, she'll immediately start the afternoon test. I only knew her grades were good, but I didn't know she could do this. She still has to take the test regardless. The 4th-year class leader's expression changed instantly. His entire face turned cold. He shouted at the students who still had 5 minutes of rest time. You guys are still discussing other people's grades. Looks like you guys are quite energetic. Everyone stand up. None of the students dared to say a word. They all got up and stood up. Since you guys are so energetic, stand at attention for half an hour. He didn't do anything else but make them stand in a military posture. Senior brother class monitor was really ruthless. Don't move your hands. Keep your head straight. Keep your feet together. Open your eyes wide and look straight ahead. Standing in a military posture was also known as the military posture. It was the first lesson for every soldier when they stepped into the military camp. It was the same for the military academy students. It could be said that the military uniform was the mother of all military movements, and the meaning behind it was also quite deep. Yi Qian had been training for more than 5 years, so she had to stand at attention for at least 2 hours a day. Once she stood there, her military posture and appearance were miles ahead of the male students standing behind her. The male students couldn't tell the difference between her and them, but the chief instructor could tell at a glance. He nodded discreetly and signaled for Yi Qian to begin the test. In the General Affairs office, Xia Jinyuan was talking to the former head teacher. It's good to let her finish the test with the rest of the class today. The students nowadays are not as honest as we used to be. They all have their own ideas. She didn't come to participate in the military training. Her sudden appearance will bring criticism. You once taught us that strength is always the most powerful form of resistance. Let her use her strength to resist the attacks of criticism. The head of General Affairs looked at the most outstanding student under him, who had graduated nearly 5 years ago. He laughed and said, Oh, you're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. That's right. Back then, you used this method to repay the students who criticized you. Chapter 1389. The school leaders have told me about Yi Qian's situation, so they know how special she is. We were thinking of letting her report to class tomorrow, but we didn't consider whether the other students would have any opinions. That's good too. She can use her strength to resist the attacks of criticism. After the other students see it, they won't talk about it anymore. This was the effect Xia Jinyuan wanted. He didn't want Yi Qian to be criticized at the beginning of her 4-year military academy career. It was better for her to stand out and use her strength to stifle all the criticism. She wanted to let the other students know that it wasn't that she didn't want to participate in the military training, but that if she did, they would be under even more pressure. In the military academy, physical fitness was a student's second life. Strength spoke louder than words, and his little fox had no problems. He smiled and nodded. A new life, a new semester needs a new beginning. No one is special, and no one can casually criticize their classmates. They are classmates in class and they are comrades outside of school. Criticism and conflict, these are not good problems that should exist in military academy students. The seemingly elegant Xia Jinyuan was definitely ruthless in his management of the military. Otherwise, the members of the Snowfield Brigade wouldn't have accepted him as their commander so quickly. The General Affairs Director agreed with him. The topic shifted from Yi Jian to Xia Jinyuan. He pointed at Xia Jinyuan's unchanged military rank and said, "It's time for you to be promoted. Why are you still a major? At the very least, you should be a lieutenant colonel." "My military rank won't be promoted, but my salary will be," Xia Jinyuan replied humorously in a different way. "I'm pragmatic, and I'm more interested in a salary increase. I just want to save enough money to marry a wife." This answer was very Xia Jinyuan. The Director of General Affairs laughed even louder. "Oh, I've taught so many students, but you left the deepest impression on me. Last time, the Lieutenant General joked that Xia Jinyuan made me so angry that I had to be hospitalized many times in the 4 years he was in school. I said if not 5 times it was at least 3 times. I was mainly angry that I couldn't even teach a student a lesson." The General Affairs Director was both emotional and gratified at the mention of the interesting things that happened in the past. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, all of you are walking towards your posts and becoming outstanding soldiers who are useful to the country. There are many influential people in your batch. Xia Jinyuan smiled. His cohort had many influential figures, but when it came to Little Fox's cohort, his thin lips curled up a little. Counting the influential figures, there was no need to wait until today. This was the era of the Little Fox. That was how he was so confident in himself. Looking at the time, it had already been half an hour since the new head instructor had left. He was certain that the Little Fox was using its strength to resist all criticism. "You guys come over and take a look at her movements, speed control and breathing adjustment. This is called a standard teaching template." The new student, Yi Qian, went up to the stage and completed 2 tests. The chief instructor's eyes were all on her. This girl was amazing. She raised both her feet and placed them on the round bar 30 centimeters above the ground. Her hands were on the ground as she quickly completed 50 push-ups. This kind of push-ups was much more difficult than placing both feet flat on the ground. Every time she raised her feet, she had to maintain a certain angle at the waist. When the new students first completed this exercise, the new students who were not flexible enough all cried out in pain. Their faces were flushed, and the veins on their foreheads were protruding. Moreover, the push-ups on the round bar were 1 start, 2 stop, and 3 release instead of 1 start and 2 stop. It was even more difficult to complete them continuously. Chapter 1390. 50 push-ups like this might be difficult for a new student, but for Yi Qian, another 50 wouldn't be a problem. Before it was time, Yi Qian continued. The other boys who were called over by the chief instructor were stunned when they saw the girl's slender body moving up and down. The boys who were in the same class as Yi Qian had even more unnatural expressions. Their physical fitness was pretty good. When they first started training, they didn't even pant when doing push-ups like this. "Aren't you guys embarrassed? Aren't you embarrassed? A guy can't even compare to a girl. Look at how tall she is and how skinny she is. Then look at you guys. Aren't you embarrassed?" The chief instructor criticized the other classes for not meeting the physical fitness standards. "Why aren't you training? You're still saying you're here to study, not to work as laborers." Yi Qian, the top scorer of the National College Entrance Exam. She's here to study just like you guys. She's also a high school student like you guys. If she can transform into a military student, how can you guys still have the face to find excuses for yourselves? Yi Jian, who belonged to the category of other people's children, became a model student for the teacher to educate other students on the first day of school. She didn't leave any objections to others and directly blocked several boys in her class with her strength, making them speechless. The top scorer of the National College Entrance Exam had good grades, good physical fitness, and was a girl. What about them? Their grades were good, but were they as good as Yi Qian's? They still had the face to say they were here to study, not to work as laborers. After Xia Jinyuan left, Yi Qian used 1.5 hours to complete all the tests in the morning. He adjusted his training uniform with a belt around his waist and stood in front of the chief instructor. Reporting freshman Yi Qian's tests have been completed. Please give your instructions. The boys behind Yi Qian stood behind him in an orderly manner. Their expressions were even more serious than when they were training. They were shocked. These boys had good physical fitness. But to complete so many tests in 1.5 hours without resting in the middle, it was completely impossible. They didn't know how Yi Qian did it. He also vaguely understood that freshman Yi Qian was not special. Instead, he really had the qualifications to not participate in the rookie military training. Don't fall behind even if you lose skin and flesh. Don't cry even if you bleed. If you boys want to cry in the future, think of Yi Qian. Think about it. She's the same as you. How did she do it? What else do you have to say now? He had nothing to say. A few boys from the other classes obediently watched Yi Qian complete one test after another. Only then did the chief instructor show mercy and allow the boys who were blushing to leave. The boys in Yi Qian's class behaved themselves. They stood behind her with their heads held high and their chests puffed out as they waited for the chief instructor's instructions. There was no need to say anything more. She was definitely qualified. Very satisfied, the head instructor smiled and said, "Not bad. Go back and complete your afternoon test. We'll gather at 6 o'clock tonight to complete the cross-country test." Yes. Yi Qian, who had already transformed into a soldier, replied swiftly. He unconditionally obeyed orders and completed the orders of his superiors. Grandpa Zhen, Uncle Chun, Captain Xia, and all the soldiers in the military were all like this. She was no exception. The boys in the class wiped their palms with sweat. On their way back, they stole glances at Yi Qian from time to time. They wanted to say a few words but were hesitant. They didn't know if she had heard what they said earlier. Chapter 1391. Yi Qian's pace was very fast. After a few steps, she saw the 4 youthful faces behind her. She couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't walk faster, I'm afraid you'll have to accompany me for the entire afternoon to finish the test." I asked the class monitor. "I'll finish my morning test in 1.5 hours. When I get back, I'll be just in time for the third class's test. It's about to start. If we walk faster, we'll be just in time for the assembly." On the field, the other classes were doing a 1,500-meter light run. 2 girls stood at the front. When they shouted, the entire class began to run. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The girls who were shouting the slogan gradually fell behind. The boys who were running until their throats were dry also gradually widened the distance between them. The sun continued to radiate heat. Every student's training uniform was soaked in sweat. As they ran, they could see the sweat flying off their bodies. No one gave up. One by one, they ran to the ferocious face. They just wanted to persevere and win. The sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was no less powerful than at noon. The students who were running so hard that water could be squeezed out of their training uniforms felt as if their insides were about to be burned dry. The boys who ran more fiercely pulled down the collar of their training uniforms as they ran, revealing 2 distinct skin tones. The upper part of their necks was black, and the lower part was white. The boy who was closer to Yi Qian unintentionally glanced at her as he spoke. He immediately saw the sunburn on the back of her neck. The boy who first noticed it widened his eyes. He thought that he had seen wrongly. After taking a closer look, he confirmed that it was indeed a sunburn. He signaled the other 3 boys with his eyes to take a look. Yi Qian saw the small movements of the 4 boys. She raised her hand and touched the sunburn that had not healed. The consequences of being exposed to the sun will probably take half a month to recover. Are you training somewhere else?" Finally a boy asked. After that, he immediately introduced himself. "I'm Qian Yanjun Dadong. I'm Wei Jiaming, Je Province's Shijia. I'm Hu Huanin. I'm Gu Jinglin Dalian." After the introductions, the unfamiliar feeling of distance seemed to shorten. Yi Qian said, "I'm Yi Qian from Nan Province. Nice to meet you." We all know you, the National College Entrance Examination top scorer. I've seen your name on the newspaper a long time ago, but I didn't know that you were actually classmates with us and even in the same class." "That's right. I really didn't expect that you would also want to apply for the military academy." They easily changed the topic until they reached the gathering point for Class 3. The 4 boys didn't ask Yi Qian if he was training somewhere else. Yi Qian didn't want to answer. But he didn't want to lie to his classmates either. The best way was to change the topic. The 5 of them returned to the team and listened to the class leader's instructions. One by one, they completed the 3rd practice of the horizontal bar, and passed the 3rd practice of the parallel bar. The 4th practice of the single machine consisted of pull-ups, somersaulting onto the bar, and stepping over the bar with one foot. At the same time, one had to complete a certain number of pull-ups on the horizontal bar to qualify. The 4 students took turns to take the test, and the atmosphere became tense and serious. A month of military training was all for today's test. In the beginning, it didn't matter if he passed or not. Today, as long as his bones weren't broken, he had to grit his teeth and complete it. Yi Qian, go! The student in charge of keeping score and counting called out Yi Qian's name. In an instant, Yi Qian, who was holding the horizontal bar with one hand, became the focus of the class again. Chapter 1392. Qian Yanjun, who was standing at the back, whispered to the students next to him. Just now we were pulled over to record Yi Qian. She scared us to death. She even shocked the chief instructor the moment she went up. You guys don't know, but the 4 of us were so embarrassed that we wanted to collapse on the field. We were so embarrassed. That can't be. The 4 of you are at the top of the class. How can she be better than you guys? Hu Huan sighed. There's always someone better than you. There's always someone better than you. Yi Qian is like an outsider to me. One after another, the students still didn't believe them. Are you guys trying to scare me? Why would we scare you? Before I saw Yi Qian, I also thought that my stamina was pretty good. But after seeing her, I can't compare. She can easily complete 72 push-ups on the round bars. Her shoulders are level, and her waist and feet are at a 15-degree angle. The chief instructor said that she's the standard teaching model. Seeing the students' disbelief, Qian Yanjun added, "What I said doesn't count. You'll know if I'm telling the truth when you see it for yourself." Yi Qian, who was in front, completed a pull-up on the horizontal bar. Then she flipped and flipped onto the bar. She supported the bar with both hands and stepped on the bar with one leg. In a flash, she completed the downward bar. Then, she immediately walked to the parallel bars and began the 3rd parallel bar exercise. The 3 boys in the same group only finished their horizontal bar practice after she finished practicing the parallel bars, including the arm gripping bar and the horizontal bar sitting. Speed, time, and the standard of a person's movements could all be seen. The freshman Yi Qian didn't participate in military training with the rest of the class. However, the test of the single and parallel bars in front of them gave the students a glimpse of her extraordinary strength. Oh my God, she's amazing. She's faster than the boys in her group by 3 minutes. She didn't even stop to change the bars. She just kept going. Does she often do the single and parallel bars? A girl who usually does the single and parallel bars? Why does it feel so strange? I don't know what she does. I only know that she's first in both the single and parallel bars. Wei Jiaming, who had already seen it, clicked his tongue and said with difficulty, "She's not only good at the single and parallel bars. She's good at everything else. There's so much pressure. Is there going to be an all-round female soldier in our class?" The 1,500-meter lightweight test, the fully equipped test, the 800-meter test, the sit-up test. From 3 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening, after 3 hours of testing, all the freshmen were so tired that their legs were trembling while standing. "Sir, I feel like vomiting. Sir, Lu Yang has suffered heat stroke." Reporting. The students who had persevered until the end due to their physical discomfort no longer forced themselves to continue. From time to time, the sound of reporting could be heard on the field. Even though the 2 girls from Yi Qian's class 3 had completed all the tests, they were so tired that they did not even have the strength to sit down on their own. They had to be supported by 2 boys as they slowly bent over and sat down on the hot field to rest. The students who were not feeling well were given a temporary break. The students who could still persevere were gathered and stood at attention. In the past, they were students who did not care about the outside world and only knew how to bury their heads in their studies. Now, standing in the sunset, their chins were dripping with sweat that reflected a golden light. Their backs were straight as they completed their transformation from students to soldiers. Yi Qian, who was standing at the front, made the seniors and class leaders cast sidelong glances at him countless times. Every time they looked at him, They felt their hearts skip a beat. With a junior sister who could defeat all the seniors, the pressure on them increased exponentially. Chapter 1393. The fourth-year senior class monitor was under a lot of psychological pressure, but the students of Class 3 were even more stressed. He was already a fourth-year student, but they still had to spend 4 years with Yi Qian. The students of Class 3 were under a lot of psychological pressure, especially when they saw the way the class monitor looked at Yi Qian from time to time. His eyes were filled with shock as though he was looking at a monster. One by one, they adjusted their breathing and thought about Yi Qian's performance in all the tests. The psychological pressure continued to multiply. The students of Class 3 were stressed, but the freshmen of Class 1 and Class 2 who cheered and encouraged them were also stressed. Just now, all the students had cast their gazes at Yi Qian. They watched as she unloaded her equipment and walked past them. The girls' gazes followed her every step. When she returned to Class 3, the students of Class 1 and Class 2 widened their eyes. Third class. Third class. Who's in the third class? They had never seen Class 3 have such a powerful person in the past, nor had they seen anyone in Class 3 with such physical strength. They had never seen such a person in Class 3. There had never been such a girl during the singing competition. There had never been such a girl when they walked together. Even when they were resting, they had never seen such a female lead. She's from Class 3. I wonder what her name is. It's a little scary. Everyone collapsed from exhaustion, but she could still walk a few steps and catch her breath. I feel so relaxed. I'm not tired at all. When she took the equipment from me and left, I thought she was another girl who was ready to collapse at any moment. Who knew? She's so powerful. I never expected her. Why didn't I realize there was such a girl in Class 3? I feel like I've never seen her before. She just reported today. Keep it down. The class monitor is looking over. The students of Class 2 whispered. It was fine to talk during break time, but they could not be too presumptuous. I feel so pressured. Suddenly, such a powerful person came. The pressure multiplied. The difference is too great. Instantly, the students of Class 1 and Class 2 had a slight change in expression. They felt a little pressured, but the ones who felt the most pressure were definitely the students of Class 3. They had to spend 4 years with her as her classmate. They were the ones who felt the real pressure. For some reason, they suddenly felt that they were not in the same class as that girl. They felt a little lucky. My classmates are too strong. How stressful. The class monitors of Class 1 and 2 told their classmates to rest on the spot, while they trotted to Class 3. They wanted to see how good the girl who defeated the seniors in seconds was. The third class had finished lining up. One of the girls who had persisted had just finished resting, when she suddenly vomited. Her face instantly turned pale and even her body swayed. The class leader immediately had the 2 boys beside her support her, and hurriedly sent her to the infirmary. I'm afraid she's also suffering from heat stroke. It was already 5:20 in the afternoon. The city, known as the furnace, was so hot that there was no wind at all. It was as if it was wrapped in silk. It was stuffy, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. The class monitor of Class 3, who had reorganized his appearance, had all the freshmen stand at attention for 2 minutes. He pointed at the equipment that all the students had changed into and shouted with a cold expression. Everyone, put your equipment back on. Time 3 minutes. Quick. The class leaders of Class 1 and Class 2, who were walking over, stopped and waited for Class 3 to finish reorganizing. Chapter 1394. The 1500m fully equipped race referred to a combat vest, a backpack, a helmet, a simulator gun, a simulator magazine, and other equipment. Yi Qian bent down and looked to her right. Hu Huan was standing on her right. She could tell what his problem was. The equipment was not placed in the proper order. You're not in the proper order, Yi Qian reminded him in a low voice as she bent down. Hu Huan smiled bitterly. I knew it after the class leader said it. I think I sprained my shoulder. It hurts a little. As he spoke, he quickly put on his equipment. His sprained shoulder was quite serious. Yi Qian could hear him gasping. He was bumped into by a classmate when he was running. He did not stabilize himself and fell sideways. When he ran back to take off his equipment, he realized that it was difficult for him to even lift his arm. Now that he had to change his equipment, it was quite strenuous. 1, 2, 3, stop! The class leader shouted. Platoon leader, check if there's anyone in your team who hasn't put on their equipment. Hurry! Reporting no one in Team 1. Reporting no one in Team 2. All the students in Team 5 put on their equipment again. They could not help but feel a little nervous when they saw the class leader's stern and dark expression. Do you know why I asked you to put on your equipment again? Do you? The class leaders of the freshman military training were all strong seniors. They had a strong aura when they put on a cold face. The biting cold military aura shook the hearts of the freshmen in Class 3. Order. When you were collecting your equipment, I reminded you to set the order. How many of you memorized it? No one dared to say anything. Other than Yi Qian, no one dared to breathe too loudly. They listened obediently. Go in 3 minutes. Take off your equipment. If someone is wrong, take the initiative to be punished. Begin. Immediately, the students in Class 3 quickly took off their equipment. Yi Qian was naturally the fastest. Hu Huan gritted his teeth and completed his task. He heard Yi Qian gently remind him, don't raise your hand too high with your injured shoulder. Also, hold the simulator gun properly. Don't let it slip from your hand. Guns were the weapons that soldiers used to protect their lives and attack on the battlefield. They were inseparable from their guns, and the guns were inseparable from their people. They had to remember this at all times. When he heard this, he immediately tightened his grip on the simulator gun and asked softly, you seem to know a lot. How can you tell? All the equipment still needed to be returned. Yi Qian put them away one by one. Even the order in which they should be placed was natural and natural. It's a habit. Once it's a habit, it'll be fine. Hu Huan nodded with a serious expression. That's indeed the case. When we were learning about light weapons, our teacher said that the gun should never leave the hand, and the person should never leave the hand. Just like what you said, it must be a habit. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qian saw a few other boys put their mock guns on the ground and unpack their luggage. Yi Qian looked at the class leader and saw him glance at the boys. A fourth-year senior who could become the class monitor of the freshmen was indeed amazing. Among the dozens of freshmen, he was able to catch who had made a mistake. The class leader remembered who made a mistake and didn't immediately punish them. Instead, he reported their names first. You guys will stay for the night. Return all your equipment now and gather here in 5 minutes. Pay attention to your actions and don't be all crooked. He then said to Yi Qian, Yi Qian, you're in charge of discipline later. I still have to go and give the test form to the head instructor. Take them to rest where they are and don't move around randomly. Chapter 1395. Clenching the test form in his hand, the class leader looked at Yi Qian's results, then looked at Yi Qian, who was standing the straightest, the most energetic, and the most relaxed. She was the most energetic in the entire class. While returning the equipment, Qian Yanjun, who was walking in front of the class leader, couldn't help but ask, Class leader, her results. Is she number 1 in our class? You should be asking me if she's number 1 in the entire school. The class leader glanced at his junior brother with a hint of sympathy. Take care, junior brother. With such a powerful girl in the class, she will definitely become a role model for the rest of the class. The days ahead will definitely be exciting. The class leader's words almost made Qian Yanjun bite the tip of his tongue. Number 1 in the entire school. His expression instantly changed and revealed a sense of powerlessness. After he returned the equipment, the class leader, who was waiting outside, patted the boy's shoulder heavily. Cheer up, junior brother. This is a good thing. There's a famous role model, and he's definitely someone you want to surpass. I just don't know if I can surpass her, the class leader thought silently. Senior, didn't you say that you have 4 months of free time a year to arrange your training? Yi Qian is the role model. I don't think I'll even have a year and a month to arrange my training. Qian Yanjun rubbed his face, shook his head, sighed, and returned to the group. The class leader was speechless. Because Junior was right. Looking at the tests Yi Qian completed in the afternoon, the class leader's heart couldn't help but tremble again. Junior is so fierce, I'm a bit scared. Too frightening, too frightening. This result, how is it a new student's result? It's even better than the soldiers in the company. The boys were so tired that they needed to support each other for the 1500 m run. But she didn't need to and could immediately return to her original position with her back straight. Looking at her results on the test form again, the class leader quietly let out a sigh of relief. He had to give the test form to the head instructor when he brought the third class back to the field. The class leaders of the first and second classes were already waiting. When they saw him coming over, they went up to greet him. "Wow, your third class is amazing. How come we didn't notice before?" She applied for exemption from military training and only arrived this afternoon. "Let me tell you too, this junior sister isn't just strong, she's very, very strong." After giving the test form to the two, the class monitor of the third class sighed with emotion. "Is there anyone in the fourth year who can beat her? Also, I vaguely feel that she should be hiding a part of her strength." Yi Qian did not give him the feeling of a student. He could see the aura of a soldier from her. Her military might was even stronger than theirs. The two class monitors looked at the name first and found out what the girl's name was. Then they looked at the results and both of them sucked in cold breaths at the same time. "He's still hiding part of his strength? Are you sure?" The class monitor asked in shock. "Don't scare people. I only have a feeling. I can't be sure." The class monitor of the third class replied. He turned his head and yelled for the students behind him to catch up. He said to the two class monitors, "The fourth class is almost done. You two should go back and regroup." The class monitors of the first and second classes went back to their classes in shock. When the students of the third class came over, the class monitor of the first class suddenly shouted, "Students, should we give a round of applause to Yi Qian from the third class?" Yi Qian, who was passing by, paused for a moment, then walked even faster. Chapter 1396. "Yes." Their voices rang out in unison, followed by thunderous applause. Class 1 took the lead, so Class 2 also clapped under the class leader's command. Class 3's class leader didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After instructing Yi Qian to maintain class discipline, he strode forward and handed the test form to the chief instructor. "Report. All 46 students in Class 3 have completed the test. Please give your instructions." The chief instructor took the test form and looked down to see Yi Qian's results. His eyes lit up and he laughed. "Good, good, good. These results are beautiful." He looked up at Class 3's class leader and laughed even louder. "You guys might not be able to catch up to these results. Junior sister is too amazing. We are ashamed." The class leader sighed. "Good results, good fitness, a new star is about to rise." The chief instructor, who was looking down at the results, looked up in the direction of Class 3 and smiled deeply. "She has already risen and is receiving the attention of all the students. Send Yi Qian's results to the General Affairs Office and let the school leaders have a look." The senior class leader respectfully took the test form and looked deeply at Class 3. He walked towards the General Affairs Office with results that would definitely shock the school leaders. The freshmen of Class 3 who were resting were already talking to Yi Qian, who was sitting in front of them. As they talked, they imitated Yi Qian and sat on the hot grass with their hands behind their backs and legs stretched out. They shook their hands and legs together to relax their tense muscles. "No wonder you didn't participate in the military training. If I had your fitness, I wouldn't have come either. How did you manage to participate in all those events? Do you even have time to exercise in high school?" "Yi Qian, are you aiming for military school? You're too focused. You're no worse than a sports student. I don't think you're tired at all, but I'm so tired that my legs are shaking." Chatting was the best way to get closer. Yi Qian, who was used to living in a large group, smiled and answered his classmates' questions. "My situation is a bit special. I only didn't participate because the school approved. And my goal is indeed to get into the military academy, so I consciously improved my physical fitness in high school." Although all the answers were vague, they were all true. When the students heard this, their faces showed an expression of "no wonder, so that's how it is." It wasn't that she was born strong, but that she had already set a goal for herself and prepared in advance. Thinking of this, their hearts felt much better. After proving himself with his abilities, Yi Qian used this method to comfort his classmates. It also unknowingly eased the psychological pressure on his classmates. "As for being tired, I'm the same as you. When you're tired, sit down and shake your hands and legs to relax your muscles. Don't think about being tired. The more you think about it, the more tired you'll be." The more you think about something easy, the more you think. Yes. The more I think about it, the more relaxed I feel. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. He stared at Hu Huan with his dark eyes and said, "It's the same principle as drawing plums to quench one's thirst. Our bodies can be tired, but we can't let our minds feel tired." The boy who finished second in the 1500m fully geared also smiled and said, "Yi Qian is right. I often do that too." This boy's physical fitness was quite good. When he opened his mouth, he immediately drew the attention of many of his classmates. Yi Qian gently exhaled. If they asked too many questions, it would be hard for her to answer. If they asked too much, then it would be even harder to answer. It would also divert their attention. Chapter 1397. The boy who changed the topic for Yi Jian had a handsome face. When he spoke to his classmates, he looked calm and confident without a trace of awkwardness. He smiled and answered his classmates' questions. "I don't have any special tricks. I've told you guys before. After the evening self-study session, go to the field for a run, pull the bars, and do push-ups. Sometimes, if you can't solve a problem, you might as well go out for a run to relax and come back to continue." You're the same as Yi Qian. You started to exercise in high school. We didn't have time at that time. We studied until 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Sometimes we did the questions until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Now that I think about it, those days were so dark. The boy smiled. Me too. I didn't expect that I would often stay up at 1 or 2 o'clock at night after going out for a run, and then coming back to do the questions. His voice was steady. It could be seen that he was a steady student. Occasionally, he would look at Yi Qian with a smile in his eyes, and then continue to chat with his classmates. As the students chatted more and more happily, Yi Qian's shyness faded away. The applause from Class 1 and Class 2 made her blush all of a sudden. She was a little too high profile, which made her feel a little awkward. Receiving the boy's friendly smile again, Yi Qian couldn't help but stare. Why did she feel that this boy knew her? The boy did know Yi Qian. When his classmates stopped talking to him, he said to Yi Qian with a smile, "I'm also from Nan Province. During the exam, I was in the same examination room as you. But I'm sure you don't remember me." Yi Qian really didn't remember him. At that time, she only wanted to finish the exam as soon as possible and go home with Xia Jinyuan. In addition, after the incident with Yi Ying, she didn't pay much attention to her classmates in the examination room. "I'm sorry. I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings during the exam. Sorry." So the boy did help her out just now. Yi Qian reached out her hand and introduced herself. "I'm Yi Qian from Anyang Province in Nan Province." The boy reached out his hand and said with a bright smile, "My surname is Song Jiqiu. I'm from Nan Province." Now Yi Qian knew that the boy in front of her was the one in Changnan Middle School, who was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. Then he said, "Yang Heng and I are cousins." Yang Heng. The name that she had not heard for 2 years suddenly came out of another boy's mouth. Yi Jian suddenly felt as if she had been separated from him for a lifetime. So it's Yang Heng's cousin. I haven't contacted him for almost 2 years. Where is he studying now? Yi Qian furrowed her brows slightly. In the first half of the 3rd year of high school, she still wrote to Yang Heng and occasionally contacted him by phone. However, in the second half of high school, she did not receive any more letters from Yang Heng. Their contact was cut off just like that. Song Jiqiu said with a smile. Eldest uncle was transferred to another post. Aunt also moved there with him. Cousin suddenly said that he wanted to study abroad during the winter break of his freshman year. He's now in Australia. Because of Yang Heng, the two of them suddenly had a lot more topics to talk about. As for why Yang Heng had suddenly gone abroad to study, Yi Qian had originally wanted to ask. However, when he saw that Song Jiqiu's eyebrows were slightly clouded at the mention of this matter, Yi Qian's heart sank involuntarily. It seemed that something must have happened to make Yang Heng go abroad in a hurry to study all of a sudden. Song Jiqiu adjusted her mood quickly and changed the topic. "I know that you've been admitted to a military school, but I don't know which military school you've enrolled in. My second aunt is President Song of Venus. You even saved her life back then." Chapter 1398. Hearing this, Yi Qian immediately thought of Song Tinglan from Venus. Manager Song was a straightforward career woman. Seeing that Song Jiqiu nodded and knew who the second aunt she was talking about was, Song Jiqiu continued to say with a smile, "She also went to your village. I went there with her. Unfortunately, you were not there. The villagers took us to your house in person." Song Jiqiu glanced at Song Jiqiu's neck and her eyes darkened. His cousin once said that Yi Jian was good at fighting and had connections with the people in the army. She did not come to school to participate in the military training in advance, but her neck was so badly sunburned. Where did she go during the summer vacation? Song Jiqiu could not help thinking about it. Yi Qian pretended that he had not seen anything. He answered with a smile, "I didn't go back to the village during the summer vacation. I stayed at the seaside for almost 2 months. Manager Song, you went to the village to find me. Did something happen? You must have something to do with me. Is it about Yang Heng?" Yi Qian's expression became serious all of a sudden. "Ha, nothing. I just went there to congratulate you." Song Jiqiu, who came from a scholarly family and whose parents were both professors, saw Yi Qian's serious expression. He probably figured out the reason and explained with a smile, "You saved my aunt's life. Grandma always remembers it. When she read the newspaper, she knew that you were the top scorer in the national examination and told my second aunt to congratulate you." Song Jiqiu explained with a smile. Yi Qian, who looked serious, smiled. "She really came here to congratulate me on being admitted to the military school. Grandma has a good memory. She still remembers it after so long." Yang Heng was good, and so was his mother. Manager Song was also a good person. After talking with Song Jiqiu for a while, Song Jiqiu could see that he was also a good man. Therefore, the two families were both decent and upright. Yi Qian's smile deepened. He had a better impression of Song Jiqiu. Their conversation was much more relaxed than before. Qian Yanjun and Wei Jiaming joined them soon. The atmosphere became more relaxed. After handing in the test form, the class monitor walked over. She did not immediately gather the entire class, but called Yi Qian out alone. "Your cross-country test tonight is cancelled. Follow the class to the auditorium to watch TV tonight." When the General Affairs Department director saw Yi Qian's results, he immediately nodded. However, there wasn't much surprise on his face, only an as-expected expression. Then he said to him, "Her cross-country test doesn't need to be carried out. She'll follow the class arrangements tonight." It was as if he already knew that Yi Qian had good stamina. The class leader looked at the new junior sister. She was clearly a slender junior sister, but how could she have such explosive strength? Her looks were enough to make the senior brothers salivate. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, especially that pair of jet black eyes. They were bright and resplendent like the stars in the summer night sky. If one took a longer look, one would feel that they were bottomless and suffused with a dark light that made one's heart tremble slightly. Not to mention her figure. Her proportions and curves were absolutely perfect. Such a beautiful and delicate-looking junior sister was actually a ruthless character who could sweep through the entire school. The class leader silently sighed in his heart. The new generation excels the old. He had no choice but to accept it. The bugle horn was blown. All the freshmen of the year finally ended their 1 month of all-day military training. As the class monitor said, "Dismissed." The freshmen who did not dare to celebrate loudly clenched their fists and kept whispering, "Yes, yes." As a reserve unit for the future army, the management of the military academy was extremely strict. Even during break time, the freshmen were not allowed to shout loudly. Chapter 1399. After a month of military training, all the freshmen had gotten used to the military academy's rules. Even though they were all very happy that the all-day military training was finally over, they were all crazy alone. They didn't even put their arms around each other's shoulders. The fourth-year seniors and class leaders looked at them and laughed. "Little guys, the good days were still ahead. Let's not talk about it now, let's let them be happy first." Yi Qian was also smiling slightly. Captain Xia had once said that the first year of university was the hardest. If they could get through the first year, they would be able to get through the next 4 years. If they couldn't, they could only choose to drop out. On a day like this where the surface temperature was still 34 degrees Celsius in the evening, Yi Qian used half a day to erase some of the criticisms about her not participating in the military training. She also left a very deep impression in the class. The loud horn sounded. The sun had just risen, and the military academy students' day had begun. There were only 3 girls in Yiqian's class. The 3 girls were in a dorm. When the horn sounded, the 3 girls quickly got up without any delay. Want to laze around in bed? Absolutely impossible. They needed to dress, fold their blankets, wash up, and a series of other actions within 10 minutes. Then they had to line up for morning exercises. I'm on duty this week. I won't wait for you guys. I'll leave early. Yiqian's movements were much faster than the previous weeks. This week, it was her turn to be on duty, so she had to leave early. The other girl hurriedly said, Go, go. Aya, where's my belt? I clearly put it here yesterday. Clearly put it here? You clearly put it in my closet. The girl from Qinghai rolled her eyes. She took out her roommate's belt from her closet and threw it over. Suwon, can't you remember? There were 2 girls in the dorm. Jing from Qinghai and Suwon from China's capital. Suwon's family had a bit of background. Her father was a designer at a certain satellite launch site in China, and her mother was an engineer. She was a very typical delicate girl. She took the belt and blinked a few times. She smiled and said, Thank you. As she put on the belt, she said to Jing, Let's hurry down and help Yiqian take attendance. It's only the 2nd week. We can't even recognize everyone yet. Don't worry so much. Yiqian doesn't have a memory like you. Last week, Qin Yanjun didn't remember everything. She was the one who reminded him. Jing buckled her belt and urged her roommates to hurry up. Dun dun. Buckle it as you walk. If you're late, the whole class will be skinned. The military academy's morning exercises had a special meaning and strict rules. Being late was absolutely not allowed. As long as one person was late, the punishment would not only be that person, but the entire class would be punished. Suwon exhaled heavily and said expressionlessly, Our training during this period of time has not only shed 1 layer of skin, but 2 layers of skin. That was true. Originally, they thought that the freshman military training would usher in good days. Who knew it was not at all. Jing also sighed. The hard days were still going on. It was even worse than the military training before. Sometimes she really felt that her decision to enroll in the military academy was the wrong one. It was too tiring. Not only was she tired out during the day, she still had to go back to the classroom at night to memorize a thick book of rules and regulations. I'm not going to waste time with you. If we're really late, we'll only get worse. Her sadness was not over yet. Jing, who was still sober, drank a mouthful of cold water from last night. She pulled Suwon and the 2 of them walked out of the dorm together. The military academy's morning exercises were not like high school and middle school where students ran to the field one by one and randomly found their own class. Chapter 1400. The morning exercises in the military academy were organized into teams. Hearing the call for morning exercises, 1 row after another ran neatly and orderly to meet up at the designated location of each class. Then the on-duty personnel checked their attire, counted the number of people, and brought them into the field. Yiqian arrived at the meeting point and quickly counted the number of people. As team after team came over, the entire 3rd class was assembled in 3 minutes. There were 46 people who were supposed to be present, and 46 people were present. Line up to the right. Yiqian, who was standing at the very front, ordered loudly. Following the soft sound of shoes on the ground, she walked to the right of the first row after the entire class was assembled and began to lead the team into the field. The sun had already risen. Even though it was only morning, the heat waves were already blowing in their faces. One by one, all the classes entered the large field. As the on-duty personnel called out the slogan, the entire class gathered and straightened their backs in the face of the rising sun. After the on-duty personnel reported the number of people to their superiors, the 30-minute morning exercise began. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 3. The neat, monotonous commands rose and fell on the large field. The entire military academy, dressed in short jerseys and shorts, began their day of morning exercises. The wide field was filled with youthful figures. The loud chants of the slogan were like giant waves pouring down from the heavens, carrying with them a grand and majestic aura that spread throughout the entire military academy. His heart thumped loudly as he felt the difference in the morning exercise. Those orderly steps seemed to carry with them the power to destroy everything. Ka-thump, ka-thump, ka-thump. The strictness of the military academy students, the might of the military academy students, and the strength of the military academy students could be seen from this morning exercise. After the 30-minute morning exercise, it was time for breakfast. The sophomores, juniors, and seniors returned to class after breakfast, but the freshmen could not. They still had morning training. Just as the seniors who had trained them had said, the hard days had just begun. The sun on the field flashed white everywhere it touched. The heat was so great that it burned their faces and arms. Everyone stood motionless under the scorching sun, maintaining their military posture. The instructor in charge of the training walked past each student, then constantly corrected the students' irregular movements. Did you eat too much breakfast? You should retract your lower abdomen. Spread your feet 60 degrees apart. Here it's at least 70 degrees. Did you not remember the mantra for standing in military posture? Recite it again. You and you, it's all the same. Yes. The few students whose names were called tensed up and straightened their backs as they recited the instructions for standing in a military posture. The tips of your feet are about 60 degrees apart, the heels of your feet are close together, your calves are straight, your abdomen is slightly tucked in, your chest is straight, your shoulders are slightly open, and your arms are naturally hanging down. Your head must be straight, your neck must be straight, your mouth must be closed, and your eyes must be looking forward. It's not tidy, recite it again. Yes. Without a single word of rebuttal, he immediately recited. The instructor walked to the front and stood beside the role model. Yi Jian, he shouted coldly. There is a role model in front. Those who don't know how to stand, can't stand straight or feel tired, raise your eyes and take a good look at the role model in your class. As long as you stand like her, you don't have to come tomorrow. Yi Jian, the role model, stood facing the whole class. Under the sunlight, she still maintained her original military posture after an hour. The students at the front could see sweat dripping into her eyes. She didn't move. She just blinked her eyes gently. Chapter 1401. Time passed bit by bit. The sun was getting brighter and brighter. The instructors were still shuttling back and forth in the queue. Some people were tired of standing and began to relax their shoulders. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to slack off. They're quite brave standing at the front of the class. Originally, Yi Qian was the only one standing in front. After an hour, there were 4 people standing beside Yi Qian. More and more sweat flowed down their faces like rain. Their summer wear shorts and shirts were drenched from their collars to their chests, armpits, back, waists. Only the corner of their short sleeves was not drenched. Their sweat soaked their clothes and stuck to their skin. The sun was scorching, making their skin prickle and itch. It made them want to reach out and scratch it. Everyone wanted to scratch it, but no one dared to. They endured the physical and mental torture. Facing the cold gaze of the instructor, they kept their backs straight and looked straight ahead. Straighten your legs. If you're a man, straighten your back. The instructor's voice came from the back. It was cold, icy, and piercing into the students' ears. Look straight ahead, don't look sideways. Don't blink when the wind blows. Stand like a pine tree. Shape like steel. 3 straight, 3 flat, 3 straight, 2 straight, 2 straight, 1 straight. Remember all of this. They weren't the only ones who needed to learn military posture. Everyone who entered the army and the military academy had to learn it. When standing in military posture, no matter when, even if it was just a simple action of sitting down, it would reveal the might and masculinity of a soldier. Your every word and action would also reveal the temperament of a soldier, who was as lofty as a mountain and as tall as a pine tree. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. Yi Qian was no exception. Tears flowed into their eyes and stung them. No one dared to raise their hands to rub their eyes. Even if they were to tear up, they had to endure it. 90 minutes later, standing at the feet of every student with red eyes, there was a puddle of water on the ground. It was a puddle of water left behind by the sweat that flowed down the leg of their pants and splashed onto the wet ground. The pants started to get wet from the belt, especially where the middle finger was. Most of the sweat that flowed down the arm gathered to the middle finger. The seam of the pants was completely wet. Reporting. My head. Someone didn't even finish his sentence before he fell forward and fainted from heat stroke. This was the first student to faint from heat stroke. It was much better than the previous 2 days. The previous 2 days, the students fainted one after another. It was as if they had really fallen on the battlefield and didn't wake up again. The students who were standing, of course. After all, there were students who fainted from heat stroke during the freshman's military. Bye the military posture. Bye the new. However, standing in a military posture now was different from the freshman's military training. The freshman had to stand in a military posture, but it wasn't as strict. If you moved occasionally, the senior and class monitor would glance at you and it would be fine. They would only remind you if you moved too much. Unlike now, the only thing missing was a cross wrapped around his back. Bye. To. That. Bye. Class. Bye. Class. A student from class 3 fainted from heat stroke. The instructor helped the student who fainted from heat stroke up with one hand and turned on the walkie-talkie to contact the doctor. It's not serious. Chapter 1402. Fainting was not considered serious. The students' hearts trembled as they pursed their lips and continued to endure. No one took a second look because the instructor would help this student who had fainted from heat stroke. The ambulance parked at the front of the field arrived in less than 3 minutes. 2 male soldiers came down and skillfully carried the fainted student into the ambulance. The door closed and the ambulance drove away, leaving only a row of exhaust fumes. No one knew how long they had been standing there. The instructor suddenly took out an alarm clock and set the time before placing it on the field. There are still 43 minutes until the 2-hour mark. You can rest after standing there for 2 hours. They had clearly been standing there for 1.5 hours. But the instructor said there were still 43 minutes left. So much time. It was very quiet around class 3. The students' breathing had been adjusted well. And the alarm clock placed on the field went tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It went on and on, destroying everyone's spirit on a deeper level. None of the students didn't want it to end as soon as possible. The more they thought about it, the slower time seemed to pass. The slower time passed, the more unbearable it was. More and more sweat flowed down their bodies, and they became more and more nervous. Finally, another student shook his body, and another one fainted. It was as if there was a butterfly effect. In less than 10 minutes, 5 people had fainted. When the instructor saw this, the corners of his mouth tightened slightly. Their mental fortitude was still a little weak. They knew the time and how much time they had left. They felt that they might not be able to last that long. Their bodies might not be able to take it. Time kept telling them that they were not going to make it. Soon they lost their willpower and collapsed. 20 minutes later, 7 people fainted and 2 returned. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Time was still passing slowly. The standing students felt their limbs were so stiff that they did not feel like their own limbs. They listened to the sound of time and endured the most difficult time. There are still 18 minutes left. The instructor reminded them intentionally or otherwise. He was constantly training the students' willpower. Why did they have to stand in military posture? It was to train the military academy students. As reserve military officers, if their willpower was not strong enough, how could they lead troops into battle? How could they win battles? Who else can't straighten their head or straighten their back? Another 20 minutes. The instructor started shuttling back and forth in the group again. His eyes were like X-rays as he scanned the students. He didn't dare to relax for even a second when he saw that they weren't sweating. Look ahead, there's a role model. Think about why she can do it, but why can't you? It's not that you can't do it, it's that you're afraid of hardship and tiredness. You think too highly of yourselves. Being squeamish in the army will be fatal. The most important thing for all of you to do now is to get rid of your fatal squeamishness. Don't let it become your burden. Not only did he have to teach the students how to stand properly, but he also had to remind them from time to time how to overcome their fears. As the role model, Yiqian led the entire class to stand under the sun, motionless in their initial positions. They listened to the ticking of the clock and felt the time pass by bit by bit. Don't think that time is unbearable, and don't think that you can't hold on. You don't need to think about anything. Just look straight ahead and stand straight. That's all. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock that only made a ticking sound suddenly let out an ear-piercing sound, telling all the students that they had been standing in a military posture for 2 whole hours. Chapter 1403. At this moment, no one dared to relax their bodies. It was just the alarm clock that rang at the set time. It was not the time for the instructor to dismiss them. The students' performance made the instructor, who looked serious, finally show a slight smile. He blew the whistle to signal the end of the class. Everyone move around. If you don't have enough water, there's a water tanker in front. After standing for 2 hours, they were seriously dehydrated. How could 1 pot of hot water be enough? They needed at least 2 pots of water. Although the class was dismissed, the limbs of the students were so stiff that even their muscles and joints seemed to have hardened. A simple action of bending over to pick up the kettle made them look like 80 or 90 years old people. They could not bend over for a long time. Yi Qian moved his limbs and slightly bounced on the ground for more than 10 times to move the muscles of his legs. Then he bent over to pick up the kettle. "Do me a favor. Do me a favor." A student called Yi Qian with a bitter face. "I can't bend over. My legs are like saws. Once I move, I feel pain inside." Then, another student also needed Yi Qian's help. "And here, Yi Qian. Help. After a week of getting along, the students in the class had gotten used to Yi Qian's strong physical strength. Song Jiqiu picked up the kettle for the 2 boys and joked, "Do you still need to carry you back? Just grit your teeth and sit down. You'll be fine after shaking your legs." His physical strength was good, so it was easy for him to do it for a few days. During the break, the instructor was not as serious as during the training. He would help the students pick up the kettle and even massage their legs. Upon hearing this, he raised his voice and said, "He's right. It's just a military posture. Do you know how the national flag class does it? It takes twice as long as you. The forward kick is delicate. The distance between the 2 feet is not even half a millimeter. You still have to stand with both feet. They have to stand with 1 foot for so long. Why did the soldiers look tall and mighty when they stood there? It was not because they wore military uniforms, but because they practiced day after day and year after year. You're all learning from Yi Qian and training with him. His military posture is the same as that of a veteran. You guys have to shout for help when you pick up a kettle. If you really go to the battlefield in the future, don't tell me you'll have to ask someone for bullets." Nowadays, the teacher mentioned Yi Qian the most. The students were already used to it, so they didn't show any signs of dissatisfaction. There was nothing they could do about it. She was indeed amazing, so they had no choice but to admit defeat. Su Wan, who had drunk half a bottle in one go, winked at Yi Qian and asked, "Do you feel any pressure?" "It's all right. I'm doing my best." Yi Qian blinked and said softly, "There are only 3 girls in our class. We can't lose." After Su Wan heard this, he patted Yi Qian heavily on the shoulder and said earnestly, "It's all thanks to you, Yi Qian. He Jing and I will support you in spirit. In terms of actions, I can't support you." He Jing, who had just returned from refilling the kettle, heard this. She sat down with difficulty and said, "I have a goal, unlike you." She then said softly to Yi Qian, "I'm a little hunchbacked. I want to practice by myself at night. Is there any way to improve quickly?" He Jing was a girl who was very strict with herself. Her brother also graduated from the National University of Science and Technology. According to her, the reason why she applied for the National University of Science and Technology was because of a bet with someone. Who was that someone? Su Wan and Yi Qian did not ask, but from her eyes they could tell that this someone was not an ordinary person. Chapter 1404. There's a trick, but it's very difficult. Yi Qian thought back to how Principal Chen had taught him the trick of military posture, and said to He Jing, "Prepare a few pieces of paper as thick as poker cards. I'll show you the trick tonight." There were only 3 girls in the class, and they were all good students with good personalities. Even though Yi Qian had only known them for a week, he had already established a friendship with them. The boys who were closer to them naturally heard it too. They rubbed their faces and looked at each other. No matter what, they couldn't lose to the girls. At night they would have to practice again. The whistle sounded again, and all the freshmen finally endured until it was time for lunch. Once lunchtime arrived, even the instructors could not delay because the military academy had a rule about lunchtime. If they wanted to eat after lunchtime, there would be no more food. Therefore, the instructors could not delay lunchtime either. Line up, reorganize, and do a head count. After a series of actions, the students of Class 3 could finally head to the cafeteria. Everyone walked quickly, afraid that if they were late, there would be no meat, only vegetables and a thin soup. With every step the boys took, they could hear their stomachs rumble. Then, like a long dragon, the students of each class rushed over from all directions, all heading towards the same destination. With a step command, they quickly stopped moving forward. Yi Qian, the on-duty officer, stood at the front and began the chant training. Every lunchtime chant training was the moment Yi Qian wanted to laugh the most. In order to get into the cafeteria earlier, they shouted the chant with all their might. The instructor had once said that the chant for lunchtime was "shout with your life," and this was not false at all. They were indeed shouting with their lives. For a time, the chant in front of the cafeteria grew louder and louder. This was lunchtime for the military academy students. From their first year until their last year when they graduated, it was always like this. Later on, Yi Qian had returned to his alma mater a long time after he graduated. When he saw the youthful faces that already showed the might of soldiers, he said to the guard beside him, "Every time I come in, I will immediately take a look at what dishes are served. Which dish should I choose? Which dish looks good? Which dish I probably won't be able to get?" My 4 years of fighting for food in the military academy is still fresh in my memory. As the sun rose and set, Yi Qian passed the 8th day of school. Her days were so fulfilling that she felt like a fish in water, adapting to military school life much faster than any of her classmates. At night, all the students had to be dressed neatly. They had to wear their military caps, tie their belts properly, and button up their shirts properly. If they were not dressed neatly and were seen by the pickets, they would be publicly announced. It would definitely be a tragedy. The classroom was similarly quiet. On the large podium, there wasn't a single teacher. No, it should be said that they hadn't seen any teachers who would stay in the classroom at night. They were all consciously following the rules. To be able to enter the military academy, other than straight-A students, they were all straight-A students. Their memory was superb. They memorized the thick books of rules and regulations very quickly. In the end, they would close the books and recite the words silently. Pass. He Jing did not have many plans for herself tonight. She still needed to ask Yi Qian for tips on military posture. Walking around the school grounds at night was also prohibited. Of course, if you strengthened your training, you wouldn't have to worry about being caught by the pickets. Put the books on your head. When standing, don't we need to lean forward slightly to put gravity on the soles of our feet? When your front foot steps on the stairs, your back heel hangs in the air. Don't you feel that your center of gravity is leaning forward? Yi Qian demonstrated. Give me the paper you prepared. Chapter 1405. He Jing clicked her tongue as she hurriedly passed the piece of paper to Yi Qian and waited for her to continue. Gently place your middle finger against the seam of your pants. Place half of the paper on your middle finger and leave the other half outside. You also need to clamp the paper between your knees. Keep your legs straight and taut. Yi Qian demonstrated the entire process under the light of the staircase. Yi Qian never hid anything that was beneficial to the group. She told them everything she knew, but how much each person learned depended on themselves. It wasn't something she could control. It was also because of this selfless dedication that Yi Qian had always been popular among her classmates. Even though it was tough in high school, she still tutored her classmates. She even helped her roommates get into the top universities in the country. Even though Yi Qian had left the province, her name could still be heard in the province. Those students who had received her help were still grateful to her. Every time she opened the little penguin phone, the first thing she heard was a series of dee sounds. They were all messages from her high school classmates. He Jing thought Yi Qian would only give her simple reminders. Who knew that she would teach her so diligently? For a moment he didn't feel good in his heart. He felt ashamed of himself for having such petty thoughts. Don't drop the book. Don't drop the paper between your fingers and thighs either. Yi Qian placed the book on He Jing's head, then placed the paper between her hands and thighs. The last piece of paper. Yi Qian smiled and pointed at her knees. Here's the main point. You have to place a piece of paper there too. Let's make it clear first. If the book or paper drops, we have to add time. Let's stack it in units of 10 minutes. She bent over and placed the paper between He-jing's knees. At the same time she heard He-jing and the faint gasps from the floor above. This is too cruel. He-jing felt her knees hurt. Yiqian, don't tell me that this is how you practice. This is how I practice. My uncle is a retired soldier. He likes to make me stand in military posture. I started standing in middle school. Classmate, why do you think I got the title of role model? It's because I've suffered more than you. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. No wonder he was so powerful. He-jing understood, and so did the students who were eavesdropping upstairs. After deliberately explaining, Yiqian gently patted He-jing's knee. All right, just stand there. I'll time it. Then he raised his head and said to the students who were eavesdropping upstairs, You all understand, right? If you understand, then stand together. From now on, stand for half an hour. Fuck, she seems to have discovered us? I don't think so. I have to cover my nose to breathe. She must have found out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said stand together if you understand. She must have found out. Stop squatting. What are you squatting for? You've been discovered. 3 seconds later, a soft sound came from upstairs. Then Qian Yanjun said awkwardly, we don't mean anything else. We just want to learn. In the morning, when the boys heard the conversation between Yiqian and He-jing, they thought that, as boys, how could they fall behind the girls? After discussing it for a while, they decided to let Qian Yanjun and Song Jiqiu take the lead to sneak a peek. When they heard Yiqian's words, all of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped. He-jing did not know that there were people upstairs. When she heard the sound, she lost her balance and the paper between her knees fell. Chapter 1406. Add another 10 minutes. Yiqian kindly reminded them and said to the boys, You can start now. If you don't have enough paper, stand like He-jing. Books on her head, paper in her hands, knees in her knees and feet in the air. This posture is so painful. The boys' faces turned pale. Song Jiqiu's face was stiff. She twitched her mouth and said, No, I want to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Next time. Too cruel. It could be seen from He-jing's expression that she was in pain. Since they were here, Yiqian would not let them go. He blocked their way with a smile and raised his eyebrows. He looked at the frightened boys and said, Give it a try. It's quite interesting. Us girls are already working so hard. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you guys to not work harder? In the end, all 6 boys stood up. Like He-jing, they stood on the stairs with their heels in the air and put their big brimmed hats on top of their heads. I think it's better to use hats instead of books. He-jing, you should use a hat too. Yiqian took down her book and put her hat on top of her head. The hat is soft and lighter than the books. It's more suitable for practice. He-jing did not say anything and let Yiqian ask her to do it. She had to work hard. She had to pass the formation training. She could not be a burden to the class. Qian Yanjun tried his best to lean forward and said with a bitter face, We still want to use books. Books are heavy, it's not easy. Before he could finish his sentence, the hat on his head slipped forward. Qian Yanjun reflexively reached out to grab it, but he lost his balance and fell backward. Yiqian supported his back with one hand and helped the boy who fell backward. Don't think too much when you're standing. Distract your attention. The instructor took out the alarm clock this morning and set the time on purpose. Actually, it's to train your willpower. While we train our willpower, we have to learn how to distract ourselves. Yesterday, 6 or 7 people fell down in the last 43 minutes because we cared too much about time. We put all our energy into time, which affected our brains and produced negative psychological suggestions. In order not to be affected by negative psychological cues, it's best to learn how to distract yourself and think about something else. He straightened Qian Yanjun and put the military cap back on his head. Every time the cap drops, you'll get an extra 10 minutes. Fuck, it's for real. Qian Yanjun exclaimed. Yiqian looked at the hat that looked like it was about to fall off again, and calmly reminded him, Drop it again in 20 minutes. Also, put away the catchphrase that you boys like the most. If your speech is not in line with the image of a soldier, the pickets will also take care of it. This time Song Jiqiu, who was standing at the top, did not say anything. She smiled bitterly. Since things had come to this point, how could she lie? Of course he was serious. Her cousin had mentioned her a few times. Every time he talked about Yi Qian, the expression on his face would change. At first, she had thought that her cousin was interested in Yi Qian. Later, she could not help but ask about it. Her cousin even looked serious and answered very seriously. There's a kind of person who can make people appreciate and respect her from the bottom of their hearts, and it's an honor to know her. Yi Qian belongs to this kind of person. As long as you've been with her, you'll see that she has qualities that are more real than real gold. She's serious and responsible to people and matters, and her behavior is open and aboveboard. She'll do her best to help the students who ask her for help. Chapter 1407. Now it seemed that his cousin was not lying at all. Yi Jian was indeed a woman who was serious and responsible. She had an extraordinary charisma. Thinking of this, Song Zhiqiu's expression became more serious. Yi Qian, who was helping Qian Yanjun to stand upright, did not see him standing on the top step. He turned the hat around and put it back on Qian Yanjun's head. He looked at him with a smile. Think of the hat as your head. I think you can hold on. If the hat falls off, your head will fall off. Don't you think it's very serious? Qian Yanjun was speechless. It was not just a little serious, it was absolutely serious. He Jing tried hard not to laugh out loud. Thinking of the hat as her head, she did not dare to drop the hat. The other boys were suffering but could not say anything. They had come out purely to be companions. They did not know that, when they were caught, they had to stand in a military posture. If they did not stand properly, they would be punished. When they could finally rest at night, they had to continue. Life was tough. Yi Qian checked their postures and corrected them. Then he stood on the last step together with them. He maintained the same posture with their heels in the air, and stood in a military posture with them. Our heads and necks must be straight. We have to be upright and upright. We have to have a correct attitude. We have to be clear about our goals and take every step well. We have to raise our heads and stand upright. We have to tell everyone that we can overcome difficulties no matter how difficult they are. Our knees will naturally be strong. Our heads can be broken and our blood can flow. Only when we are strong and unyielding soldiers can we show our strength. We have to straighten our legs. If we are soft, we have no confidence. If we are soft, we have to give in to the difficulties in front of us. Our eyes will naturally look forward. Don't think that you are so great. Soldiers should not be arrogant. What we need is to look forward and do our best to complete your mission. Keep your lips shut. Talk less and do more. Don't brag all day long about how capable you are. No matter how beautiful your words are, one thing done well by others is better than 1,000 words from your mouth. Yi Qian repeated what Principal Chan had said to the students who had asked him for advice tonight. Unmoving as pine trees, straight as spears, eyes like torches, expression like majestic, indomitable spirit, good boys and girls. Unmoving like a pine tree, tall and straight like a spear, eyes like torches, expression majestic, indomitable, good children. The sound was sonorous and powerful, and it contained a majestic aura that caused the pickets who were about to go upstairs to check the situation to stop. It turned out that the students did not intend to stay in the teaching building, but were using the break time to practice standing in military posture. The flashlight flashed, and the leader of the pickets led his teammates up the stairs step by step. Yi Qian had already heard the sound of footsteps. At this time, only the pickets came over with flashlights. He raised his voice and said, "Put your IDs in your jacket pockets. He Jing, don't move. You have a piece of paper in your hands. I'll get it for you. Boys, pay attention to the balance of the hat. If it falls, an extra 10 minutes will be added." The snow-white light shone on everyone's backs, and the picketers were startled. "Comrade, what are you doing?" In school, the picketers didn't call the students classmates. Yi Qian was the first to take out his ID. He smiled and explained, "We're practicing military posture. We'll be done in half an hour." The school picketers had the right to check the ID of any student. They even had the right to check the ID of a PhD student who stayed at the National University of Science and Technology. If they caught someone violating military discipline, they would take away the student's ID and register it. After that, they would be notified at the weekly meeting. Then the team leaders would come to punish you. The class leaders would come to talk to you. The more serious cases would also come to talk to you. Chapter 1408. In short, as long as you were registered by the pickets, you would be anxious and tired for 2 consecutive weeks. The freshmen hadn't sensed the terror of the pickets yet. Even Yi Jian hadn't noticed it. The pickets didn't check the documents immediately. Instead, they observed them for a while before nodding and saying to Yi Jian, "That's a good idea. It'll definitely be effective if you stand there for a year." He's quite polite, unlike how my senior brothers described him to be fierce. Yi Jian murmured in his heart before he answered, 1 hour every night. You'll get something in a month. I have an idea. But you'll affect other students if you stand in the corridor of the school. I won't warn you tonight. Be careful next time. After returning Yi Jian's ID card, the head of the picket smiled as the dazzling flashlight swept across the hovering heels of the few people. The other 2 pickets checked everyone's IDs and confirmed that they had not done anything else because they were practicing military posture. The 3 of them then went downstairs. They're not as fierce as the senior brothers said. I feel that they're quite polite. That's because a boy had just opened his mouth when his hat fell off his head. He changed his tone. "Ah damn," Yi Qian said coldly. "If you said that just now, your name will definitely be on the weekly meeting. Watch your words. 10 more minutes. You've lost your hat." "Bro, please forgive me. I want to go back to the dormitory to sleep. Stand still. Don't fall on me." He even spoke slowly for fear that he would lose his hat if he spoke loudly. Time seemed to pass by casually. When Yi Qian said that it was over, Qian Yanjun still did not believe him. "No way. 40 minutes passed so quickly? 40 minutes this morning felt like 40 days to me. Of course it's fast." After Yi Qian finished speaking, a boy from the province of Huolu City asked Qian Yanjun with a smile, "What did you use to divert your attention just now?" Qian Yanjun put on his big brimmed hat and habitually checked if the collar buckle was fastened properly. He said proudly, "I'm doing physics questions. I'm doing physics questions in my head. I really don't feel like time is passing quickly." "I'm memorizing English words," Song Jiqiu replied. He Jing rolled her eyes at them and answered honestly, "I memorized the rules and conditions in the booklet. Didn't the teacher say that we should take our time in year 1 and year 2? And focus on studying in year 3 and year 4. You guys only think about studying every day. Hey, now that we focus on studying, it's fine as long as we don't fail our subjects and don't take makeup exams. Do you still think that you're a high school student and study hard day and night?" Learning in a military academy was not as important as learning in a key university. For example, if a very capable but sickly top student were to enter a military academy, he would realize that the capital he was so proud of was nothing in terms of physical fitness, military affairs, and internal affairs. After she finished speaking, she asked Yi Qian, "What about you?" "Me?" Hearing this, Yi Qian paused for a moment before answering honestly, "I'm thinking about my class schedule. There's a cryptography class that I find quite interesting. I plan to go to the library tomorrow night to look for some cryptography books to read. I'm also very interested in this. When I was in year 2, I was obsessed with Morse code. It was because of this that I applied for the military academy." The boy from Shanghai took over the topic excitedly. "I also like affine code very much. Yi Qian, what about you? Are you obsessed with that one?" Chapter 1409. Qian Yanjun, Song Jiqiu, and the others raised their heads in silence. They really didn't understand these things. Yi Qian, who was also a top student, thought for a while before answering, "I don't particularly like any of them and I'm not crazy about any of them. But someone told me about them before, so I'm a little interested." Xia Jinyuan sent her to school to report. Along the way, he talked about most of the classes, especially cryptography such as the tripartite cipher, ADFGVX cipher, Boole cipher, and Sifang cipher. He also suggested that she study cryptography carefully. Yi Qian, who had not been very interested in cryptography before, was also interested because he said that he was good at cryptography. The Shanghai top student was less excited after hearing that. He said, "Oh," discouraged, but in less than 3 seconds he did not give up and asked, "Have you tried to learn about cryptography?" "Learned about it." Yi Qian thought for a while and said with a smile, "I'm going to learn about it. I also want to learn it better." Yes, we must learn it well. There are also experiments in cryptography. Yiqian, we can do experiments together in the future. The clean and gentle Shanghai boy's eyes were shining because Yiqian was the only girl he had met who was interested in cryptography. He would spare no effort to persuade her to study cryptography with him. Not only Morse cipher but also many other cryptography. Virginia cipher, Etbash cipher. They are all alphabetic words. Very interesting. The rest of the people, including Yiqian, were confused. Excuse me, what kind of astronomy are you talking about? The Shanghai boy really liked it. He talked about Virginia cipher. Military intelligence needs to be encrypted and usually a key is used. Only by finding the key can we get access to the file. I think our cryptography will definitely have the Virginia code, and by then, Morse cipher? Sherlock Holmes cipher? Yijing was completely confused. While listening to the Shanghai boy continue talking about cryptography that she did not understand, she whispered to Yiqian, I'm not only feeling the pressure physically, I'm also feeling the pressure in my studies. Yiqian pursed his lips and smiled. I don't know either, but these things do need to be learned. They'll be included in the exam, and they'll be tested every year. If we don't understand, we can learn. We have a ready-made genius in our class. If we don't understand, we can ask for leave from him. The world of a top student was not easy to understand. As for the world of a prodigy, he could not see through it at all. The Shanghai boy could be categorized as a prodigy, who asked him not to be able to understand what he was saying. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the campus was still brightly lit. There were faint shadows walking back and forth in the field. They were all students who were not physically fit and were secretly training themselves. The lights in the 3rd and 4th year schools were not completely switched off. The prodigious senior brothers and sisters were still making use of their break time to study. They did not neglect their physical fitness, studies, and housework. Yi Jian looked up at the classroom where the lights were still on and the square windows were illuminated. She looked into the distance with her quiet and bright eyes. 5 years ago, was Xia Jinyuan as hardworking as he was in this school? Those are prodigies who will be selected as top students, He Jing said with emotion. During the freshman's military training, the senior brother and class monitor told us that after 4 years of graduation, there will be a very small number of people who will be selected as top students with extremely harsh conditions. A very small number of people who will be selected as top students with extremely harsh conditions? Chapter 14:10. How many are there? How harsh are the requirements? Yi Qian couldn't help but ask. Xia Jinyuan once said that he would be evaluated as a top student when he graduated. At that time, she didn't think it was that difficult. After all, she had been evaluated as a top student every year since the 2nd semester of her 2nd year of middle school. When she heard that, she said disapprovingly, I get it every year. It's not rare. He Jing's expression was a little withered. It's so difficult. Those who really get top students are no longer ordinary people. That exaggerated. But seeing that her withered expression contained some respect, Yi Qian couldn't help but gather his thoughts. For 4 years, all subjects have to score 90 marks. There's no minimum score. All subjects have to score 90 marks. All physical subjects have to be excellent. You can't even get good. For 4 years, no bad record, no record of picketing, no illness, no leave, no demerit points in class, etc., etc. He Jing finished in one breath. Her expression was sad. In short, if someone really gets top students after 4 years, they're the best in the whole school. Yi Qian thought about what Xia Jinyuan said to her. In the car, he looked indifferent and lazy as he talked about his 4 years in the military academy. My minor languages are German and Spanish. I probably had some talent in languages, so I got a level 8 specialized Esper. As for physical fitness, I got excellent. Because I also participated in a few competitions in school, I was evaluated as a top student after graduation. He said it so casually, as if getting top students was a simple matter. Now that she heard it, he was worthy of being called the all-round soldier king. His performance in school was so outstanding that it far surpassed many of his classmates. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble from being seen by the picketers, the girls walked far ahead and spoke softly so that the boys behind them didn't know what they were talking about. When they reached a fork in the road, both sides smiled and said goodbye before returning to their own dorms. As soon as they separated, the boys looked at each other and collectively let out a long sigh. To be honest, it was really stressful to walk with Yi Jian. It was like walking with the chief. When she spoke, her voice was soft and unhurried. When she smiled, there was even a gentleness between her beautiful eyebrows, like the gentleness of the Jiangnan River village, which made people feel scared. Just now, Yi Qian didn't say that we'll continue tomorrow night. I guess he didn't say that. Qian Yanjun twisted his stiff neck. Thinking about what had happened before, he gritted his teeth. Her way of standing is more tiring than standing in the daytime. 40 minutes is equivalent to 2 hours of our daytime. But we can't deny that it is indeed. Song Jiqiu's neck was also stretched. She's tired she couldn't move for 40 minutes. If we want to improve progress, we can use her way. It's useless if we only improve quickly. The whole class has to improve quickly to have an effect. While they were talking about Yi Jian, He Jing was also talking about them. Wu Bingqing's physical fitness is good, and his studies are good too. He seems to be quite knowledgeable about cryptography. I'm afraid there will be a top student in our class. As he spoke, he looked Yi Jian up and down and said with a smile, "You're not bad either. You also have a lot of potential. Then we'll all be first lieutenants, and you'll be a captain." Excellent students would be directly rewarded. After graduation, they would be awarded the rank of captain instead of first lieutenant. Yi Qian was a little excited after hearing that. Chapter 14:11. Xia Jinyuan graduated 5 years ago, but he still held the rank of major. That was strange. Why hadn't there been any changes? Yi Qian thought to herself. She smiled and said, "Commendations are tempting. The rank of captain, just thinking about it makes me excited." Who said it wasn't? When I heard it, I was filled with pride. As they spoke, they arrived at the dormitory. The lights in the dormitory were about to be turned off at 10:30. He Jing saw that it was getting late and quickened her steps. Su Wen had already fallen asleep on the bed. She was exhausted. She wanted to practice standing with them, but she didn't have the energy to do so. At 10:20, the bedtime signal sounded. The two of them quickly got ready for bed. Their clothes, belts, military caps, short sleeves and shorts were all placed in the designated places, so that it would be convenient for them to grab them the next day. They didn't have to look for delays everywhere. The bedtime signal sounded again. The white lights in each dormitory went out almost at the same time. All the dormitory buildings were plunged into darkness. The night insects played a symphony of nature. After a while, the students who were tired from the day fell asleep. Yi Qian laid on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. She thought about what Xia Jinyuan had said to her. She thought about his life in the military academy and his hard work. If she wanted to be as outstanding as him, even if she got into the military academy, she couldn't relax. She had to continue working hard. She had to learn from him. She had to get close to him. Through her own efforts, she had to become an indomitable soldier like him. Yi Qian closed her eyes and thought deeply. That elegant and handsome face appeared in her mind. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly and she gradually fell asleep. The next day, during the drill class, Class 3 all obediently took off their military caps under the smiling eyes of the instructor. Then the instructor continued to smile and said, "In order to make you all stand at attention as soon as possible, I've decided to take the advice of the boys." Hearing this, Yi Jian had a bad feeling in her heart. It couldn't be. Did they tell the instructor? Soon her premonition came true. As the leader of the procession, Yi Jian was the first to take the brand new poker cards from the instructor's hands. The instructor chuckled softly and said, "Your uncle must be a very outstanding soldier." "Thank you." Yi Qian also lowered her voice. She really did not expect that the boy would tell the teacher. Great, now there was going to be a lot of trouble. Wasn't there going to be a lot of trouble? In a while, someone's big-brimmed hat would fall off. Overtime. After a while, someone dropped a poker card. Overtime. Drop the hat, drop the cards, overtime, overtime. After the first day of class, it caused even more public outrage. Everyone said that they wanted to find out which brat had suggested such a trick to the instructor. Yi Qian and He Jing fell silent. Fortunately, the instructor had mentioned a few boys and not girls. The few boys who had asked the instructor for help tried their best to join in the fight against the common enemy. Faced with the anger of more than 30 students in the class, they did not dare to reveal that they were the boys that the instructor had mentioned. Even after graduation, they still couldn't find out who the boys were, and it became one of the unsolved cases of the third class. Soon, the third class also found a psychological balance. The rest of the teachers of the first year felt that this method was very good and immediately used it in their classes. In the end, the school leaders were alerted and praised the spirit of the third class and this batch of freshmen for their hardworking spirit. In the end, they called on all the teachers and students of the school to learn from the freshmen. Very good, the students of the third class who had started first felt even better. Chapter 14:12. The second-year seniors were fine, but the third-year and fourth-year seniors were having a hard time. Ruthless, too ruthless. Which class came up with this idea? I must find out who it is. The boys in Class 3 felt that they had gotten themselves into big trouble, so they worked even harder when they were standing. They were afraid that the teacher would yell out their names and criticize them. What's wrong? You can't even stand properly? It's just a hat, not a piece of equipment. Can't hold a poker card? You have to hold it even if you can't. What, didn't you suggest this? Do you want me to call on the whole class to follow suit? What? Why can't you do it yourself? If the instructor really said that, the boys in Class 3 would become the public enemy of the whole school. In order not to expose their identities, the boys finished standing during the day and continued to eat at night. They were afraid. Yiqian laughed. The whole field was filled with fighting spirit. It was very contagious. No one knew who came up with this idea except for the few pickets. However, they only remembered that they had seen it. As for who it was, they could not remember. Under the scorching sun, the training on the field was carried out. Every student was wearing their summer uniform and was exposed to the sun. Everyone had probably gotten used to it after being exposed to the sun for a long time. In the end, no one fainted from heatstroke. After a week, all the freshmen could really stand in a proper military posture. However, in the words of the instructor, they only had the form but not the bone. If they wanted to stand in a proper military posture, they would need at least half a year before they could form the bone. Bones represented the majesty and coldness of a soldier, just by standing there casually. In the third class, Yijian was the only one who could stand in a military posture. This was not what the teacher said, but what all the students agreed. They all agreed that Yijian was the girl who deserved to be number one. When the school wanted to choose a freshman representative to be the flag bearer for the National Day celebration, Class 3 voted for Yiqian. Even Class 1 and Class 2 voted for Yiqian. Yiqian, who was not used to walking in public, struggled for a while. Standing in the General Affairs Director's office, Yiqian was still wondering if he could change the person in charge. The General Affairs Director recognized Yiqian. When he saw the young lady standing in front of him with a military aura, he silently nodded in his heart. He pulled open the drawer of his desk and said with a pleasant expression, Come, Yiqian. Take a look at the grace of our previous flag bearers and flag raisers. All of the student representatives who were elected are now doing very well in their respective positions. The thick photo album opened, and from the black and white photos to the old color photos, not only did they see the valiant and heroic appearance of the school flag bearers, but they also witnessed the military uniform reform of our country. When she flipped the photo to the 9th grade, a slightly youthful face with an unforgettable side profile entered her eyes. The side profile of the flag bearer in the photo was too familiar. It was so familiar that if this person stood in front of her, she would be able to recognize him with her eyes closed. Xia Jinyuan. The Xia Jinyuan she was familiar with. The elegant and dangerous Xia Jinyuan who had a soft spot for her. This is the most outstanding student. From the time he entered the school to the time he graduated, he had been the flag bearer for every year. In the past, just like you, he did not like to walk in front. The General Affairs Director laughed. He even poured a glass of cold water for Yiqian and set it aside. After thinking for half a day, he finally thought it through. After that, he had to attend the opening ceremony every year. If he didn't, the school would feel that something was missing. He has a good image and temperament. He can take on big responsibilities. Chapter 14:13. Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. She found out more about his past. Listening to it, she felt as if it was happening right beside her. He had left too many traces in this school, and she could even find out about his past from the teachers. Inexplicably, Yi Qian felt much happier. He had always been her goal. Now she was following the path he had walked, chasing after him step by step, moving forward. And he was not far away, quietly waiting for her arrival. Yi Qian closed the photo album and became the representative of the freshmen, taking on the role of the flag guard. At this time, the freshmen had entered the marching formation training. The formation training consisted of marching, running, and marching. The marching was the best way to show the valiance and vigor of the soldiers. It had a very strong effect that could shake people's hearts. When Yi Qian returned, the third class was resting. Everyone was sitting under the sun, laughing so hard that their shoulders were shaking. The two girls, Su Wen and He Jing, were sitting far away, looking awkward and uncomfortable. It was as if they had encountered something embarrassing and were very uncomfortable. When they saw Yi Qian walking over, the boys in the class pursed their lips again, laughing so hard that they suffered internal injuries. "What's wrong?" Yi Qian, who didn't know what was going on, walked over to his roommate. "The boys are a little strange. What are they laughing about? What happened just now? The instructor isn't here either. Where did he go?" Su Wen covered her face and said in a muffled voice, "When we were practicing the marching drill, the instructor said a chant. The boys couldn't hold back their aura. The instructor asked them to laugh for 10 minutes before he came over. A hooligan-like chant came out of nowhere. Even a girl like me was embarrassed." The girl, He Jing, fanned her hands unnaturally, her face slowly becoming hot. "Luckily you weren't there at that time. Otherwise you would have been embarrassed too." Yi Jian really didn't know that there was a chant for marching. The meaning of marching was to display a military posture. Everyone stood upright with their legs stretched out. Their feet touched the ground with a sonorous and powerful sound. They moved forward with a strong sense of rhythm. This was a very serious drill. Why would it make the boys laugh and the girls feel awkward? Although Su Wen's grandfather was a soldier, she grew up with her grandparents who taught. Although she had a straightforward personality, she still had the temperament of a little girl. She was too embarrassed to say it, so she pushed the girl, He Jing. Say it, say it. I really can't open my mouth." Some of the boys stood up and did the marching drill. Then the boys who were sitting laughed until they beat the grass. They couldn't laugh loudly and felt uncomfortable holding it in, so they could only use their physical strength to vent. Yi Jian's eyes darkened slightly. These boys were probably going to be punished. The formation training ground had to be solemn and formal in order to show the might of the soldiers. For the instructor to leave for a while laughing and pounding the ground at this time was probably intentional. "It's just a chant. You don't have to be embarrassed." "What's the chant?" "It only tells you the trick to memorize the movement so that you can learn the key as soon as possible." Yi Jian smiled and enlightened the two girls. "You have to differentiate between formation training and physical training. During physical training, you have to shout loudly and be high-spirited. But we can't do the formation training." He had to be serious. "You've all seen the square formation of the National Day ceremony. It's neat and orderly. Their slogans are filled with murderous intent. Who's laughing? Who would laugh? No one would laugh. Only the mighty and majestic aura of our army can be felt when we walk out." The boys were still laughing, while the girls walked out of the awkward situation under the guidance of Yi Qian. Even their sitting postures were much more upright. Chapter 14:14. Su Wen's expression gradually became solemn. Then she nodded and said seriously, "You're right. When I was 4 years old, I went to my dad's army. At that time, I happened to see the soldiers training in formation. I still remember it vividly. I was just walking over when suddenly there was an earth-shattering chant. I was so scared that I cried. 4 years old, I'm almost 20 years old now." The instructor had indeed been observing. When he saw that the two girls' expressions gradually relaxed due to Yi Qian's arrival, he put down the binoculars. Class 3's Yi Qian was indeed a good seedling. Our country's marching regulations were personally set by General Shao. In the 50s, the great leader proposed that the army should be unified in command, system, organization, and discipline. At that time, the head of the military training department, General Xiao immediately organized the relevant personnel to write 3 regulations: discipline, internal affairs, and formation. With the implementation of the 3 regulations, it provided a strong support for the construction of our army. In the 50s it began to be used. Yi Qian talked about China's marching, the origin and development of China's formation. Later on, the military commission researched and used the infantry movement that Commander Liu personally set. Using the German marching as a template, it made changes based on the Soviet Union. It strengthened the arm swing and at the same time adjusted the stride length to achieve the coordination of the 4 limbs. It was the marching and formation of our army. Don't underestimate our marching and formation training. These were all done after a long period of research and study by our ancestors. After a long period of research and constant adjustments, we finally have today's formation training and various regulations. Following her explanation, the 2 girls no longer had any awkwardness on their faces. Even the boys who were closer to the 3 of them didn't secretly laugh. The incantation was just a way for everyone to quickly grasp the key points. How could you just listen to its literal meaning? You had to understand it on a deeper level, dissect it and understand it. I think I understand what you're trying to say. He Jing, who was quite perceptive, straightened her gaze. The formation represents the image of us soldiers. It is also the blood and sweat of the old leaders and elders. It is also the legacy of the army. We need to walk with respect and reverence. Yi Qian's smile deepened. That's right. There's also the formation training. The ultimate goal is to foster discipline and obedience among the soldiers. Good military posture, strict military manners, strong style, strict discipline, majestic military prestige, and coordination of movements are all inseparable from formation training. The boys are laughing right now. I dare say that they haven't memorized the formation rules. Just wait, the feast is about to be served. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was loud enough for the boys closest to her to hear. It was a hot day, and the temperature was around 37 degrees Celsius. The boys felt cold air rush up from the soles of their feet, and their heart palpitations rushed up to their heads. They shuddered violently. The rules and regulations of the formation included general principles, formation commands, formation actions, etc. There were a total of 9 chapters, 65 articles and 5 appendices. It was quite a thick book. Before the cold shivers passed, a sharp whistle that made one's scalp numb sounded. The instructor's stern and cold voice sounded. I'll give you 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. He said 10 seconds and it was only 10 seconds. Those boys who didn't realize that danger was coming didn't even have time to smile properly. The instructor's cold gaze swept past them like steel needles pricking their scalps painfully. Chapter 14-15. Just as Yi Qian had said, the boys' punishment was coming. When Yi Qian left with the 2 girls, he only saw the boys' white faces and trembling knees. The military academy was not a place where you could do whatever you wanted, nor was it a place where you could joke about discipline. Through strict formation training and formation life, it could cultivate a soldier's strict organization and discipline. It could cultivate a strict and decisive fighting style. It could cultivate a determined and fearless soldier's temperament. You still dare to laugh at such a significant training? Do you think you're having it too easy? The boys' punishment continued for a week. After those boys with impulsive temperaments were taught a lesson, they underwent another transformation. By the end of September, the freshmen finally looked like soldiers in their straight military uniforms. Their self-restraint improved. Their appearance improved. Dressed in their military uniforms, they all held their heads high and began to march in an orderly manner according to the instructor's command. Yi Qian, who had become the flag guard, stood on the flag-raising platform like a pine tree. His gaze was cold as he looked at every class that walked in the square. 1, 2, 3 march in unison. The orderly troops walked in a very rhythmic manner on the platform. With a salute, the future reserve officer of our army walked in front of the platform with a solemn expression under the scorching sun. His eyes were like sharp arrows as he walked in front of the platform with an imposing military aura. In the entire National University of Science and Technology, other than the military parade field, it was so quiet that not a single person could be seen. At the main entrance of the school, a sentry stopped a couple and said very seriously, "Our school is not receiving any parents right now. Please leave our school quickly. Please cooperate. No, comrade, we really have an urgent matter. The child's grandmother is dying and wants to see the child. Comrade, can you please inform her? Her name is Yiqian. She's a new student. If it's really not possible, can you inform the homeroom teacher? Sun Dongqing's voice was full of emotion. Her expression seemed to be quite anxious. The sentry maintained a cold expression and did not allow any room for discussion. Please leave our school immediately. Please cooperate. If they still did not cooperate, they could ask the soldiers to come out. Comrade, why are you so inhumane? The child's grandmother is about to die. Why can't you be more reasonable? If a soldier can go home to attend a funeral, I don't believe that a cadet can't go home to attend a funeral. The sentry in front of the school gate was not armed with a gun. Sun Dongqing stood up and grabbed the sentry's wrist. Do you have to make things difficult for people like this? You didn't let us in and you didn't even inform the students. What kind of soldiers are you? Don't you have any manners? The sentinel warned her 3 times in a row to loosen her grip, but to no avail. He then made his move and in the blink of an eye, he easily pinned Sun Dongqing's hand behind her back. Yi Jifan was shocked and quickly said, I'm sorry, comrade. My wife was a little impatient. She didn't mean any harm. She definitely didn't mean any harm. Please take her away from our school immediately. The sentinel didn't probe further. He let go of Sun Dongqing, whose face was distorted from the pain, and waved his hand. A few more soldiers on duty walked out. Their expressions were so cold that Sun Dongqing shrank back to her husband's side. What could they do? They couldn't get in. If they wanted to find Yiqian, they had to go through the sentinel. Yi Jifan had no choice but to put down his pride and ask politely, Then I'd like to ask, how can we contact the students inside? Tomorrow is National Day. I heard that cadets can leave school this afternoon. I don't know if that's true or not. Chapter 14:16. The gentle Yi Jifan had the authority of a government official, and he spoke boldly. The guard's attitude was not as cold as before. He replied, Our school is holding a celebration right now, and we won't be receiving any parents. As for the holiday arrangements, each class in each school is different, so we can't answer your question. Also, sir, if you don't leave now, the soldiers on duty will come and deal with you. In the car, Ying stared at the majestic gate of the National University of Science and Technology. The thick bricks, the cold colors, the majestic national emblem, and the sentry on duty. Yiqian received all these and entered the military school known as the Military Hua University. But she had nothing at all. Her fingernails dug into her palms, and she didn't let go even when she felt the pain. She had to think of a way. She had to think of a way to defeat Yiqian. She had to think of a way to defeat her. But what could she do? Now, in order for her to enter the military, her parents had to bring her here to apologize to Yiqian, and ask her to forgive her mother for being disrespectful to Uncle General. That old thing, even after he died, he was still causing trouble for her family. How hateful. What should we do? They won't let us in at all. How can we find her? Sun Dongqing hurriedly chased after Yi Jifan, who had turned back to the car. She was really anxious. For the sake of her daughter's future, how could she not be anxious? There's still no news from the Qin family, and there's no progress on your side. Old Yi Yiqian is the only path we can take. Yi Jifan, whose face had darkened, glanced at her coldly. What's the use of being anxious now? We can't even see her. He had purposely picked a national holiday, but he still couldn't find her. Why is it like this damn girl? How did it come to this? In the past I could hit and scold her whenever I wanted, but now I can't even find her. The difference was too big, and Sun Dongqing still couldn't accept it. I'm afraid you won't even know where she is in the future. Yi Jifan was a little irritated as he smoked a cigarette. He took a deep breath and looked at the gate of the National University of Science and Technology. His eyes were a little dark and unclear. He did not expect that things would come to this. Why did he still have to depend on Yiqian? Ying didn't come out. She just watched. The unwillingness in her eyes turned into a gloomy darkness, making her look exceptionally cold. I'll ask them later. The sentinel said that they're holding a celebration. It's probably related to National Day. Yi Jifan finished the cigarette and adjusted his mood before saying, If you really see her later, give me. A sentry walked straight towards him. Yi Qian is currently participating in a celebration. After registering, you will enter the school together with the soldiers on duty. Please abide by the school's regulations when you enter the school grounds. You are not allowed to walk around or take photos. In short, he said a lot, and Sun Dongqing's expression changed again and again. She endured it and tried her best to keep her mouth shut. Yi Jifan thought that things would be difficult, but who knew that there would be such a big twist? After listening carefully, he said, "We will definitely not cause any trouble for the school. We will definitely abide by the school's regulations." As long as she could get in, she would definitely cooperate. Otherwise, she would be chased out by Yi Qian on the spot. With her personality, she would definitely do it. After going through some procedures, Yi Jifan finally brought Sun Dongqing and Ying into the school grounds. The moment the family of 3 stepped onto the campus, they couldn't help but hold their breaths. Ying grabbed Yi Jifan's arm tightly. She had an inexplicable sense of respect for this place. Chapter 14-17. This was a campus that Ying had never understood or been familiar with. Everywhere she looked, there was a sense of unfamiliarity that made her feel like she was suffocating. Sun Dongqing's shoulders shrunk back a little. She did not see anyone on the campus. It was so solemn that it made her tremble in fear. Her eyelids were twitching, and she was extremely panicked. "Old Yi, why don't we wait outside?" After walking for about 500 meters, Sun Dongqing suddenly said anxiously, "This place makes me feel uneasy. I feel like something big is going to happen." The further they walked, the faster her heart beat. Sun Dongqing had not met Yi Qian for the first time, and she was already feeling scared. Ying bit her lower lip. She was also panicking, but to ask her to go back. Impossible. How could she go back? If Yi Qian knew about this, he would laugh her to death. Ying cleared her throat. In order to show her imposing manner, she purposely straightened her back and said coldly, "Mom, follow me closely." She thought she was imposing, but her voice was dry, revealing a sense of cowardice. Ying heard her own dry voice, and her face stiffened even more. She might as well not open her mouth. The soldier on duty walking in front did not communicate with the students' parents. Only when they reached a fork in the road did he remind them coldly, "This way." Yi Jifan's cold eyes were filled with warning. He turned around and glanced at the mother and daughter. "Watch your step. Don't fall." It sounded like he was concerned, but it was actually a warning. The campus was very big, and it would take some time to reach the military parade field from the school gate. After passing through 2 empty teaching buildings and walking through a long corridor, suddenly, a deafening sound that seemed to be able to shatter the air came from the front. Ying was so shocked that she let out an "ah," as she was not prepared for this. Then she immediately covered her mouth. Her face was filled with deep regret. The soldier on duty did not look back, nor did he explain anything. He connected to the walkie-talkie and contacted the soldier on duty inside. "I am the soldier on duty at post 11. The students' parents are here. The students' parents are here. Please respond if you hear me." There was a buzzing sound from the walkie-talkie, and then someone replied, "Please bring them to the audience. Please bring them to the audience." "Got it, got it." The soldier on duty cut off the connection and turned to Yi Jifan's family of 3, saying, "The entire school is now holding a military parade. When you arrive at the audience seats, please sit properly. Do not stand up or walk around casually. At the same time, cooperate with the routine inspection of the soldiers on duty." Even Yi Jifan, as an official, couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard the slogans. His attitude was gentle as he said, "We will follow the school's arrangements. We will not make our own decisions." Although he was a provincial-level cadre, once he entered the military academy and entered the army, it would be the same. It was only right for him to lower his attitude. When Sun Dongqing and Ying saw that even the backbone of the family did not put on airs, they naturally did not dare to put on airs. They even fearfully followed the soldiers in. They walked valiantly in unison, with a cold and imposing manner. When they were in formation, their orderly and mighty steps, their sonorous and powerful voices filled the vast field with the figures of future reserve officers of our army. Although it was not as grand as the National Day Parade, it was enough to shake people's hearts. Ying was already dumbfounded. This was the military academy that Yi Qian had entered. This was the place where Yi Qian would live for 4 years. This was Yi Qian's life. Chapter 14:18. Holy, dignified, mighty, piercingly cold. It made her feel fear and reverence, and it made her more and more panicked. How did this happen? How did this happen? She was clearly the most outstanding one, and Yi Qian was clearly the worst. She should be the one with a bright future. How did she end up like this? How did she end up like this? She didn't know which class the students from, but the white gloves on their hands flashed across Yi Ying's dazed eyes like a ray of light, so piercing that she couldn't help but close her eyes. Her entire aura seemed to be covered in dust, cold, gloomy, and without a trace of vitality. Ying, hurry up and leave. Sun Dongqing saw that her daughter didn't move, and couldn't help but urge her softly. They're all looking at you. Hurry up and leave. Ying opened her eyes and her eyeballs moved slightly. She asked in a weak voice, Mom, how am I worse than her? I'm clearly better than her. How did I end up like this? What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Dongqing, who always thought that her precious daughter was the best, said coldly, How are you worse? You're better than that wretched girl. What's so good about this place? See, all the officials are standing at the top. Yi Qian is nothing. He's just a military school student. How many military school students are there? It's no big deal even if she got in. Sun Dongqing always comforted herself, and even found excuses for Yi Ying to escape. She thought that she was doing it for Yi Ying's good, but in fact every time Yi Ying had the slightest thought of self-reflection, Sun Dongqing would immediately jump out and find excuses for Yi Ying. Over time Yi Ying also became like her. She developed a habit of not recognizing reality and finding excuses to escape reality. She always thought that she was right and everyone else was wrong. Everyone else was useless, and she was the only one who had a bright future. Sun Dongqing, who once again extinguished Yi Ying's self-reflection, didn't know how wrong she was. She continued to comfort her. Let her enjoy her glory now. When you enter the capital government regiment and talk to the high-ranking officials every day, Ying, those days will be glorious. She might even find a high-ranking official's son, or find a young high-ranking official to be her boyfriend. Look how great is that? How promising. So what if that wretched girl has the support of that old thing? Who would help her for so long? Sun Dongqing, who had forgotten about the pain after her wounds healed, returned to her old ways and dared to belittle Yi Qian again. Ying, you have to remember this for my mother. You will always be stronger than that wretched girl. No matter what, you still have your parents' support, but she has nothing. That's right, no matter what, she still had her parents' support. So what if Yi Qian was doing well now? She was just a normal cadet from a military academy. She was just standing here basking in the sun. Who would notice her? Every time there was a slogan, the mother and daughter, who couldn't help but shake their shoulders, whispered to each other. Their eyes drifted to the parade field and then quickly retracted, with caution and fear that they themselves didn't realize. Yi Jifan's attention was all on the parade field. He didn't turn around to look, nor did he hear what the mother and daughter were saying. If he had heard, he probably wouldn't have needed Yi Qian to come out. He would have directly pulled the mother and daughter, who only knew how to comfort themselves and couldn't recognize reality, away. There were only teachers in their military uniforms in the audience. When Yi Jifan sat down, he couldn't help but tug at his shirt to show respect to the square formation that was walking over. Chapter 14:19. The bright red national flag fluttered in the wind on the parade stage. The flag bearer stood at attention beside the flagpole, while 2 flag bearers stood guard with spears in their hands. After instructing his wife and daughter to sit on either side of him, Yi Jifan looked around. He looked at the high-spirited young silhouettes and then looked at his daughter beside him. He had never felt that his family was worse than others. He sighed softly and lectured Ying. 1 minute on the stage is 10 years of hard work off the stage. Ying, you have to learn from them. Dad, when I get into the military, I won't embarrass you. Yi Ying's jaw tightened. She tried to hide her uneasiness with an expressionless face, but it was too obvious. Instead, she appeared stiff and restrained. Yi Jifan saw this and sighed even more heavily in his heart. She did not reflect on her own shortcomings at all. Not only did she bite off more than she could chew, she also liked. She liked to daydream. Ying, whether you get into the military or not is another matter. Dad hopes that you can learn from their spirit. No matter how bad she was still his daughter. He had to educate her and not give up just like that. Yi Jifan patiently lectured. You used to love saying that Yi Qian was inferior to you in every aspect. Look at them now. Look at the figures below. Look at the aura they exude. Looking at them is like looking at Yi Qian. Ying, don't you realize the difference between you and Yi Qian? Don't you realize that you can't compare to Yi Qian? Yi Ying's face suddenly turned pale. She subconsciously clenched her fists. Dad can tell you very clearly now. You are indeed inferior to Yi Qian. You used to be outstanding, but that is all in the past. People have to look forward. You are still stuck in the same place. You think you are better than Yi Qian. In fact, Yi Qian has long surpassed you. Lecturing on the spot was more impactful than lecturing on the facts. Facing the rows of military academy students standing straight like pine trees, Ying felt her breathing getting heavier with each breath. It was as if her whole body was entangled in a spider web. The more she struggled, the less she could break free. Sun Dongqing was furious. She still had to take care of the people around her. She gritted her teeth and defended her daughter. Yi Jifan, how can you be a father? Look at how scared Ying is. Don't compare Yi Qian to Ying. In my heart, she's nothing. You don't even deserve to carry Ying's shoes. Every time he wanted to preach, Sun Dongqing would always be the first to jump out to refute him. Yi Jifan was burning with anger. He lowered his voice and shouted, "If you have the guts, get Yi Qian here later. Do you dare to let her carry Ying's shoes?" Oh, Sun Dongqing was speechless. How would she dare? He didn't even dare to say it to his face. Yi Jifan sneered. Do you see that, Ying? This is what your mother is capable of. The ability to rely on his mouth. If you learn all of your mother's skills, 10 Yi Qian can't even compare to 1 Ying. These words were so harsh that the last bit of color drained from Yi Ying's face. After a while she said softly, Dad, Mom, stop arguing. We're here to look for Yi Qian today, not to argue. 10 Yi Yings couldn't even compare to 1 Yi Qian. Was she that bad? She didn't believe it. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. How could Shi Ying be worse than Yi Qian? How could she be worse than her? She stared straight ahead. When her gaze inadvertently swept across the flag-raising stage, Yi Ying suddenly stood up. She saw a familiar figure. A figure that she wanted to curse even in her dreams. A figure that tormented her day and night. A figure that wanted to eat her flesh and gnaw on her bones. Chapter 1420. Yi Ying, sit down. She stood up abruptly. Yi Jifan, whose expression had darkened, reached out quickly and grabbed her wrist. Do you still want to embarrass yourself? Sit down. Fortunately, they were sitting in the back row. The teachers in front were all watching the parade seriously and did not pay attention to the back. Otherwise, Yi Ying would have received countless disapproving looks when she stood up so abruptly. The soldier on duty saw that the parent who stood up quickly sat down again. He took 2 steps forward and returned to his original position. His gaze lingered on Yi Ying for a few seconds before leaving. Yi Ying, who was forcefully pulled back by Yi Jifan, fell back into her seat. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Even her teeth were chattering. Dad, I saw Yi Qian. I saw Yi Qian. She was wearing a straight military uniform, holding a gun and standing at the highest point. It was as if she was looking down on her and mocking her. She was standing so high and holding a gun. She was even holding a gun. Mom said that there were so many military academy students. Who would recognize her? Wrong, all wrong. Who didn't see her? Everyone saw her. She was standing so high everyone would see her. All the teachers and students in the school would see her. What was she doing here? Was she here to see how impressive she was? Was she here to see how she made a name for herself in school? Was she here to be looked down on and mocked? Yi Ying's unwillingness turned into anger. She was so angry that her whole body trembled even more. Sun Dongqing noticed Yi Ying's strange behavior. She grabbed her daughter's trembling shoulders and scared her into asking, Ying, what's wrong? Did you get a heat stroke? Why are you trembling? Mom, I saw Yi Qian. She was standing so high up. Mom, I saw Yi Qian. Yi Ying grabbed the corner of Sun Dongqing's shirt and said angrily, She was in front, standing on the flag stand. Mom, everyone saw her. You're wrong, you're wrong. Everyone saw her. There were so many military academy students. She was the only one standing so high up, receiving everyone's attention. What about her? What about her? There was nothing. There was nothing. When Sun Dongqing heard this, she immediately raised her head and looked in the direction of the flag stand. When her gaze landed on the gun in Yi Qian's hand, her body instantly froze. She was standing so high up, and she was holding a gun in her hand. No wonder her daughter was afraid. Even she was afraid. Old Yi, let's go, let's go. Sun Dongqing said with difficulty. She held Yi Ying's shoulders tightly, and her lips were trembling. We came to the wrong place, we came to the wrong place. Before she sees us, old Yi, let's go, let's go. Ying Ying is scared. Look, Ying Ying is so scared that her whole body is trembling. Compared to his wife, Yi Jifan knew his daughter better. Ask her if she's trembling in fear or anger. Sit tight. You're not allowed to leave until you see Yi Qian. Dad, if she really goes on like this, she can easily take back the jade pendant on my neck. His eyes were as sharp as needles as he stared at Yi Ying, who was standing on the flag stand. He gritted his teeth and said, We can't let her go anymore. Dad, we must find a way. Take back the jade pendant? Yi Jifan chuckled. The jade pendant is in my hands. You don't have to worry. As for whether we can let Yi Qian go, Ying, oh Ying, if you weren't my daughter, I really wouldn't care about you. Chapter 1421. How could he not know what his daughter was thinking? It seemed like she was so angry that she even dared to threaten him. No wonder she was Yi Jifan's daughter. She was ruthless and did not lack courage. But if she was only ruthless but not capable, that would not do either. Yi Ying, whose thoughts were exposed, bit her lower lip. So he still knew that she was his daughter. Then why was he being so aggressive towards her? Yi Jifan ignored her grievances. There was even a trace of impatience in his cold voice. If you still refuse to face reality, Yi Ying, you will never be able to stop Yi Qian from moving forward. If you don't learn to lower your head, you will always be able to look up at Yi Qian. Yi Ying, do you still think you have the right to raise your head in front of Yi Qian? Do you still have the right to show off in front of her? Do you? Did she? No, she did not. She had nothing. If she had nothing, what right did she have to raise her head in front of Yi Qian? What right did she have to show off in front of him? Yi Ying, whose face was as white as a sheet, did not know how much time had passed before she gently shook her head. Her entire body seemed to collapse as she said, No, I have nothing. And she has everything that I can't get. Since you don't have anything, then keep your head down today. Don't just talk and do nothing, Yi Jifan said coldly, as if he did not believe a single word that Yi Ying said. He only hated that he did not bring her along when he was working in the town government. She had developed a blind and arrogant personality like Sun Dongqing. Yi Qian had already gone so far, but the daughter he had always thought was outstanding was still in the same place. If he did not let her see the truth, she would only continue to think that she was so powerful. He had reminded her countless times to wake up and not to underestimate Yi Qian. She had to realize that she was not as good as Yi Qian. In the end, it only had a slight effect at the time, and it was the same after that. Thinking of this, Yi Jifan gloomily stared at his wife. She had contributed greatly to his daughter's current state. Sun Dongqing did not say anything. She did not know what to say. She had always thought that her daughter was better than Yi Qian, but what was the truth? The truth was right in front of her eyes. Her daughter had to use her connections to enter the army. As for Yi Qian, he was already holding a gun. Facing her father's accusation, Yi Ying pursed her lips even tighter. Lowering her head to Yi Qian, how could she do it? How could she do it? She clenched her fists even tighter and her gaze became even more sinister. She couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. She couldn't accept lowering her head to someone who she thought was inferior to her. Seeing this, Yi Jifan sneered. He had spent so much effort to nurture him, only to receive such an outcome. He was unwilling to accept this. Now, if he wanted his daughter to stand up again, he could only rely on Yi Qian. He wanted to use her to make his daughter see the truth and stop being so arrogant. Lamentable, lamentable, when it came to educating his daughter, he failed too thoroughly. For a moment, The atmosphere between the father and daughter was so tense that it was almost at daggers drawn. Sun Dongqing was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Seeing that her daughter was sweating profusely under the sun, her heart ached so much that she took out an umbrella from her handbag. Ying, hold the umbrella and watch. It's too hot. Be careful not to get sunburned. It was indeed very hot. Ying instinctively reached out to take the umbrella. Yi Jifan's face darkened as sweat dripped down his back. We've been here for more than 10 minutes, and Yi Qian has been in this position without moving. She's standing, but you're still sitting. Hearing this, Ying retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Chapter 1422. Time passed bit by bit. From 8:15 to 11:30, Yi Jian and the two seniors on the flag-raising platform had been standing motionless with imitation guns that were as heavy as the Type 95 rifle. They had maintained the most standard military posture, standing tall and straight like pine trees with a piercingly cold aura. Yi Jifan had been paying attention to Yi Qian the entire time. When the military parade ended and the flag-bearers were about to walk down the flag-raising platform, he couldn't help but tighten his grip. If something were to happen to Yi Qian at this time, even Uncle Jen wouldn't be able to save her. Step by step, she walked down the steps gracefully. Then step by step, she strode across the platform with her head held high. Everyone's attention was on her. All eyes were on her. Yi Jifan clenched his fists even tighter. Even if there was the slightest mistake, such as her steps not being in sync with the other two flag-bearers, or her knees being weak or fainting from heatstroke, even if there was the slightest mistake, it would be fine. Unfortunately, Yi Jifan only saw Yi Qian walking valiantly with her rifle and standing at the front of the entire school, listening to the school's highest leader's closing speech. There was no disrespect, no mistake, only the awe-inspiring presence of a soldier. Yi Jifan couldn't help but close his eyes. Ying, you're too far behind, too far behind. The entire military parade ended smoothly. Applause followed. The teachers in the audience also clapped. Very good. Every team walked out with the awe-inspiring presence of an army, especially the freshmen. It only took 2 months for them to achieve such results. Very good. The freshman flag-bearers are not bad. She stood for more than 3 hours and her movements were still perfect. For a girl to be able to do this, she's very good. Indeed, the students recruited this year are all good, especially that girl. She deserves praise. Yi Qian, a girl from class 3. I'm afraid we'll hear her name often in the future. Amidst the applause, the teacher's conversation could be heard. Sun Dongqing didn't know how many times she rolled her eyes. Yi Qian, turn around and look behind you. Her precious daughter Yi Ying was better than her. From what you've seen and heard, who would say that Yi Qian is inferior to you? Who said that you were better than Yi Qian? Ying, if you continue to be so stubborn, your life will be ruined. Ruined by your mother. Before the applause ended, Yi Jifan gave Ying one last heavy blow. All she saw was Yi Qian's excellence, and all she heard was praise for Yi Qian. She thought that she was better than Yi Jian, but that was just her own opinion. No one would really think that she was better than Yi Jian, and that she was really better than Yi Jian. Everything was just her own opinion. Tears gushed out like a broken dam. She couldn't accept this. She couldn't accept that Yi Qian had surpassed her. She couldn't accept that she had been surpassed just like that. Dad, I will apologize to Yi Qian and learn from her. Only when I'm strong can I defeat her and take revenge on her for the pain she once inflicted on me. Under the scorching sun, Yi Ying's eyes were filled with tears, but there was a sinister gloom in the depths of her eyes. I will definitely repay her for all the humiliation I've suffered. Yi Ying wouldn't admit defeat, and neither would Yi Qian. The grudges from the previous life, and the grudges in this life, one day, they would be settled one by one. All the classes left the stage one by one. Yi Qian and another flag-bearer senior returned the Type 95 replica rifle. When they came out, Yi Qian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 1423. If he wasn't mistaken, the 3 people standing in front of him, they really found their way to the school. They were quite capable. Yi Qian, come here. The homeroom teacher, whom he had only met 4 times, waved him over. Your family is here. Let's go to the teacher's office for a chat. Go to the teacher's office for a chat? Before Yi Qian could reply, Yi Jifan immediately said, No, teacher. We'll find a place to talk. He was able to meet Yi Qian because the school didn't know about his relationship with Yi Qian. If he went to the teacher's office for a chat and Yi Qian told him about the original situation, he would have come for nothing again. Teacher, you must think that he's my uncle. Actually, he's not. This Mr. Yi tampered with my entrance exams many times. It was written on my resume that I took a year off from high school. It was all because of this Mr. Yi. Yi Qian didn't want to drag it out. He didn't want to be involved with Yi Jifan's family for the next 4 years. During the college entrance exams, he tried to tamper with my registration again and again, trying to stop me from getting into university. Teacher, I really don't have anything to talk about with this Mr. Yi. Not giving her a chance to speak. Yi Jifan, can you stop him? She said it so calmly and didn't give Yi Jifan a chance to interrupt. When the teacher of class 3 heard this, his expression immediately turned cold. He glanced at Yi Jifan with a threatening gaze and said to Yi Qian, "Come to the teacher's office. Let's go to the teacher's office together." As a teacher, he naturally believed what his students said. If they really went to the teacher's office, then everything would be in vain. Yi Ying's face flushed red. She suddenly stood up. "Sis, I'm here to apologize to you. I was too immature in the past and did many things that made you sad." Her apology was stiff at the beginning, but the more she spoke, the more fluent she became. As she spoke, she even squeezed out a few tears. "Sis, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Please forgive my immaturity in the past. I know I've done too many wrong things, and I don't dare to ask you to forgive me in a short time. Sister, please give me a chance. I'll definitely change." The sun did not rise from the west, so Yi Ying could not really apologize to her. However, he did not expect her to pretend to apologize and even shed a few drops of tears. Who didn't know how to act? Yi Qian looked as if he had been frightened by something. He quickly hid behind his teacher and pursed his lips tightly, without saying a word. That's right, she would not say a word. She wanted to see how long Yi Ying could lower her head. The homeroom teacher of the National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology was not so easily fooled. He stood in front of Yi Qian and acted like a protector. He looked coldly at the incoherent family of 3. Just now you said that Yi Qian's grandmother was seriously ill and needed Yi Qian to go home. Now all of a sudden he stood up and apologized. Sir, what kind of place do you think our school is? Teacher, you can call my family and find out more about my situation, Yi Qian said in a low voice. His voice was so heavy that it seemed to be weighed down by a rock. He was full of helplessness. I don't have a grandmother either. When I was young, I almost died at the hands of this so-called grandmother. Teacher, I don't want to see them. Yi Ying lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists. Her voice choked again. Sis, I'm here to apologize sincerely. Please forgive me. Can you not reject me? I regret it. I really regret it. I regret it. I regret underestimating you. I regret trusting myself too much. Chapter 1424. In the face of Yi Ying's apology, Yi Qian only had one feeling. She had ulterior motives. However, after 3 days she had a whole new level of respect for her. She could actually lower her head. The Yi Ying of the past, when had she ever lowered her head for anyone in her previous life? Never, never? Then what exactly happened to make Yi Ying lower her head? It was worth thinking about. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Ying changed too quickly and Sun Dongqing, who had always been protective of her daughter, remained silent. She stood at the side without saying a word. It was too abnormal. Her lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. You don't have to apologize to me. It's not about whether I forgive you or not. It's about how you feel in your heart. If you really think that you've done too many wrong things, you don't have to beg others to forgive you. You don't have to go to others and say things that make things difficult for them. Yi Ying, you're just forcing me to forgive you. Sun Dongqing watched as her daughter lowered herself to the point of humility. She felt very uncomfortable. She opened her mouth, closed it, and held it in. Stupid girl, don't be too smug. Yi Qian didn't even look at Yi Jifan and Yi Ying. She only looked at Sun Dongqing's expression. She saw her face darken for a moment, then turn ruthless for a moment. She found it even more funny. She came over to ask her to forgive Yi Ying. She even forgave Yi Ying in front of her homeroom teacher. She had it all planned out. Next, would Yi Jifan immediately ask for the homeroom teacher's contact in the name of showing concern for his niece Yi Qian's school life? Then he could call the homeroom teacher and mention Yi Ying at the same time? Yi Jifan had always been good at this kind of thing. Yi Ying, whose eyes were red, seemed even more wronged and upset. She lowered her head and sobbed. Sister, I didn't force you. I just wanted to ask for your forgiveness. Why would I force you? I just wanted to ask for your forgiveness. This time Yi Ying really lowered herself. She lowered her head, put down her pride and lowered her pride. Yi Jifan, who saw this, felt very gratified. Finally, he could face his enemies head-on. He understood that lowering his head for a moment was only for the sake of his future rise. Faced with Yi Yingtai's unusual behavior, Yi Qian became even more cautious. Yi Qian, who was thinking quickly, did not speak immediately. He left Yi Ying to the side. Sun Dongqing was already holding back her anger. When she saw that her precious daughter had been left to the side, she raised her head and glared fiercely at Yi Qian. This glare was caught by Yi Qian, who happened to be sizing her up. Then, Yi Qian felt that things were finally back to normal. Sun Dongqing's heart was flustered. She vaguely felt that she was afraid that her glare just now had ruined everything. She immediately pretended to wipe away her tears and sighed. Little girl, Auntie is also at fault. I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have said. You're a magnanimous person, so please forgive Auntie this time. She was afraid that Yi Qian didn't know what she said, so she deliberately reminded him. Last time when you came back to the village, Auntie said something that I shouldn't have. Please don't take it to heart. Auntie really didn't do it on purpose. She explained quickly and anxiously, her eyes staring straight at Yi Qian. Although she apologized, she did not know how to hide the fierceness in her eyes. Not only did Yi Qian see it clearly, but so did Yi Qian's teacher. Thanks to her words, Yi Qian understood that things were not as simple as they seemed. Chapter 1425. She purposely brought up what happened last time. She was so anxious and worried. What was she worried about? Why did it feel like Yi Ying's apology was not the most important thing but Sun Dongqing's? Even though Yi Qian was a meticulous person, he still could not figure out what their family was planning. The teacher of Class 3 did not immediately intervene. He still needed to understand the situation. Moreover, Yi Qian's reaction was very calm, so he did not need to rush to intervene. Yi Jifan saw that his wife had finally lowered her head and apologized for that incident. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Forcing Yi Ying to apologize first had some effect. This was the right move. Yi Qian would not forgive his daughter easily. He would definitely make things difficult for her. His wife, Sun Dongqing, had always been protective and could not bear for her daughter to be wronged. For her daughter's sake, she would also force herself to apologize to Yi Qian. Yi Jifan saw that his wife was still able to say, "You are a magnanimous person, forgive your aunt this once." He was so satisfied that there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. Although his wife was a little stupid, as long as it concerned his daughter Yi Qian, her brain was still quite flexible. She knew what to say to force Yi Qian. "Yi Jian, your teacher is standing right next to you. How are you going to answer her? Yi Jian, your teacher is standing right next to you. Answer forgive." That was what he wanted. Yi Qian had a good point. He was not calculative. If he forgave his wife over this incident, then he would really forgive her. Then he could finally answer to Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan. Answer not forgive. It was fine as long as the teacher knew their family's attitude. Moreover, if a junior did not forgive an elder's apology, wouldn't that make them seem narrow-minded? It was not a good thing for a student to be narrow-minded. The teacher would have some opinions in his heart. In short, it did not matter if Yi Qian forgave his wife or not. He would get the result he wanted. The scheming Yi Jifan was only waiting for Yi Qian to speak. He stared at him with a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Yi Qian shifted his focus to Yi Jifan. He was the backbone of the family. It was definitely Yi Jifan's idea to come to the school, and not Sun Dongqing's. She would never have thought of it. So what was Yi Jifan planning? Yi Ying apologized, Sun Dongqing apologized, but Yi Jifan didn't say anything. Yi Qian replayed Sun Dongqing's words in his mind, and after a while, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Your Excellency is magnanimous. Forgive Auntie this once. Don't take it to heart. Auntie really didn't do it on purpose. Yi Ying apologized to him. If she didn't forgive her, she could have done it in front of a child. An elder apologizing to a junior and saying such things as a junior, how could he not forgive her? Her teacher didn't understand the actual situation. He didn't know how hypocritical Yi Jifan's family was. He also didn't know what Sun Dongqing had done wrong. If her teacher saw that he didn't forgive her, how would he feel? Thinking of this, Yi Qian clenched his fists. What a scheming and astute Yi Jifan. In order to make her university life miserable, he wanted the teacher to have a bad impression of her. He schemed to this extent. Yi Jifan, oh Yi Jifan, you really put in a lot of effort. Yi Qian, who had seen through a few things, pursed his lips and lowered his eyes. His long and thick eyelashes covered the mockery in his eyes. Chapter 1426. Yi Ying's apology was fake, but Sun Dongqing's apology was real. The truth and the lies mixed together. And in the end, she became a petty person who refused to forgive her elders. However, Yi Jifan, are you so confident that you can ruin her image in the eyes of the teachers? Yi Qian's eyes became even colder. No wonder Yi Ying was so confident, arrogant, and conceited. Yi Jifan played a part in it. Yi Jifan misunderstood. From his perspective, Yi Qian's expression was one of unwillingness to back down. Yi Qian's tightly pursed lips revealed a hint of stubbornness. Seeing this, Yi Qian's eyes smiled. He gave Yi Ying a look, indicating that his daughter should continue to lower herself so that Yi Qian's narrow-mindedness could be seen. A few seconds later, Yi Ying's eyes filled with tears. Her lips trembled as she asked softly, "Sister, what can I do to gain your forgiveness? Can you tell me? I really regret it. Please give me a chance." All she wanted now was a chance. A chance to gain Yi Qian's forgiveness. A chance to enter Yi Qian's life, and enter the sights of the military officers. As long as Yi Qian forgave her, she would have a chance to surpass Yi Qian. "Jian girl, look, your sister already knows her mistake. Just forgive her. Your aunt also knows her mistake. Forgive her this once. After all, we're family. We'll see each other all the time. There's no need to make our relationship too tense." Yi Jifan sighed deeply. His voice was filled with helplessness and melancholy. "Uncle doesn't feel good about it. Our family has caused a ruckus in this place. We've become a joke in our village." Yi Qian, whose eyes were filled with mockery, looked up indifferently. He first glanced at Yi Jifan, who was pretending to be sad, and then at Sun Dongqing. Seeing her face darken for a moment, then turn ruthless for a moment, he found it increasingly funny. He came over to ask her to forgive Yi Ying. Moreover, he wanted her to forgive Yi Ying in front of her homeroom teacher. This was a good plan. If she didn't forgive Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing, she would be considered petty and narrow-minded. How could he forgive Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing? Yi Qian was not that great. So Yi Jifan also knew that he was setting a trap for him. Next, would Yi Jifan immediately ask for the form teacher's contact information in the name of caring about his niece, Yi Jian's school life? In the future, if he had nothing to do, he could call the form teacher and say bad things about himself, and also mention Yi Ying's good points. Yi Jifan would definitely mention Yi Ying, and do everything possible to ruin his image in front of the teacher. How could Yi Jifan let go of the opportunity to elevate Yi Ying and belittle her? Yi Jifan had always been good at this kind of thing. Since he had to bring up the past, he might as well bring it up properly. Yi Qian's lips curved as he looked at Yi Jifan, who was pretending to be sad, and said calmly, "I'm still young. I'm as immature as your daughter. Mr. Yi, why don't you ask your wife to tell me what happened that day again? Let my school judge whether or not we can forgive your family of 3. How about that?" She actually wanted to spread the news to the whole school. Sun Dongqing's and Yi Ying's expressions changed drastically. They didn't even have time to hide the panic that surged out from their faces. Sun Dongqing, who couldn't control her emotions, cried out involuntarily, "Old Yi." The rest of her words were forcefully swallowed by Yi Ying's tight grip on her arm. Her eyelids twitched even more violently. This is bad. This is really bad. Chapter 1427. Who would have thought that the wretched girl would do something like this, leaving them with no way out? Yi Jifan did not expect this either, and his back broke out in cold sweat. His face twitched violently, and he immediately said to the teacher, "The misunderstanding between the two kids is quite big. Teacher, can we talk in private? I'm afraid that if I speak, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings." After listening for so long, the teacher of class 3 smiled and politely declined. "We need to understand Yiqian's family situation again. I'm sorry, but it's mealtime now. The military academy has a rule that if you miss the mealtime, you will not be served alone. Yiqian still has training in the afternoon and needs a certain amount of stamina." The teacher of class 3 was in active service, a company commander. His tone was not as gentle as the typical civilian teachers, but was cold and intimidating. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Yiqian and said, "Go to the cafeteria. After you eat, come to my office. I need to understand your family situation in private." There was a student with potential in the class who did not even need to participate in military training, and who still had outstanding stamina, so she should be nurtured with priority. Since she had come to the academy had the obligation to protect her and help her block out any harmful elements. "Go quickly, leave this to the academy." Before he could finish the word deal, the broadcast system announced, "Year 1 Class 3 Commanding Freshman Yiqian, please head to the dean's office." The teacher of Class 3 did not say anything else, and let Yiqian jog over. Things were just so coincidental. Yiqian did not stay and turned to leave. Yi Jifan felt himself heave a sigh of relief. If she really wanted to spread this matter to the whole school, his position as an officer might really come to an end. He thought that he could force her to submit today, but who knew that he almost caused a disaster? Then, Yi Jifan could not help but wonder if Yi Ying would be as decisive as Yiqian if she encountered this kind of situation. Probably not. Yi Ying was someone who would weaken when faced with a strong opponent. She would not be as bold as Yiqian. Not only did Yi Jifan let out a sigh of relief, but Sun Dongqing and Ying also felt the same way. Earlier, they had wanted Yiqian to stay, but now they wished that she would never come back. "Teacher, can we go to the office to talk? We mainly want to talk to the school about Yiqian. This child to my family, sigh." Unfinished words always seemed so helpless. Even Yi Jifan's voice was so bitter that he could squeeze out bitter bile. The teacher of class 3 raised his hand and looked at the time. After pondering for a while, he said, "I'm sorry, I can't meet the parents of the students today. I'll ask the soldiers on duty to send the 3 of you away. I'm sorry, the military academy usually doesn't accept non-student parents." Since he had already said so, he definitely wouldn't allow Yi Jifan's family of 3 to stay any longer. After Yiqian was led by a senior to the dean's office, Yi Jifan's family of 3 was also invited out of the campus. Scared me to death, scared me to death. Once they were out, Sun Dongqing's heart was still beating with fear. She kept patting her chest. Thank goodness we were called away. Otherwise, she really would have spread the news to the whole school. Yi Ying raised her head and looked at the high school gate, which was as tall as a city wall. For a moment, she was stunned. "Get in the car first." Yi Jifan's face was terrifyingly dark. He had underestimated Yiqian again and again. He had clearly planned everything out, but in the end she always foiled his plans and forced him into a corner. He could not delay any longer. He had to force Sun Yaozu to make his move as soon as possible. The 7-day National Day holiday. He had to find a way to deal with it himself. Chapter 1428. Dad, Yiqian's wings have already hardened. After some time in the car, Ying finally spoke. "She's not someone I can deal with right now. If you don't want to see her grow stronger, you need to do something." Yi Jifan gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at his daughter. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He heartlessly rejected his daughter's suggestion. "If you don't want to see her grow stronger, Ying, you need to work hard. Whether or not I'll do anything to Yiqian is the adult's business. It has nothing to do with you. Also, you did the right thing today. Dad is very pleased." Murder and arson. How could he let his daughter, who was still in her prime and had a bright future, know about these illegal things? He wouldn't even get involved himself. He would only borrow someone else's hand to see if he could solve the problem in his heart. Was he pleased? Ying lowered her head and looked at her palms. Her delicate palms were scarred and stained with blood. Apologizing to Yi Jian had exhausted all of her courage and shattered all of her pride. However, the other party didn't care about her apology at all. He didn't even look her in the eye. Her pride and self-esteem were ruthlessly stepped on. If she used her pride and self-esteem to make her father feel pleased, Yi Ying's slender fingers tightened slightly. She expressionlessly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Dad, as long as you're happy. As long as you're happy. Who asked her to rely on you now? The car gradually sped up. When the green light turned green, Yi Jifan, with his jaw tense, stepped on the accelerator and left the University of Science and Technology of China with his unwilling wife and daughter. Inside the University of Science and Technology of China, Yi Qian heard the sound of "come in." Yi Qian pushed open the anti-theft door of the office. She looked up slightly and saw the handsome face she was most familiar with. She saw him in casual clothes the day before the holidays. Could it be that he specially rushed over to spend National Day with her? Impossible. How could he have so much time to spend with her? Most likely, he was here for official business. The dean was a 55-year-old lieutenant general with the rank of deputy major. This meant that he was a dean with real power, unlike the teachers of Class 3 who were only active soldiers in the military academy. In the military academy, there were 3 types of teachers: active duty, civilian, and employed. Teachers are active military personnel. They start from the position of deputy company commander and can reach the position of deputy division commander. Their military rank can be as high as senior colonel. On the other hand, civil service teachers started from level 12. The hired teachers would be regarded as teachers of local colleges and universities. They would not have military ranks and would only be able to participate in various professional and technical titles and obtain professional and technical positions. Yi Qian saluted the dean. Year 1, Class 3. Yi Qian reporting. The girl who came in was wearing a female soldier's uniform. She had long sleeves, a jacket, a standard female soldier's military skirt, a belt around her waist, and a large brimmed hat on her head. She was valiant and full of the tenacity of a female soldier. Due to the scorching sun outside and the fact that she was walking in a hurry, there was still sweat dripping down her face. However, her eyes were extremely calm, without the slightest hint of panic. At a glance, one could tell that she was a female soldier who could withstand the wind and waves. When the dean saw Yi Qian's military aura, the smile on his stern face deepened. Yi Qian, who was highly regarded by the military and had already served China, was a female soldier who had made a lot of mistakes. Not bad. You're still so energetic after standing for more than 3 hours. The dean was very familiar with Yi Qian. The reason why she was exempted from military training was because the dean was the first person the military contacted. He pointed at the guest sofa and gestured for Yi Qian to sit down. Come, sit down and have a cup of water. Chapter 1429. Yi Qian obeyed and sat down. Like Xia Jinyuan, he sat upright and strong like a pine tree, full of military aura. Because he was wearing a military uniform, his knees were close together and his calves were slightly slanted, giving him the flexibility of a female soldier. Strength and gentleness, he was the green flower of the military. The dean nodded with satisfaction again and turned to Xia Jinyuan. Major Xia, the school will fully cooperate with the military. You should tell Yi Qian the specifics personally. The importance that the military attached to Yi Qian had exceeded his expectations. Every time something happened, Major General Yang from the army would personally call the school and send someone to pick up Yi Qian. This level of importance was no ordinary level of importance. As the dean, he was naturally happy that his own student was valued by the military. With a smile in his eyes, the dean said to Yi Qian, "Don't feel burdened. The school will also fully support you." "Yes, sir." Yi Qian did not take the initiative to ask. After answering the dean concisely, his gaze fell on Xia Jinyuan. The two of them looked completely professional, without a trace of intimacy between a couple. Xia Jinyuan, who was here for business, took Yi Qian half an hour later to the parking lot of the University of Science and Technology of China. "Let's get in the car. I'll tell you in detail the mission from 7 p.m. to October 4th. He opened the door of a black business car and said, "Get in." Yi Qian, who had just attended the school's National Day celebration, did not even have time to change out of his sweaty casual clothes. He just carried his hastily packed luggage and got into the car with Xia Jinyuan. In the car, there was already someone waiting in the driver's seat. When he saw Yi Qian get in, he slowly said in a low and cold voice, "Yi Qian, long time no see." It was G3. Long time no see. Yi Qian bent over and got into the car. Then Xia Jinyuan bent over and got into the car like a cheetah. He closed the door and ordered G3 to start the car. All his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were very good at driving. Because they were in a hurry, they drove very fast. When they encountered traffic jams, they were able to flexibly cut the queue and instantly overtake other cars. As soon as Xia Jinyuan got into the car, he took off Yi Qian's large-brimmed hat and said, "Time is a little tight. We have a 1:30 flight to the capital. Get changed in the car first." When the G3 heard this, it immediately turned the rearview mirror that was originally facing the back seat to the side. At the same time, it drove the car to the side. Yi Qian, who was carrying his luggage, was stunned. "In the car changing clothes? Are you sure? Can't I change at the airport?" "Don't worry, he won't dare to peek." Xia Jinyuan glanced coldly at G3, who was focused on driving, and whispered to Yi Qian, "I will protect you. Don't worry." Yi Qian was speechless. She took a deep breath and tried her best to mentally prepare herself. Then she picked up her luggage and went to the last row of the car. It wasn't because he wanted to protect her. It was because she had never changed in front of anyone before. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Was she still afraid that he would peek? Major Xia, who was sitting upright and looking straight ahead, reminded her, "Change into casual clothes." Then, he heard the sound of the luggage being unzipped and the rustling of clothes. It was indeed not good to change clothes in the car. Even the slightest movement could be heard. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a hurry, he would definitely have asked her to go back to the dormitory and change before coming out. However, this wouldn't happen only once. It would happen often. He leaned forward slightly and reached out to turn on the car radio. He then turned it up to the music station and turned it up. Only then was Major Xia satisfied that he couldn't hear the sounds from the back seat. G3 glanced at him with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 1430. Fortunately, Yi Qian changed quickly. In such a small space in the car, she managed to finish changing within 2 minutes. His sweat-soaked casual clothes were neatly folded, and his small military boots had been replaced with sports shoes. He wore a white short t-shirt and black slim-fit cotton sweatpants. With his short hair that reached his chin, he looked as refreshing as the cool summer breeze, making people feel refreshed just by looking at him. Yi Qian had exquisite features. Her eyebrows were thick, and her skin was as white as porcelain. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her short hair didn't make her look ugly. Instead, it made her facial features look even more exquisite. To be honest, even the G3 members were worried about Xia Jinyuan for him to have such a beautiful girlfriend go to a military academy where there were more males than females. This was the first time Yi Qian had encountered something like this. Even though she was mentally strong, she couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Her ears were slightly red, but she pursed her lips and pretended to be calm. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with his eyes slightly closed. Then he said calmly, "There are bound to be some inconveniences when male and female soldiers work together. However, special circumstances require special treatment. Don't mind it too much." Yi Qian still had a shy smile on her face as she raised her head. Her eyes met his deep dark eyes. There was no other emotion in his eyes, only a cold, serious look. Yi Qian pursed her lips instinctively and hid her embarrassment. She took a deep breath and looked back at him with clear eyes. "Okay, I understand." In a few seconds, she adjusted her emotions and no longer felt awkward about changing clothes in the car. She treated it as part of her mission, so it wasn't a big deal. She was in a hurry to get dressed, so her hair was a little messy. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips with a cold expression. Suddenly, he reached out and gently smoothed her messy hair. "Autumn is coming. Your hair gets dry easily. You'll feel better if you use a good conditioner." Yi Jian blinked her eyes. Something was not quite right. Just a second ago, he was so serious and treated her like a subordinate. In the next second, he was so gentle and treated her as a boyfriend. She couldn't react in time. Xia Jinyuan's heart softened at the sight of her sparkling eyes. He retracted his hand and cleared his throat before getting down to business. I received a mission at the last minute. During the National Day celebration, you need to protect a leader nearby. You're not allowed to leave. Tomorrow was the celebration of the founding of our country, as well as the military parade of the century. While the whole country was celebrating, it also attracted the attention of the whole world. Not only did the highest leaders of China attend this ceremony, but there were also international friends and ambassadors from various countries. At this time, the security forces had reached the level of red grade A. Their air and ground forces were at full force, and even the borders had entered combat alert. The leader that Yi Qian wants to protect has a rather important political position in our country. He often represents our country on overseas visits to promote exchanges between our country and other countries. When you appear, there will be someone to lead you. You just have to pay attention to your surroundings. At this point, Xia Jinyuan purposely emphasized her tone to let Yi Qian know that her main task was to pay attention to the surroundings. Yi Qian could tell that something was wrong. She straightened her body and her expression became even more serious. For this mission, there will be a total of 3 people accompanying the leader. No matter what, you are not allowed to be more than 30 centimeters away from the leader. After the ceremony, you will accompany the leader down the tower until the Zhongnan High Guards take over. During this time, you are not allowed to communicate with anyone, and you are not allowed to leave your room alone. If you discover anything unusual, report it immediately. Chapter 1431. The distance between them must be no more than 30 centimeters. This meant that if anything went wrong, her brain and body would be able to react quickly and protect her leader from any life-threatening danger. Yi Qian understood the meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words. Her expression became calmer, and Xia Jinyuan knew that she understood what he meant. The car sped towards the airport. Xia Jinyuan explained to Yi Qian what she needed to do over the next few days, as well as her specific mission. Due to the importance of this mission, she would be severely punished if she was not careful. He maintained a solemn expression throughout the entire process. Yi Qian, this mission is more important than anything else. If anything goes wrong, you might even be expelled from the military. Originally, a female soldier from the Nongguang military district was supposed to carry out this mission. In the end, the military district decided to send you instead. Yi Qian, do you know why? Yi Qian had already heard what Xia Jinyuan said. Her small face was especially solemn. She shook her head. I don't know. To her, protecting her leader at the celebration was even more stressful than protecting her leader overseas. Overseas, she could deal with any accidents immediately. But domestically, she couldn't even use her gun casually. Now she only had one thing on her mind. Adjust her mentality as soon as possible, set her position, and face a new round of challenges. Her voice was very calm, and her dark eyes did not fluctuate too much. Xia Jinyuan felt that he could no longer see through Yi Qian. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking and whether she had too much psychological burden for this mission. It was normal for her to have psychological burdens. When he received a call from the Major General ordering him to immediately head to the National University of Science and Technology to pick up Yi Qian for the celebration mission, his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time that Little Fox was carrying out a major mission in the country. Furthermore, the Snowfield Brigade would never appear to protect a leader when carrying out a major mission in the country. Every time they carried out a major mission in the country, they would always have a specific purpose. For example, the mission this time was to eradicate an illegal organization. Xia Jinyuan continued in a low voice. The leader has a very good impression of you. He thinks that it would be better for you to carry out this mission. Plus, you have experience in large-scale combat, so you have an advantage over the female soldiers who only carry out special missions in the Nongguang military district. The leader personally recommended you to the military, and that's why you were assigned this mission. It turned out that Yi Qian was sitting in front of the television like everyone else watching the celebration. Because of her outstanding performance, the leader was still able to remember her after so long. While Xia Jinyuan felt happy, he also felt that Yi Qian would be under a lot of pressure. His expression was cold, and his eyes were calm as he looked at Yi Qian quietly, not missing the slightest change on her face. This mission is a very good opportunity for you to train. The Major General was very happy when he found out, but he was afraid that you would feel pressured. He specially sent me and G3 to pick you up and give you some psychological counseling so that you can devote yourself to the mission as soon as possible. Do you have any problems right now? Before Yi Qian could answer, Xia Jinyuan immediately said, You don't have to tell me your personal problems. We don't accept personal problems. Yi Qian, who had been listening carefully, suddenly felt happy. Was he worried that she would back out? No, I don't have any personal problems, Yi Qian replied seriously. She was smiling in her heart, but her expression was very serious. Complete the mission. Chapter 1432. Xia Jinyuan loved Yi Qian's drive. She was like a blade of grass that wouldn't show any signs of fear no matter what. Hearing this, a small smile finally appeared on his cold face. Very good. If you had dared to say that there was a problem, I would have immediately reported it to the military and re-evaluated your psychological resistance. He and Yi Qian were lovers, but they were also comrades. They cared about each other in their daily lives, but they had to strictly supervise each other in battle. If there was a problem with her as a comrade, he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it just because she was his girlfriend. He would deal with it as he saw fit. He was absolutely selfless. Yi Qian had always known that Xia Jinyuan was a man who kept a clear distinction between work and personal matters. She never thought that he would take special care of her during a mission. He was so strict with himself, so he would be strict with her as well. At a red light, G3 stopped and looked back at Yi Qian. He said slowly, What Q King said also represents my thoughts. If one's psychological resistance isn't strong enough, there will be fatal problems during a mission. You replaced the female soldier from the Nongguang military region because her psychological resistance didn't meet the requirements. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swapped her out at the last minute. He believed that the female soldier was also very upset at this moment. This was because this was a very good opportunity to train her psychological strength. As a Special Forces soldier, she had to be ready for battle at all times. Once a mission came, she had to be in the zone immediately. There was no time for her to relax and adapt. Major General Liu agreed to let Yi Qian join the mission temporarily, because he hoped that Yi Qian could train more before she joined the Snowfield Brigade. He hoped that she could improve her comprehensive abilities faster and more steadily. Xia Jinyuan also hoped so. Before Yi Qian joined the Snowfield Brigade, the mission would only be more beneficial to her. It would allow her to integrate into the high-intensity combat preparations of the Snowfield Brigade faster and better. She would be able to adapt to life in the Snowfield Brigade faster. Tenacious perseverance, tenacious will, long-lasting endurance, strong psychological quality. These were all necessary conditions for a qualified Special Forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan hoped that she could adapt to the life of a Special Forces soldier in advance. As a member of the Special Forces, Xia Jinyuan was actually very happy to hear Yi Qian's answer. His little fox would never be stopped by difficulties. She would face them head-on and walk forward fearlessly. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian quietly and asked her, Yi Qian, do you still remember what your goal is? He was listening intently when he suddenly heard a question that had nothing to do with the mission. He paused for a moment before answering, I remember. I want to become a Special Forces soldier just like you, a Special Forces soldier like G3. Her voice was very clear and her enunciation was clear and powerful. It seemed to contain infinite power, which made G3, who was driving, laugh uncontrollably. Female soldier Yi Qian was an extraordinary soldier in the hearts of all her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. They also hoped that she could become a member of the Snowfield Brigade, become a comrade, and fight side by side with them. Very good, Yi Qian. You have to remember what you said and become a Special Forces soldier like me and G3. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Yi Qian, we all believe in you. All our comrades in the brigade, as well as Major General Liu, believe that you can definitely become a Special Forces soldier like us. Then, do you know what kind of Special Forces soldiers like us are? Chapter 1433. The last sentence made Yi Qian's pupils constrict. Was he trying to tell him everything about himself, G3, and his mysterious comrades? The car radio was turned off, and the well-sealed car was so quiet that only the sound of their breathing could be heard. G3 drove calmly, not at all surprised by this. Before they came, Xia Jinyuan asked if the Major General could tell Yi Qian what kind of Special Forces they were. The The Major General agreed. Why did he agree? They were both well aware of the reason. This time, the leader who arranged for Yi Jian to protect was not an ordinary leader. He was a leader who was in charge of investigating important matters. This leader rarely appeared in public. This time he suddenly appeared. There was an unusual deep meaning behind this arrangement. At least, they knew that this leader had decided to attend the celebration. The Great Hall did not agree at all, but they agreed in the end. Then, with the addition of the Snowfield Brigade, they immediately arranged for a female soldier, who would not normally receive much attention, to be his personal bodyguard. However, the female soldier did not have a strong psychological resistance. In the end, the leader personally appointed Yi Qian to replace the female soldier's original position, and protect the leader who was willing to use himself as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. From this, it could be seen how dangerous it was for Yi Qian to stand beside this leader, who used himself as bait to catch all the criminals in one fell swoop. There was even a possibility that he would be sacrificed. Because this was a cult that had connections with foreign countries. Yi Qian sat very upright, his eyes shining like stars. He looked at Xia Jinyuan without blinking. Captain Xia, I'm ready. Tell me, I'll listen to every word you say. God knows how interested she was in Xia Jinyuan's unit. Sometimes one would wonder what kind of unit they were in and how powerful their comrades were to be able to enter this unit. Would they be able to become a special forces soldier like them or Captain Xia? Now that Xia Jinyuan was going to say it himself, Yi Qian felt a little nervous. Just now, when he knew that he was going to carry out a dangerous mission, he wasn't nervous at all. Now he was nervous. Xia Jinyuan, who was originally in a serious mood, was stunned when he saw this. After a while, his slender fingers touched his forehead. His laughter was like rippling water. Slowly, he let out a deep laugh. This was the little fox he loved. She was so brave and pure. Our country has two special forces. One is the Snow Region Special Forces that I'm in, and the other is the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Assault Team. On the battlefield, these two forces are the trump cards of our country, and they will go all out to turn the tide when necessary. With just 2 sentences, Xia Jinyuan noticed that the light in Little Fox's bright eyes was even brighter than a diamond under the sun. Although it was only 2 sentences, Yi Qian was already overwhelmed with emotions. The Sharp Knife Special Forces were able to turn the tide on the battlefield. This was the Special Forces of the Special Forces, the elite of the elite. These 2 forces are our country's secret forces that cannot be made public, shown in public, or known by others. No one knows of our existence, and no one knows the number of the forces we belong to. No one knows the meaning of our existence. Flowers and glory under the sun have nothing to do with us. No matter how difficult the mission is, no matter how perfect it is, as long as you are still serving in the force, your position and military rank will not change. Chapter 1434. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting against the car door, was dressed casually. He looked no different from a successful man entering and exiting a high-class office building. He wore a black long-sleeved shirt that made him look even more elegant and steady. The sleeves were slightly rolled up, and there was a hint of arrogance in his noble elegance. Without his military uniform, he perfectly hid the sharpness of a soldier in his bones. Although his aura was still strong, he lacked the bloodthirstiness of a soldier on the battlefield, and had a more reserved and profound temperament. His eyes were very deep and dark. When he spoke, his deep black eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian. His low voice sounded like he was narrating a story slowly and calmly. However, Yi Qian could hear the beauty of the magnificent sea in his calm tone, as well as the unpredictable turbulence in the depths of the sea. As he spoke, Yi Qian's expression became more solemn. Take me for example. 5 years ago I was a major. 5 years later I'm still a major. No one knows about your contributions. No one knows about the people you saved. Sometimes, when you're on the battlefield, you even hide your nationality. No one can see your glory when you were alive. After you died. Other than the Snowfield Brigade and the leaders of the military, no one else knows about it. Every soldier who joins the Snowfield Brigade will write a suicide note in advance and hand it in to the military for safekeeping. After they die, this suicide note will be sent to the soldiers' parents. I've been in the Snowfield Brigade for 4 years and have personally sent out 2 suicide notes. The parents of my fallen comrades still don't know why their son sacrificed himself. They don't know how great their son used to be. There are no flowers, no banners, no applause, no honor. There is only that we, the living, will always remember our fallen comrade. We will use our entire lives to remember and honor them. Yi Qian, this is my Xiaojinyuans, a troop that I pledge my loyalty to, a troop that I have no regrets about sacrificing myself for. Do you still dare to set me as your goal? Xiaojinyuan's voice was still so calm when he finished speaking. But Yi Qian felt his blood boil when he heard this. Yi Qian looked at the calm Xiaojinyuan, the man who had helped her grow, held her hand, and gave his all without any complaints or regrets. Yi Qian's brows slowly curved like the bright crescent moon. Captain Xia, I'm suddenly glad that I set you as my goal and followed in your footsteps. A special force hidden by the country. A special force that could turn the tide on the battlefield and turn the situation of the entire war in an instant. Although they were unknown, they had always been dedicated to their motherland. He did not ask for anything in return, nor did he ask for flowers or applause, nor did he ask for glory. He only wanted to fight for his military uniform. Such a special force must be a super elite force. Uncle Chun had said that those who were famous and had outstanding military achievements in the special forces could be called elite special forces. And those who were unknown but could sacrifice their lives for the country in exchange for a decisive victory were called super elite special forces. In other words, Captain Xiao's troop was the super elite special forces that Uncle Chun had mentioned. No wonder they rarely appeared. Once they appeared in a certain place, it would be filled with smoke and blood. Every time they carried out a mission, it was so difficult that ordinary soldiers could not imagine it. When they went, they were alive. But when they returned, their military uniforms would be stained with blood. They would die in exchange for the safety of the people of the motherland. Chapter 1435. Just like this time, Yi Qian's mission required the protection of the leader, so the risk factor was very high. The reason the leader personally appointed Yi Qian and the major general agreed was because Yi Qian was very capable, and secondly, Yi Qian had a tender face, a fair and clean face, a gentle smile, and an unsheathed sword aura. He was just like a harmless university student. Once danger appeared, Yi Qian would be the target that would lead all the danger to himself. This was also why Xia Jinyuan requested the Major General to tell Yi Qian what kind of unit the Snowfield Brigade was. Glory has nothing to do with you, but danger will never leave your shadow. The girl in front of him was as beautiful as a painting. She was so beautiful that even the best artist in the world would find it difficult to draw her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a fearless spirit that even male soldiers admired. He thought that she would hesitate for a few seconds or be puzzled, but she didn't, not even for a second. He even heard the light in her eyes that was brighter than the sun. Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. There was a hint of gentleness in his dark eyes as he gazed deeply at the girl he loved. My girl, your appearance is the greatest glory of my life, the greatest pride. I used to think that your unit must be very powerful. Now that I hear about it, it's even more extraordinary. It doesn't matter if no one knows about our existence, as long as we know about each other's existence. It doesn't matter if no one knows about our military exploits, as our existence is unknown. As for flowers, applause, banners, glory, it doesn't matter if there are any. I just need to know why I'm wearing a military uniform and why I'm holding a steel gun. Just as Yi Qian finished speaking, her hand was suddenly grabbed by the man who was quietly staring at her. It wasn't a gentle grip, but a firm grip. It was as if he would pull her directly into his arms in the next second. The Major General was hesitant before. He didn't want me to tell you these things. Xia Jinyuan didn't do anything else. He only held her hand tightly and laughed in a low voice. He was afraid that you would shrink back and be afraid after hearing it. The G3 and I both promised that you wouldn't shrink back after hearing it. Instead, you would be more interested. We also said that if you were really afraid, we would think of a way to make you not afraid. The G3 didn't turn around. He smiled faintly and said, actually, the two of us never thought that you would be afraid, nor did we think of a way to make you not afraid. From this, one could tell how much the G3 trusted Yi Qian. Yi Qian's hand was still being held tightly. She wasn't used to holding hands with Xia Jinyuan in front of her acquaintances, so she felt a little awkward. She struggled a little, but she smiled and said, "You guys trust me. What if I really quit? I don't think you can do anything to me." We didn't consider that this kind of problem wouldn't occur. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't let go. She struggled with all her might. He raised his eyebrows and gave Yi Qian a meaningful look, which meant, "If you move again, I will hug you directly." A moment ago, Xia Jinyuan was still the professional Major Xia. Now he was back to being the shameless Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian glared at him and mouthed silently, "The G3 is in the car. Can you restrain yourself a little?" "G3, I'm holding hands with my girlfriend. Do you have a problem with that?" Xia Jinyuan didn't like to sneak around, so he openly asked his comrade, "You don't have to speak. Just nod or shake your head." Chapter 1436. Sometimes G3 really felt that it was a little annoying to have such a shameless captain. He asked him if he had any opinions, but he didn't let him speak and could only nod or shake his head. Wasn't this telling him that he had to nod his head? Okay, comrades should help each other. G3 nodded and nodded again, indicating that he didn't have any opinions. He quickly glanced back at Xia Jinyuan through the rearview mirror, and his body trembled violently. Damn. The way Q King looked at Yi Qian was so sweet that it made him choke. However, it looked quite enviable. It looked like he had to go back and ask Q King how to be in a relationship. Why was it that every time he went to meet his girlfriend, he didn't have anything to say? The two of them were either walking together in silence or helping the children in the mountain village with their lessons. Otherwise, she would be teaching in the dilapidated classroom, while he chopped firewood in silence. It seemed less like the intimacy between Q King and Yi Qian. Looking, G3 actually figured out that something was wrong. Yi Qian was very reserved and knew to keep a certain distance from Q King in front of his comrades. But Q King didn't give her a chance to keep a distance at all. After discussing business, he immediately seized the time to talk about love. And he was afraid that he would be rash and scare his girlfriend away. Not to mention kissing. He didn't even dare to hold her hand. No, he had to change. He had to take action when it was time. How could he be overcautious? If he took action, he wouldn't regret it. If his girlfriend was scared, he wasn't a beast. What was there to be afraid of? Xia Jinyuan didn't know that he had enlightened G3. He raised his eyebrows and said to Yi Qian, "My comrades are all very honest. They definitely won't lie. If he says he has no opinions, then he definitely has no opinions." Good comrades. They knew what to say at the right time. Yi Qian was no longer the little girl who was a little resistant to relationships in high school. After all, she had lived 2 lives. Although she was not as thick-skinned as Xia Jinyuan, she was not stupid. She could easily see through Xia Jinyuan's little tricks. She looked at him with a faint smile and said, "You told G3 not to open their mouths to express their opinions. If the driver shakes his head left and right, he will look away. Only by nodding can he not affect the front and drive safely." Sometimes when the girlfriend was too smart, the boyfriend would feel pressured. Xia Jinyuan, whose intentions were exposed, did not feel awkward at all. He held her hand and gently caressed it. The smile on his face deepened. He leaned forward slightly and tilted his head slightly to look at Yi Qian with a gentle and focused gaze. "Because I don't want to see you feel awkward. So, I used my authority as the captain to ask my comrades to remain silent." Yi Qian could not help but blush. His voice was very low, and it was filled with deep indulgence. "Little fox, we haven't seen each other for a month. Have you missed me?" Not only was his gaze gentle, it also seemed to be filled with sticky honey. It took Yi Qian a lot of effort to pull her gaze away from his focused gaze. She then pulled one of her hands out of his and mercilessly covered that elegant and perfect face with her palm. "Sit properly. Don't disturb G3's driving. What a dangerous man." She had looked at this face for a few years, but every time she looked at it seriously, her heart could not help but race. He was also looking at her with such a gentle gaze. Yi Jian could already feel her heart pounding. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 1437. As for whether she missed him or not, Yi Qian didn't feel the need to answer. She didn't like lying, but if she told the truth, she would be embarrassed. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was covered by her hand, didn't get a reply, but his sexy lips curled up. He looked ahead and chuckled. I miss you a lot. I don't have time to think about you during the day, but I miss you a lot before I go to bed at night. Yi Qian. Miss you a lot before you go to bed? Why do I feel like his thoughts aren't that simple? She missed him too, but she never thought about him before she went to bed. She didn't have much time to think about him during the day either. She had to stand at attention every day, go through formation training, and interact with her classmates. Her time was so packed that she didn't have much time to think about Xia Jinyuan. However, every time she walked past the school grounds, she couldn't help but wonder if Xia Jinyuan had walked past the same places she walked past. The more she thought about it, the sweetness in her heart grew. Yi Jian maintained a calm face and was not bewitched by his words of love. Major Xia could not help but turn his head to look at his girlfriend. Seeing that his girlfriend was sitting upright with a calm expression and only her ears were still red, he suddenly felt as if 100 pairs of cat claws were scratching his heart, making his heart itch. Needless to say, his little fox definitely missed him. When G3 saw this, his face remained expressionless, but on the inside, he couldn't help but laugh. Everything had its vanquisher. Yi Qian was born to vanquish Q King. Xia Jinyuan, who was overjoyed, knew that Yi Qian was shy, so he didn't continue the intimate actions between lovers. He sat upright and obediently. Time is a little tight. I need to speed. When G3 saw that both of them were sitting upright, he looked at the time and couldn't help but frown. The flight is at 1:30 p.m. It's 12:54 p.m. now. Q King, we need to contact the airport. Check-in had to be done half an hour in advance. This was a very strict requirement and couldn't be delayed by even a minute. However, Xia Jinyuan's situation was special, so the airport had to cooperate fully with them. The military had already contacted the airport and asked them to prepare for the delay in advance. Once there was a need to delay the flight, they would be able to start work immediately. Very soon the airport received a call. The 3 special personnel would only be able to board the plane at around 1:15 p.m. All the departments would cooperate fully, and there would be no mistakes. We've arrived at the airport. We'll arrive at the lobby in 3 minutes. Xia Jinyuan spoke to the relevant personnel in charge of the airport as he walked. Yes, we have entered the elevator and will arrive at the lobby soon. At this time it was already 1:15. There were still 15 minutes before the departure time. The 3 figures walked out of the elevator, and the person in charge of the airport led the 3 of them to a special passageway. From the time they checked in to boarding the plane, it only took a total of 6 minutes. At 1:24 a.m., the passengers on the flight to the capital boarded and sat down one by one. The passengers in the economy class put away their luggage, sat in their seats, buckled their seatbelts and prepared for the flight. In the business class cabin, several flight attendants separated the first 4 empty seats with curtains, so that the passengers in the business class cabin couldn't see who would be sitting in the 4 empty seats. Someone's phone beeped. Then the person picked up the call and said lazily, "Hello." After a while she said, "Second brother, I'm sorry. I really don't have time on National Day. I have to go to the capital for a trip." "Lie to you? Why would I lie to you?" Jixiang's second brother said. "I lied to him. Say something to him." Chapter 1438. It was the end of September, and the sun was still scorching. The sunlight was so bright that it was blinding. Yi Jifan stood in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window. He lowered his eyes and said gloomily, "The capital is under control now. Brother-in-law, why did you go to the capital? Don't tell me you went there to watch the celebration." "Hey, second brother. No wonder you're a high-ranking official. How could you guess that?" Ever since his identity was restored, Sun Yaozu had been living a comfortable life. His body was full of fat, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he was rich. A golden chain as thick as a pinky hung around his neck. As he bent down and sat down, the golden chain hung down from his neck, shining with a golden light. He sat down and winked at Yi Zhixiang, indicating for her to take the phone. He had nothing to say to his brother, who was an official. Yi Zhifan naturally didn't believe that Sun Yaozu didn't have the awareness to go to the capital to watch the celebration. Moreover, with his status, did he have the right to watch it live? "I'm talking to you about something serious now. Go somewhere safer and talk to me." He couldn't say it even if he didn't believe him. If they wanted to get rid of Yi Qian, only Sun Yaozu could do it. He just didn't know if this coward would do it. He hated Yi Qian so much that he wanted to kill him, but he could tolerate it. There was no other way. With Houzi in the southern province, Sun Yaozu didn't dare to make a move. Old Madame Yi had repeatedly warned that if they wanted to get rid of Yi Qian, Yi Jifan had to do it first. They shouldn't be so anxious to avoid being used as a tool. Second brother, I really can't go anywhere else. I've already boarded the plane. If you had called 10 minutes earlier, I could have gone to the washroom to talk to you. Sun Yaozu, who was too fat, felt cramped in the business class seat. He moved his body and cursed unhappily. Fuck, I can't get any comfort even if I spend money. Yi Jixiang was touching up her lipstick with a small makeup mirror. When she heard that, she replied unhappily, I told you to be careful and control your weight. Although she said that, her eyes that were no longer young flashed with a hint of pride. It would be better if he was fatter so that he wouldn't have the energy to do anything in a woman's bed. Otherwise, she might end up with an illegitimate child or something. The flight attendant's sweet voice greeted all the passengers on behalf of the entire flight crew. Sun Yaozu rolled his eyes and raised his phone so that Yi Jifan could hear the broadcast. Hearing the voice, Yi Jifan was convinced that Sun Yaozu had indeed gone to the capital. Then Yi Jixiang's strange voice came from the other end. Second brother, if you really have time, go to the hospital and visit Mom. Now that Mom can speak as her son, shouldn't you go and accompany her? I didn't ask you to pay a single cent for the medical expenses. Can't you be more proactive about other things? Yi Jixiang was not a good person, but she was very filial to old Madame Yi. Her family was rich anyway, so she used all sorts of treatments such as acupuncture, massage, and so on. What's more, it really worked. Old Madame Yi, who was originally unable to speak, could now speak with a crooked mouth. Old Madame Yi was very good to her daughter. Although she was old and paralyzed, she was still able to enjoy life. Some of the patients in the hospital were very envious. As for Yi Jifan, he did a good job of keeping up appearances, but it was impossible for him to go and accompany old Madame Yi every day. If it wasn't for his vigilance back then, he would have ended up like Yi Xinfan. Hearing this, he said calmly, tell Sun Yaozu that Yi Qian might be investigating how her parents died back then. After you're done playing, think about how to deal with it. As her brother, I'm worried about what you're going to do. You guys ran out to play without saying a word.